Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Harper. I'm certain I'm about to lose what remains of my sanity the moment I slip into the hotel bar. My hands are shaking, and my throat feels like it's constricting. The hum of excited voices hits me first, dozens of overlapping conversations, and I have to press a palm to my chest to remember how to breathe. Today was supposed to be triumphant, my first large-scale fan convention as an ASMR content creator. I spent hours chatting with people who came to see me, signing merch, filming collabs, but the swirl of camera flashes, the constant hum of chatter, and the press of strangers has left my nerves raw and my mind spinning. My feet hurt in these low-heeled boots. My scalp aches from wearing my natural curls in a high puff all day, and I can't string two coherent thoughts together. The bar is dimly lit, neon highlights pulsating across glossy black walls. There's a sour smell of spilled beer mixed with cloyingly sweet perfume. A single overhead TV flickers with a muted sports segment, but I can't parse a single play. Everything is too loud, all at once, and it makes my ears ring in protest. I slip onto a vacant stool at the far corner of the counter, curling my fingers around the edge. My pulse pounds so hard I can hear it in my ears. The bartender catches my eye, but I can't speak to order a drink. Instead, I just shake my head, forcing in a shallow breath. You're okay, Harper. Just breathe. But the quiver in my chest won't ease. I'm this close to a full-blown panic attack in front of too many witnesses. I dig my nails into my thighs, trying to anchor myself. Then, a tap on my shoulder almost makes me jump out of my skin. "Miss," someone says, low and careful. My head jerks around, and I find myself staring into the pale blue eyes of a man who looks to be in his 50s, steel gray hair, broad shoulders, and a presence that seems to cut through the haze in my mind. He's tall, so tall I have to tilt my chin to meet his gaze, and his navy t-shirt molds to a muscled frame that hints at daily workouts. Concern flickers in his eyes. "Are you okay?" he asks in a voice that's soft but resonates with authority. I open my mouth, but my panic latches around my throat, forcing it shut. Heat rushes to my face. I want to say, "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks, move on," but the words won't form. He doesn't leave. "Would you like some help?" he offers, voice dipping quieter. I swallow. My tongue feels glued. Finally, I manage a short nod. The bartender starts to wander our way, but the man holds up one hand in a polite stop. When I don't pull away, he turns to me again, kneeling a bit so we're nearly eye level. "Can you take a slow breath with me?" he asks gently. It's bizarre. He's a complete stranger, but something in his tone radiates calm. I draw in a halting breath, stale beer and perfume mixing in my lungs. "In through your nose," he murmurs, "and out through your mouth." I do it, shaky at first. My fingers loosen from their death grip on the bar. Another breath, more controlled this time. He straightens, his movement sure, as if he's used to dealing with emergencies. "Better?" he asks, gaze roaming over me for signs of distress. I nod, feeling a tremulous wave of relief. My heart still thrums with adrenaline, but the tightness around my chest eases. Thank you, I whisper, voice barely audible over the bar's noise. He gives a small nod, lips set in a firm line. Do you want to stay in here or head somewhere quieter? My limbs are still wobbly. Still, I push myself to stand, ignoring the rubbery feel in my knees. Outside, I say, my voice tight. The flickering overhead lights and neon glare press in too close. He shifts to my side, guiding me gently with a broad hand near my elbow. His fingers never fully touch me, but the proximity is enough to calm me. Together, we move through the crowd to the glass doors, leading into the hotel's courtyard. The cool night air is a blessing. The courtyard is quieter. An artificial pond with a small garden, a few string lights overhead casting a muted glow. I gulp in lungfuls of fresh air, the frantic pounding in my chest receding. He stands beside me, neither speaking nor crowding me. When I finally glance up, I see the tension in his jaw relax. Feeling calmer? He asks, measuring each word. Yeah, I admit. I didn't mean to. Don't apologize, he says, his voice firm but not harsh. You were in distress. I offer a small, shaky laugh. That's one way to put it. Today was intense. So many people. I do these videos online. It's my first big fan convention. Why am I telling him this? I just got overwhelmed. He shifts slightly, turning to face me. That many people can be a lot to handle. I notice he's older than the typical influencer crowd, though the stoic strength in his posture suggests he's handled more than just crowds. Something about him says ex-military. Maybe it's the alertness in his eyes, or the way he positions himself so he can see the exits. His hair, cropped on the sides, is peppered with silver, and a faint scar slices through his left eyebrow. He seems to read the curiosity in my gaze because he offers, I used to be Delta Force. Now I run a security company. That explains the calm under pressure. Makes sense, I say softly, twisting my fingers. Thank you for stepping in. Most people wouldn't. He shrugs, a casual roll of wide shoulders. Seen too many people in the middle of a storm. I don't like leaving them alone. We let the quiet settle again. The wind rustles through the manicured shrubs, and I wrap my arms around myself, more from nerves than cold. He steps closer, though still maintaining a respectful distance. He holds out his hand. I'm Gideon. The name suits him. Solid, dependable. Harp, I say before I can stop myself. I rarely give out that nickname, but somehow it feels right. Short for, well, it's just what some people call me. He nods as though it's enough. All right, Harp. Another pause. Then he gently tips his head toward the back entrance. I've got a room here. Was planning to leave in the morning, but if you need somewhere quiet. The suggestion hovers in the air. He's not pressuring me, just offering an escape from the chaos. My pulse picks up, but not in anxiety this time. Even though I should hesitate, a wave of bone-deep loneliness slams into me. I spent today being bombarded by so many strangers who wanted something from me. But Gideon? He's just offering a moment of calm, no strings attached. Maybe for a little bit, I say softly. I can't go back to that bar, not yet. He gives a curt nod, turning to lead the way. We slip through a side corridor in silence, each step echoing against the polished marble floors. Every time I hear voices, my stomach clenches. But Gideon stays near, his presence steady. Inside the elevator, I catch our reflection in the mirrored doors. I'm petite next to his towering frame. My eyes still look too wide, but some color returns to my cheeks. His posture is protective, as though ready to shield me from any threat. We reach the 5th floor. Gideon slides a keycard into his suite, a simple corner room with standard hotel furnishings, king bed, a small sitting area, thick blackout curtains. The faint hum of the air conditioner masks the distant city sounds. I step inside, crossing to the window. I can see the glow of neon signage from the convention center below. My legs tremble, exhaustion hitting all at once. A wave of relief floods me. I needed to not be alone tonight. And for reasons I can't fully explain, Gideon feels safe. He shuts the door, locking it, and sets the security latch with a decisive click. "Water?" he asks, heading to the small dresser, where the hotel-provided bottles rest. "Yes, please," I whisper. My throat feels parched. He offers me one. Our fingers brush in the exchange, sending a soft spark through me. I lift the bottle to my lips, gulping gratefully. Then I catch him watching me, eyes cool and assessing, but not unkind. "I can go," he begins, voice quiet. "If you want time to yourself." I stand there, uncertain. A swirl of conflicting emotions churn in my chest. A piece of me aches to be alone, yes, process the day, sleep off this anxiety. But there's another part. The lonely ache I've been carrying for months that doesn't want him to vanish into the night. I think of how he guided me through that panic attack, how I latched on to his calm. Something inside me trembles, both in fear and a pull I can't deny. "Stay," I say, almost too softly. His gaze flickers with understanding. He sets his own water bottle aside, stepping closer. The tension between us shifts into something more intimate, an awareness that crackles in the space. "You sure?" he asks. He's close enough that I can smell the faint spice of his cologne, see the silver flecks in his stubble. I don't want to push. I wet my lips, pulse hammering in my ears. "I'm sure." Slowly, I rest a hand on his chest, where his heart beats a steady rhythm beneath the worn cotton of his t-shirt. This could be foolish, impulsive, but after the crushing weight of the day, the idea of connecting with someone who sees me, if only for a moment, feels like refuge. He releases a tight breath, like he's been holding tension in his lungs. Then gently, he cups my face, thumb skimming the curve of my cheek. The warmth of his hand sends a shiver along my spine. "Harp," he murmurs, and the way he says that half name is like a promise and a question all at once. I lean forward, standing on tiptoe, letting my lips brush his, a tentative spark that ignites with surprising intensity. He groans softly, and I realize there's depth to his controlled exterior, like a fault line threatening to crack. We melt into another kiss. My arms slip around his solid waist, and he draws me closer, large hands splayed over my back. A whisper of hesitation crosses my mind. I don't know him, but I can't stop the longing that pulses in my blood. When we part to breathe, he rests his forehead against mine. "Are you okay?" he asks, voice barely more than a rumble. I nod, throat tight with need. "Yes." He hesitates once more, searching my eyes. Only when he sees whatever reassurance he needs does he tilt my chin up, kissing me again. The next moments blur into a rush of heat, clothing gently discarded. The rustle of sheets as we move toward the bed. I cling to him, in the dim glow of the lone lamp, inhaling the scent of soap and faint aftershave. Each touch is tentative, tender, as though we're both aware this is a one-night collision of need and solace. There's no demand, no expectation, just two people finding a flicker of warmth in the darkness. I don't remember how much time passes. The walls of the world narrow to his lips on my neck, his whispered reassurances when I tremble. At some point, we sink fully into the bed, his arm cradling me, my hands pressed to the broad planes of his chest. The sensations swirl, heat, breath, a quiet intensity that floods my senses. He's gentle, steady, asking me silently with every touch if this is still what I want. I answer with soft gasps, guiding him closer, letting the day's tension dissolve in the press of our bodies. Night has deepened by the time I stir, blinking at the digital clock. My limbs feel heavy, and my heart has slowed to a languid beat. I sense Gideon's warmth behind me, the steady rise and fall of his chest against my back. The air conditioner hums softly. For a moment, I consider the strangeness of this, sleeping next to a man I met a few hours ago, but the usual fear I'd feel in a situation like this is absent. Instead, I feel safe, cocooned in an unexpected sense of calm. Gideon's arm is draped over my waist, and he's breathing evenly, maybe asleep. A swirl of emotions tightens in my chest. This can't last. The practical part of me insists we're just two strangers who offered each other comfort. Reality awaits outside these walls. I'll go back to my world, and he'll return to his. I shift carefully, sliding out of bed, my feet hitting the carpet. Through the curtains, I see the faint glow of the city. Pulling the sheet around me, I tiptoe across the room to where my bag sits. Something in me already knows I won't call him, that I'll let this be a singular moment of relief. I don't need more entanglements in my life. I'm building my channel. I'm balancing my anxieties, forging a cautious future. Still, I glance at him over my shoulder. He's awake now, propped on one elbow, watching me with those pale blue eyes. No words pass between us for a beat, just a shared understanding that this is temporary. Then, with an almost imperceptible nod, he reaches into his wallet on the nightstand, producing a small business card. "Take this," he says, voice hushed, "in case you ever need anything." I step closer, letting the sheet slip precariously low on my shoulder. He holds the card out. A matte black rectangle with his name, Gideon Rourke, and a phone number. Another line reads, "Heartline Security." I meet his gaze, searching for any sign of expectation, but all I see is gentle concern. "Thank you," I say, my voice soft. I grip the card as though it's a lifeline. He inclines his head, eyes lingering on mine. "Take care of yourself, Harp." I stand there, heart pounding with unspoken emotions. Then, summoning courage, I lean down to press a slow, grateful kiss to his lips. It tastes like a goodbye. When I pull away, I see a flicker of sadness in his eyes, quickly shuttered by acceptance. I move to gather my clothes, sliding them on piece by piece. My chest feels tight, but I push the feeling away. Once I'm dressed, I linger a second, uncertain. Then I tip my chin at him in thanks and slip out the door, clutching the card in my hand. In the hallway, the hush of night wraps around me. My mind races with 1,000 doubts, but my body still tingles with the memory of his touch. I walk back to my own room in a haze, telling myself we were just two strangers finding comfort in the chaos. As the door clicks shut behind me, I set the card on the dresser, refusing to look at it again. Best to leave it as a single night. No expectations, no complications. I already have too many pieces of myself to hold together. I crawl into my empty bed, my mind spinning. Even as I drift into restless sleep, I can't shake the echo of Gideon's hand on my cheek. The secure weight of his arm around my waist. One night, I remind myself. Just one. Yet a tiny voice inside whispers that some moments, no matter how fleeting, have the power to change everything. Even if I never call that number, I'll carry this memory, this quiet sense of safety for a long, long time.
Chapter 2. Gideon. I tap my pen against the metal desk, eyes locked on a half-completed intake form for our newest client. From Heartline's main security office, I have a clear view of the operations floor, about a dozen workstations arranged in neat rows, each manned by an analyst or operative scanning multiple monitors. The soft hum of computers and quiet chatter drifts upward, punctuated by the occasional ring of a phone or beep of an alert. Overhead, fluorescents cast everything in a stark, functional glow, which suits me fine. I've never needed fancy decor or plush furniture. Efficiency and clarity, that's what matters here. I lean back in my ergonomic chair, rubbing a hand over my jaw. My reflection in the tinted window overlooking the main floor shows a man who hasn't changed as much as he'd like in the last 3 years. Steel gray hair, cropped on the sides, a bit longer on top. I'm tall enough that I can seem to loom over people if I'm not careful, and my broad shoulders strain against this black polo shirt embroidered with Heartline security. Sometimes I still catch the old Delta Force tension in my spine, a reminder of missions long past. "You good, boss?" A low voice asks at my office door. I glance over. Rafe Cole, my second-in-command, stands there with a half-smirk. He's ex-Ranger, about a decade younger than me, a tall guy with dark blonde hair trimmed short. He's proven himself capable in everything from field ops to high-stakes negotiations. Also has that slight edge of cockiness, which can be useful. "Yeah," I answer, setting the pen aside. "Just looking over the read file again." "That's the new client with the real estate empire, right?" "Real estate, among other things. We're providing personal protection detail for his daughter." I let out a dry exhale. "Already pegged 3 potential threat vectors from the background check. I'd like your eyes on them." Rafe nods. "I'll handle it." He steps in, hands me a manila folder. "Here's the final security audit for the Vale account. Everything checks out." I flip it open. The name Vale rings a bell. Some influencer turned crypto millionaire, if I recall. I'm skimming the top lines when my phone buzzes on the desk. The screen lights up with an unknown number. I almost ignore it. Random calls come in all day. But a ripple of memory moves through me. The number is local, though that may not mean much. Something in my gut twists. Instinctively, I hold up a hand to dismiss Rafe. "I'll review, thanks." He takes the hint and slips away, leaving me alone. The phone buzzes again, insistent. I pick it up, swiping to answer. "Rourke," I say evenly, still half focused on the text in front of me. A moment of static, then a shaky inhale. A woman's voice. "Hello? Gideon?" My breath stalls. Low, husky, laced with tears. The memory hits like a punch. A hotel bar, neon glow across a warm brown cheek, eyes wide with panic. It's been 3 years since that night. I straighten, knocking the intake form aside. "Yes," I manage quietly. "This is Gideon." A ragged exhale filters through the line. "Oh, God," she whispers. "You might not remember me. I remember you," I cut in, an unsteady calm in my tone. My mind races. I never knew her full name, but her voice. I've replayed it in my head more nights than I care to admit. She called herself Harp back then. "Are you all right?" She laughs in a choked way, more sob than humor. I'm not sure how to answer that. There's rustling like she's pacing. "I'm sorry to call you out of the blue. I found your card and didn't know if the number still worked." My chest tightens. "Take a breath," I say softly, my voice dropping low. "Tell me what's going on." She pauses, fighting for composure. "Someone tried to grab me tonight," she says, voice trembling. "Outside my apartment building. I screamed and fought him off, but he got away. Then I went upstairs and everything was a mess. Drawers open, stuff everywhere. The police took a report, but Another shaky inhale. "I'm scared. I don't feel safe." A flicker of heat rises in my veins. Protectiveness, anger, maybe both. "Are you hurt?" "Just bruises, I think." She clears her throat. "He grabbed my arm and yanked me toward the car. I kicked him and a neighbor rushed out. He drove off." I push my chair back and stand. My entire body primes for action. Muscle memory from Delta Force days. "Where are you now?" "My apartment," she says. "Locked in my bedroom." "Anyone with you?" "No," she whispers. I hear muffled noise. Maybe she's pressing her ear to the door. "Alone." I square my shoulders, motioning to a nearby junior operative to keep things quiet. Then I close my office door. "You did the right thing calling me," I tell her gently. "What's your name?" She hesitates. Harper. Harper Ellison. I repeated under my breath. Harper. Feels vital and new on my tongue. Harper. I say aloud. Stay put. Don't open the door for anyone except me or the police. Do you understand? Yes. I'm on my way. My tone grows firm, authoritative. Text me your address. All right. Keep your phone in your hand, volume high. I continue. If anything changes, if someone tries to get in, call me. Immediately. A beat of silence, then her voice quiet and quavering. Thank you. I swallow, recalling how I once guided her through a panic attack, how she thanked me then too. I'll be there soon, I say, ending the call before she hears the tension in my breath. Exiting my office, I bark, Rafe! He appears swiftly, concern etched on his face. What's up? I don't bother explaining details. I need you to handle the Reed case. Something came up, urgent. You going alone? Yes. My gaze moves to the lockbox on my desk. I punch in the code, retrieve my Glock, and slip it into a concealed holster beneath my jacket. A personal matter. I'll update you if I need backup. Rafe's eyes narrow. He looks like he wants to ask more, but he respects my boundaries. Got it. Be safe. I grunt a reply, striding across the operations floor. Each step is fueled by a flicker of adrenaline and something more potent, a need to protect Harper. I pass through security doors, out into the cold night. My SUV starts with a low purr and I punch in the address she texts. The neighborhood isn't great. Older buildings, minimal lighting. My gut tightens. As I pull out of Heartline's lot, the phone buzzes again. I switch to hands-free. Yeah? Her voice crackles through the speaker, hushed. I thought I heard something. By my door. Stay quiet, I murmur, pressing the accelerator. I'll be there in 20. All right. She exhales, shaky. I lock the bedroom door. I have a baseball bat. That's good. I keep my tone steady, focusing on the road. Aim for the head or knees if you have to use it. She huffs a breathy laugh, more nerves than humor. Right. Harper, I press gently. Did you see his face? A license plate? No. He had a hoodie, kept his head down. I remember a partial plate, but it happened too fast. Then I ran inside and saw my apartment was trashed. Her voice trembles. I just panicked. You did well, I assure her. We'll figure out who it was. She falls silent. I sense she's close to unraveling. I keep her on the line, occasionally murmuring reassurances while I speed onto the highway. My mind churns with a million questions. Why her? Is this random or targeted? Could it be a stalker from her online presence? She mentioned being an ASMR creator once, and some fans can become obsessive. Eventually, I turn onto her street, scanning the surroundings. Graffiti, flickering streetlights, a rusted gate. Feels deserted, which only makes me tenser. I park near a half-working lamppost, cut the engine, and do a quick visual sweep. Nothing suspicious for the moment. I'm here, I say, stepping out. Which unit? She directs me to the 4th floor, apartment 4B. I slip inside the building, boots echoing on concrete steps. The overhead bulb flickers ominously. My senses go on high alert. Reaching her door, I knock softly. Harper? It's Gideon! The chain rattles and the door opens a crack. I slip inside, scanning for immediate threats, none in sight. The apartment is small, modest, with signs of a break-in obvious. Drawers yanked open, cushions scattered. She stands near the doorway, wearing a loose sweatshirt and leggings, her hair pulled back in a messy twist. There's a bruise forming on her arm. Tension lines her face. You're here, she whispers, voice shaking with relief. My chest constricts. I never stop thinking about you. Yeah, I say, shutting the door behind me. Let me do a quick sweep. Flashlight in hand, I check closets, the tiny kitchen pantry, and the bathroom. Everything's trashed, but empty of intruders. When I return, she sets aside the baseball bat she'd been clutching, hugging herself instead. "Thank you for coming," she says, voice quavering. "I know it's a lot." "You did the right thing." I speak quietly, guiding her to sit on the small couch. She drops onto it, trembling. I settle on the coffee table across from her, trying not to loom. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" She glances at the bruise on her forearm. "Just that and some scrapes. He forced me into a car. I fought back." Her eyes shimmer with tears. I keep thinking he'll come back. A wave of protectiveness rushes through me, hot and fierce. "He won't touch you again, I promise," my voice tight. "But we need to figure out who he is and why he targeted you." She exhales, shoulders slumped. "The police just told me to keep watch. I can't stay here tonight. Not after what happened." I nod, scanning the wreckage of her living space. Tidy touches a crocheted throw. Some softly colored pillows are undone by the break-in's violence. "I have a secure property," I say, meeting her eyes. "A safe house. High-level security. You'll be protected there." She looks momentarily uncertain, maybe not wanting to burden me. Then a tear slips free and she nods. "Okay," she whispers. "Good." I stand, tension humming in my legs. "We'll leave soon, but let me check a few more things." I step over the overturned cushions, peering at the windows, testing the locks, trying to piece together how the intruder got in. Everything seems consistent with a picked lock at the front door. When I'm done, I find Harper still on the couch, arms wrapped around herself. She looks so small and fragile right now, but there's a quiet determination in her eyes that reminds me of how she carried herself years ago. "We'll get your bag, your essentials," I tell her, voice gentler. "Then I'll take you to the safe house." She nods, staring at the floor. I have to think about." She halts, biting her lip like she's on the verge of saying something else. Then she closes her eyes, drawing in a steadying breath. "Let me pack, okay?" "Sure," I say, a knot of worry tightening in my gut. She's hiding something, but I don't push. She'll talk when she's ready. I watch her walk down the narrow hallway, disappearing into what I assume is her bedroom. My gaze sweeps over a table in the corner, a microphone, a pair of headphones, an open notebook with scribbled lines. A reminder of the life she's built as an online content creator, the voice that soothed countless strangers. "Harper," I think, my heart pounding. We had one night together, and it's etched in my mind. She never called, never reached out until now. She returns moments later with a duffel bag, cheeks pale and eyes shadowed. She clasps the strap like a lifeline. I think I'm ready. My phone buzzes, probably Rafe or someone from the ops floor, but I ignore it. Right now, Harper is my priority. I motion for her to rise, giving her space. "Then let's move," I say quietly. "I'll keep you safe." She lifts her head, blinking rapidly as if holding back tears. "Thank you," she says in a trembling voice. You have no idea how much this means." I swallow, unable to voice the thousand things churning inside me. That I've never forgotten her. That I want answers to why she hid away for so long. Instead, I lay a steady hand on her back and guide her to the front door. In the hallway, the dim light flickers again, making her flinch. I tighten my hold. Together, we step back inside the apartment's living room, where I double-check the locks and do one final glance around. No immediate threat. Good. "Harper," I say, turning to face her. "We'll do this step by step. Or first we get you somewhere secure. Then we figure out who tried to hurt you, and why." She nods, but there's a flicker of fear in her eyes that goes deeper than the break-in. Something else is weighing on her. I can feel it. Her gaze slides to the hallway as if she's listening for something. Or someone. "Ready?" I prompt, my voice gentle. "Almost," she whispers, taking a shaky breath. "But before we leave, I need to show you something." Her words catch me off guard. a spark of curiosity and concern flaring in my chest. What could possibly be important right now after all this? I nod cautiously. All right. She parts her lips, as if about to speak, but hesitates. The swirl of emotions on her face warns me that whatever's coming next is going to change everything. Despite the tension, I keep my voice calm. Take your time. She exhales, eyes fluttering shut for a moment. Then she glances toward the short hallway again, uncertain. A faint sound like shuffling reaches my ears. My instincts sharpen. Harper! Is someone else here? She meets my gaze, guilt shadowing her expression. Yes, she finally admits, voice barely audible. Not a roommate exactly, but... Before I can ask further, she crosses to the hallway, every movement radiating nerves. My heart kicks in my chest. Who else could be here? A partner? A friend? Anxiety claws at me, even though I can't pinpoint why. Stay right there, she says softly, motioning for me to wait in the living room. Let me handle it. I nod, stepping back, tension coiling through my body. The flickering overhead bulb and the stale smell of fear in the apartment set my nerves on edge. I have no idea what she's about to reveal, but from the look on her face, it's not small. That's when I hear it, tiny footsteps, a soft rustle like a child's. My heart thuds. Child. But then Harper disappears down the hallway, leaving me standing in the wrecked living room, my pulse thundering. Something about this moment, the hush, the dread in Harper's eyes, tells me my life is about to pivot in a way I never saw coming.
Chapter 3. Harper. I hover at the end of the short hallway, pulse pounding so hard I can feel it in my ears. Gideon stands back in the living room, tension radiating off him. His eyes track my every movement, lit by the flickering overhead bulb. He knows I'm hiding something, or rather, someone. It's time he sees the truth I've kept buried for so long. I force my feet forward, heading to the door of Ivy's bedroom. My breathing hitches when I step inside. She's standing in her toddler bed, half awake, clutching a battered plush bunny with one small hand. The lamplight casts a soft glow on her dark curls, braided into two puffy ponytails. Those big brown eyes lock on mine. "Mommy," she whispers, voice still thick with sleep. What's happening? The guilt hits me like a punch. I'm about to change both our lives forever. "It's okay, baby," I murmur, scooping her into my arms. She's warm and smells like talcum powder, and the faint citrus of the conditioner I use on her curls. "Someone's here to help us." She rubs her face against my shoulder, blinking away the last of her nap. "Help?" "Yeah," my throat constricts. My fingers shake as I cradle her closer. "Let's go see him." I step back into the hallway, each footstep an act of courage or desperation. My heart gallops, because once Gideon sees Ivy, nothing will ever be the same. He's waiting near the couch, the overhead light flickering across his steel gray hair and broad shoulders. His posture is taut, ex-military instincts on high alert. The moment Ivy's sleepy gaze lands on him, he stills. I watch the comprehension dawn on his face, the flicker of shock, confusion, and something like anguish. I swallow, trying to find words, but Ivy makes the first move. She peers at Gideon with childlike solemnity. Then, as if drawn by some invisible thread, she shifts in my arms, reaching a small hand out to him. "Hi," she says in that bright, sweet toddler voice. My lungs clamp. I can't breathe. All I can do is watch Gideon struggle with the realization that the little girl blinking up at him is his child. He takes a hesitant step forward. His voice is low, almost reverent. "Hello, sweetheart." Ivy studies him for a moment, then wiggles in my hold until I set her down. She toddles the remaining distance, stuffed bunny in tow, and tugs at his pant leg. Gideon kneels, slow and careful, meeting her at eye level. I see the turmoil in his blue eyes. Curiosity, shock, and heartbreak all rolled into one. "You have a bunny?" he manages, voice shaking slightly. He glances at the plush animal in Ivy's arms. She nods, proud. "Bun Bun," she announces, hugging it tight. I press a trembling hand to my mouth, tears burning my eyes. The man I kept at arm's length for years is gently talking to my daughter, the same daughter he never knew existed. It's like watching two missing pieces snap into place. Gideon's gaze flicks up to me, silent questions swirling in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me? How long have you kept this from me?" I swallow, my throat raw, but I can't form an answer. Not yet. Ivy glances from him to me, then yawns. "Mommy, thirsty," she says, tugging on my sleeve now. All that childlike innocence cuts right through the tension. "I'll grab her water." Gideon's voice is rough. He rises abruptly, strides into the small kitchen alcove, rummages for a clean cup in the cabinets. I can see his hand shaking when he fills it from the faucet. My cheeks burn with shame and guilt. I stroke Ivy's curls, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "Baby, can you say thank you to him?" She tilts her head. "Thank you," she calls, earnest and bright, as Gideon returns with the water. He kneels again, offering the cup. She gulps noisily, unbothered by the tension swirling around us. Gideon stands, fists clenched at his sides. He struggles for words, gaze locked on Ivy like she might vanish if he blinks. Is she? "Yes," I whisper, unable to hold his stare. "She's yours." His breath leaves him in a shudder. Slowly, he scrubs a hand over his mouth, then moves away from Ivy, like he needs space to absorb the blow. How old is she?" 2. I attempt a steady tone, but my voice trembles. 2.5, actually. She was born 9 months after that night. He exhales sharply, turning to look at Ivy, then back at me. "So all this time?" "I didn't know how to tell you," I say, chest aching with each breath. "We parted ways with no promises. I only had your business card. And once I realized I was pregnant, I thought you wouldn't want to be involved. Or worse, you wouldn't believe me." My hands shake as I hold Ivy, who's now dozing off against my shoulder. I was terrified. His jaw works, muscles flexing in silent fury or heartbreak. I can't tell which. "Terrified or not, it's my right to know," he says quietly. Each word deliberate. "She's my daughter. You didn't give me a choice." Tears spill over. "I know," I whisper. "I'm so sorry." Ivy squirms, sensing my distress. "Mommy," she murmurs, confusion crinkling her little brow. I seal my lips, pressing them in a thin line, trying to keep it together for her sake. "It's all right, baby," I say in a gentler tone. "We're just talking." Gideon's gaze drops to Ivy's face again, the lines on his forehead deepening. He opens his mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. Then he steps forward, palms up, like he wants to hold her but isn't sure if he's allowed. His voice lowers to a near whisper. "Hey, sweetheart, you must be tired. How about we let you lie down for a bit?" She just blinks, uncertain. I can see the exhaustion in her eyes. She's had a restless evening. Despite the chaos, my maternal instinct kicks in. "I'll put her down," I say, gently shifting Ivy in my arms. "She should sleep." Gideon nods stiffly. Stepping aside so I can maneuver back into her bedroom, the second I'm out of his line of sight, tears stream down my cheeks. I've hurt him. It's all my fault. I settle Ivy in her toddler bed, stroking her hair until her eyes flutter shut. She's so trusting, so unaware of the turmoil raging in the next room. When I return to the living room, Gideon is standing by the window, his tall frame silhouetted against the city lights. He turns at my approach, and the heartbreak on his face nearly undoes me. Silence weighs on us, thick with everything we haven't said. Finally, he breaks it. "You should have called me," he murmurs, "the moment you found out." I hug my arms around myself, tears drying in a sticky trail on my cheeks. I wanted to, Gideon. I really did. But I was scared and alone. We didn't know each other. Not really. I thought you'd see it as a trap or a burden. My voice cracks. I was afraid you'd resent her. His jaw clenches. I wouldn't have resented her, he says, anger and hurt threading his tone. Do I look like a man who'd walk away from his own kid? I can't answer that without breaking down further. Instead, I force out, I'm sorry, I didn't handle it right, but I'm telling you now because someone broke in. Someone tried to take me. And if they learn about Ivy, God, I can't even think about it. His expression darkens. They won't touch either of you, he says, voice taut with resolve. I swear it. In the tension of this moment, I remember the other reason he's here, to protect me from a stalker or an intruder. And now he knows there's more than just me at stake. So what do? I whisper. We follow the plan, he replies, each word measured. I'll get you both someplace safe. Heartlines, secure property. Once I know you're secure, we figure out who's threatening you. Then, quieter. And we talk about our daughter. My heart cracks at the raw edge in his voice. That's fair. I glance around the trashed apartment, the glaring overhead light making the scene feel unreal. I'll need to grab her coat, maybe a few toys. His nod is abrupt. I'll install a car seat in my SUV. You have one, right? Yeah, it's stored in the closet. She rarely rides with me since I don't drive much, but I have it. I move toward the hallway to retrieve it. My legs feel shaky, like they might give out beneath me. Gideon watches me closely, as if worried I'll vanish. There's a haunted look in his eyes I've never seen before. The look of a man blindsided by fatherhood he never signed up for, but also can't deny. I hate that I caused him this pain. I grab the small car seat, rummage for Ivy's thickest coat, a blanket, and a battered stuffed dinosaur she refuses to sleep without. My mind buzzes, struggling to process that I'm about to leave my home in the dead of night with Gideon Rourke, the biological father of my child, to escape a threat I can't even name yet. When I return, he hasn't moved from his spot by the window. He's scanning the street, probably checking for suspicious vehicles. The street lamp outside flickers erratically, casting ghostly shadows. Ready? He asks, not looking at me. I nod, holding the car seat in a death grip. We just need to get Ivy. She's half asleep. He finally turns, his expression grim. All right, let's do this. I'll carry the seat. I pass it to him, noticing how his large hands dwarf the plastic handle. He checks it with quick, efficient motions, like a man used to dealing with gear. My heart twists, thinking how he might have been installing car seats for his own daughter if I'd told him sooner. But there's no time for that regret now. We'll be safe at your safe house? I ask, my voice small. His gaze flicks to me. Yes, we have security systems, cameras, motion detectors. No one gets in without me knowing. A pause. You'll both be secure. I just nod, swallowing hard, then move to Ivy's room. She's stirring, whimpering softly at being woken. I lift her into my arms, blanket and stuffed dinosaur clutched alongside her. She mumbles something incoherent. Hiding her face in my neck, Gideon waits near the door, shoulders tense. When I approach, he presses a hand to the doorknob, scanning the apartment one last time. Let's go. We slip out into the dimly lit corridor. The overhead fluorescent buzzes, flickering in that off-kilter rhythm that sets my nerves on edge. Each step echoes too loud, as if announcing we're leaving. I glance over my shoulder, a chill racing down my spine at the thought of someone lurking, but Gideon is right behind us, a protective presence that steadies my racing heart. Downstairs, the night air bites my cheeks. I cradle Ivy, making sure the blanket covers her. She shifts, letting out a little whine of protest at the cold and unfamiliar hour. "Shh, it's okay," I whisper, pressing a kiss to her temple. Gideon stops at his black SUV parked by the curb, sets down the car seat, and opens the back door. He works quickly, latching and adjusting straps with the confidence of a man who's installed gear under worse conditions. My stomach tightens. He's never done this for his own child. Because of me. He turns, meeting my gaze. All set. I carefully settle Ivy into the seat, tucking the blanket around her. She whimpers, then clings to my hand as I buckle her in. She's too groggy to fuss more, just blinking with big, confused eyes. Gideon watches every movement, expression carved with unspoken emotion. Once Ivy's secure, he closes the door gently, like she's made of glass. It's such a small gesture, but it makes me want to weep all over again. He motions for me to take the passenger seat in front. My legs are unsteady as I walk around. Sliding in, I exhale shakily. The hush inside the SUV contrasts with the swirl of fear in my gut. Gideon settles behind the wheel, keys jingling in his grip. For a long moment, neither of us says anything. He starts the engine. "We'll talk when we get to the safe house," he says, voice hushed, as if not wanting to wake Ivy more than necessary. There's a lot we need to figure out. I glance at the rearview mirror, see my daughter's sleepy face, and then at Gideon's profile, grim, determined, and still carrying that wounded light in his eyes. "Yeah," I whisper. "I know." With that, Gideon pulls away from the curb. The dimmed street lamps smear across the windows, and I feel the weight of everything pressing down on me. The break-in, the secret of Ivy's existence, and the realization that Gideon Rourke, the man I tried to keep out of my life, is now irrevocably bound to me through the daughter we share. As we drive into the dark, I tighten my hold on the seatbelt, my thoughts roaring with questions I can't yet face. All I know is that we're running toward temporary safety, and maybe, just maybe, a chance to right the wrongs I've done. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Gideon. The city lights blur in streaks of neon and headlights as I drive, each passing block a fresh reminder of the secrets Harper kept. She's in my passenger seat, a hollow look on her face, arms crossed protectively around her middle. Our daughter, my daughter Ivy, is dozing in the back, her small frame bundled in a coat and blanket. The hum of the engine feels too loud, a static that irritates my already frayed nerves. I grip the wheel, knuckles whitening. My anger simmers, coiled tight in my gut. It's laced with worry so sharp it almost cuts. I catch sight of Harper in my peripheral vision, her profile lit by the passing glow of street lamps. She's got dark curls escaping her loose headscarf, stress lines marking her forehead. She hasn't spoken since we pulled away from her apartment. Neither have I. I can't look at her right now. I crave to unleash every emotion I've bottled up these past few years. Rage, betrayal, a hollow ache at missing 2 years of Ivy's life. But there's a sleeping child in the back seat, and more importantly, there's a threat looming out there. A man tried to snatch Harper. That means I can't afford to lose control. I push the accelerator a little harder, scanning the road ahead. Almost midnight, the street's half empty. A few pedestrians linger at corners, huddled in jackets. I turn onto a main avenue, heading for the highway that'll take us to Heartline's safe house. A small exhale from Harper breaks the silence. Gideon? My lips press together as I hold all my questions in. Yeah? She opens her mouth, hesitates. Never mind, she murmurs, glancing out the side window. Frustration burns through me. My knee bounces restlessly, the old signs of tension I've tried to bury. If you have something to say, I grind out. Just say it. She swallows hard, fiddling with the fraying cuff of her sweater. I was going to ask, how bad is the threat, in your opinion? Her tone is cautious, as if she's trying not to set me off. Could it be random? I think of the break-in, the man who tried to haul her into a car. Random attacks happen, but this felt targeted. I don't think it's random, I say bluntly, voice clipped. Someone picked your lock. Someone knew where to find you. Her breath catches. I was afraid of that. I say nothing. My eyes flick to the rearview mirror, a quick check on Ivy. She's got her head tilted to one side, lips parted in half sleep. My chest tightens at the sight of her. She's so small, and I missed every single milestone until now. My phone buzzes. Balancing one hand on the wheel, I flick the call button on my console. Rafe's voice echoes through the speaker. Boss, you good? Busy, I answer, short and brusque. Rafe exhales. I checked local PD logs, no leads on the attacker yet. They do have a partial plate matching the neighbor's statement, but it's not enough. The car's probably stolen. I keep my eyes on the road, then keep digging. Sure thing. I'll update you if anything solid turns up. I grunt in acknowledgement, ending the call. Harper is staring at me, I can feel it. The tension in the SUV crackles like static electricity. We lapse into silence again, only the rush of passing cars filling the space. We reach a wide intersection. The glare of a neon convenience store sign catches my eye. 24/7's Pharmacy. I realize we left Harper's place in a hurry. Who knows what she managed to pack for Ivy? I slow to a stop at the red light. I'm pulling over, I announce. Need to grab a few things in case we have to hunker down at the safe house longer than expected. Harper looks surprised. This time of night? Better now than later. There's a risk if we wait until morning. I don't add that my adrenaline is too high to just keep driving. I need a moment to calm down, to think. And if there's anything Ivy might need, diapers, snacks, formula, or medication for a toddler, I sure as hell don't know. I missed that crash course. She nods mutely. I turn into the small parking lot and find a spot near the entrance, scanning the perimeter. The fluorescent lights of the store create a harsh pool of illumination against the dark. The lot is mostly empty except for a battered sedan near the corner. Suspicion pricks at me. I never trust an empty lot in the middle of the night. I shift into park, drumming my fingers on the wheel. Stay here with Ivy, I say. I'll check inside first. If it's clear, you can come in. Harper's eyes widen a fraction. Can I come? You might need to pick out anything specific for her. The word comes out tight, my chest constricting again. I won't know what brand or size. She seems hesitant, probably reading the anger in my face, but eventually she nods. All right. I slip out, scanning my surroundings, hand hovering near the concealed holster at my side. The night air is crisp, carrying the faint smell of gasoline and concrete. My boots make a steady thud against the pavement. A quick glance through the store's glass door shows a lone cashier at the counter, a bored expression on his face. No immediate signs of a threat. I step inside, ignoring the flicker of surprise in the cashier's eyes as he sees me, a tall, broad-shouldered guy in a black jacket, face set in a grim line. The overhead lights buzz. Shelves of shampoo, snacks, and over-the-counter meds line the aisle. My ears pick up the hum of a cheap radio near the cashier, some pop station playing at low volume. With an abrupt turn, I stride back out to the SUV, open Harper's door. Coast seems clear. Let's go quickly. She unbuckles, glancing into the back seat. Should I wake Ivy? We can't just leave her here alone. The idea of leaving my daughter alone in a car sends a spike of protective fear through me. But the alternative, dragging a sleepy toddler into a store at midnight, makes me edgy too. I sigh, scrubbing a hand across my forehead. I'll carry her inside. We move fast. Harper nods, hesitating. Her eyes are glassy with fatigue and leftover tears. I clench my jaw, fighting the urge to comfort her. Instead, I tug open the back door and carefully unbuckle Ivy from her seat. She stirs, letting out a faint whine. Tiny arms curl around my neck when I lift her, and the warmth of her small body against my chest hits me like a punch. My kid. I missed everything until now. Harper stands by, biting her lip. She rubs Ivy's back softly. Shh, baby, we're just going inside for a moment. I force down the emotion that's choking me and nod at Harper. Together, we head into the store. I keep Ivy's weight balanced in my left arm, my right hand free to respond if something goes sideways. The cashier gives us a cursory glance, then returns to staring at his phone. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead as we move down the first aisle. Harper's voice is low. I'm not sure if we'll need diapers, but maybe pull-ups for nighttime, and she's mostly potty trained now. Her tone wavers with an odd mix of pride and embarrassment, like she's worried I might judge. She's wearing a bigger size in clothes now, about a 3T or 4T, depending on the brand. I swallow hard. This is a normal parenting conversation, one I should have been part of all along. Right, I say, voice tight. Let's see if they have some pull-ups, maybe a small pack. As we move along the aisle, Ivy shifts in my arms, blinking in the harsh store light. Her gaze lands on a display of colorful plushies. Froggy, she mutters sleepily, pointing. Harper offers a thin smile. She loves animals. One day she insisted on adopting a stuffed turtle from the grocery store. She glances up at me, then away, as if worried I'll snap at her for reminiscing. I nod stiffly, trying to keep the swirl of guilt and anger in check. Anything else? She glances at the shelves of baby wipes, formula, sippy cups. I should grab some wipes for the road, maybe a small snack. If we're at the safe house for a couple of days, I want to have things she's used to. Fine, I say, turning my gaze to the entrance, hyper alert. My paranoia sparks. I check each passerby outside, every flicker of movement reflected in the store's windows. The battered sedan still sits in the corner of the lot, no sign of an occupant. My shoulders knot, but I told myself to keep breathing. Focus. No threat, just a routine stop. Harper snags a small pack of pull-ups, wipes, and a box of toddler-friendly snack bars. I shift Ivy to my other arm, ignoring the ache in my bicep. She's half asleep against my jacket, breathing slow and warm. Each soft breath stabs me with fresh regret. When we reach the counter, the cashier barely looks up, scanning items with mechanical boredom. $29.95, he mumbles. I ease my right hand into my pocket, fishing out my wallet. Harper moves to grab hers, but I'm faster. I deposit exact change, not trusting the guy behind the counter with a card transaction. I want to move in and out, no trace. Outside, the breeze slaps me in the face and I scan the lot again, still empty save for that sedan and our SUV. I exchange a tense glance with Harper before guiding her back to the vehicle. When I set Ivy in her seat, she whimpers, half-lidded eyes fluttering. Harper immediately leans in, smoothing a hand over Ivy's curls. "Shh, sweet girl," she whispers. "Almost done." I stand guard, letting them have that moment. The tender way Harper touches Ivy slices through my anger, just enough to remind me that this situation is complicated. She's not my enemy. She's the mother of my child, fighting her own battles, but the betrayal still burns. We climb back into the SUV, and I waste no time pulling onto the main road, merging into light traffic. My mind churns with questions. Who targeted Harper? Why? And how do I reconcile the fact that she kept Ivy from me for 2 years? My thoughts race in circles until I can't keep them bottled anymore. "Why didn't you call me, Harper?" I ask suddenly, not taking my eyes off the road. "After you found out you were pregnant, you had my number." Her breath comes out shaky. "I told you. I was afraid. We were strangers with one night between us." She sounds near tears again. "I was worried you'd think I was lying, trying to trap you." I grit my teeth. "I gave you that card because I wanted to hear from you. I trail off, swallowing the raw emotion pressing at my throat. "Damn it, Harper. Did you think I'd run away from my responsibilities?" She draws in a wobbly breath. "I thought you might. People leave all the time. I've seen it happen." Her voice drops to a whisper. I couldn't handle that kind of rejection, so I told myself we'd be fine on our own. Anger and hurt surge in me again. "You never even gave me a chance," I say, voice low and harsh. "You decided for me." She doesn't respond. I glance over. Her face is turned toward the window, eyes glimmering under the streetlights. My chest clenches. Everything in me wants to shake her, demand she see how wrong that was. But the fear in her posture stops me. She spent the night fleeing an attacker. Now she's bracing for my anger. The last thing I want is to pile more trauma on her. I exhale, loosening my death grip on the wheel. "We'll talk more when we're safe," I say, each word forced out through tension. "Right now, I just need to get you both behind secure walls." She nods, swiping at her eyes. "Thank you," she whispers. A hollow silence follows. I focus on navigating the ramp onto the highway. The neon glare of the city recedes, replaced by sparse lights of the outskirts. My phone buzzes again, but I let it ring. Probably Rafe with an update, or some other Heartline staffer. Right now I can't bear any more noise. Time passes in a blur of asphalt and headlights. Eventually the highway opens up to a less populated stretch, the safe house another 20 minutes out. I keep checking the mirrors for potential tails. My old training never really turned off. Nothing suspicious appears, but I'm keyed up anyway. Harper breaks the silence with a whisper. "Gideon?" "Yeah?" She hesitates, voice trembling. "I'm sorry," she says. "I know that doesn't fix anything, but I just need you to know I never meant to hurt you." I swallow past the swelling feeling in my throat, eyes locked on the road. I can't forgive her yet, not when the betrayal is still so fresh, but I can't deny the fear and regret shading her words. "We'll figure it out," I say quietly, refusing to make any promises. Her shoulders sag with relief or resignation, maybe both. "Okay," she breathes. We drive on in weighted silence. Ivy shifts behind me, a soft sigh escaping her parted lips. I glance in the rear view. The overhead nightlight from the dash illuminates her small face. She has Harper's complexion, warm brown with a golden undertone, and I see flashes of my own features in her brow, the shape of her nose. A pang of emotion grips me, fierce and confusing. I turn my gaze back to the dark road ahead. I'm furious and protective all at once, heartsick over the lost time, and terrified of the danger swirling around us. But I have a job to do. Keep them safe. That's the one thing I understand. The rest, fatherhood, betrayal, heartbreak, I'll have to grapple with later. As the SUV eats up the miles, I try to steady my breathing, reminding myself that I'm trained for high-stakes missions. This may be the most personal op of my life, but the principle remains. Protect the innocent, neutralize threats, survive. I glance at Harper's profile one more time, anger and longing tangling in my chest. No matter how betrayed I feel, I can't fail them now. I press the gas pedal a little harder, pushing us closer to the refuge of the safe house. If nothing else, I can make sure Harper and Ivy sleep behind locked doors tonight. After that, we'll face the rest. Together or not, we'll figure it out. For Ivy's sake, if nothing else.
Chapter 5. Harper. The hum of Gideon's SUV engine finally cuts out, leaving a tense hush in its wake. My pulse throbs in my ears as I stare out the windshield, trying to gather myself enough to step into the night. We've parked outside a squat, unassuming building with cement walls and blacked-out windows. No sign, no house number, just an electronic keypad by the heavy steel door. The security lights overhead cast harsh white circles on the pavement. It's close to 1 a.m, and my nerves are frayed to the point of snapping. Still, I force myself to unbuckle my seatbelt. My limbs feel stiff and shaky from the drive, from the avalanche of revelations this evening. We're at Gideon's safe house, the man I once spent a single night with, and the father of my daughter I never told him about until tonight. I glance over at him. His profile is all rigid lines and controlled focus, steel gray hair cropped close, pale eyes flicking between the rearview mirror and the building's entrance. Even in the dim glow of the security lights, I see the tension coiled in his jaw. Ivy is still asleep in her car seat behind us, head lolling to one side. I hold my breath, desperate not to wake her. I'm not prepared for more questions, or for more heartbreak if she senses his anger. Without a word, Gideon slips out of the driver's side. In the quiet, I hear the subtle click of a holster strap. He's armed. I'd be naive to think otherwise, but hearing it unsettles me. I watch him do a quick scan of the surroundings, posture taut and alert, before rounding the vehicle to open my door. He doesn't meet my eyes. "I'll get Ivy," he says, voice low. "You go input the code." The code? My throat feels raw, like I've been screaming except I haven't. Not outwardly. He jerks his chin toward the keypad by the door. The passcode is 2985, then press the star button. Hurry. I slip out of the SUV, shoulders hunched against the night chill. My sweats feel inadequate for the breeze. The safe house smells like fresh paint and something chemical, maybe cleaning supplies. I punch in the code with shaking fingers, and the lock buzzes. A heavy clunk echoes before the door unlocks. A second later, Gideon comes around the car, carrying Ivy against his chest. She's wrapped in her blanket, her curls a slightly tangled halo around her face. He cradles her with one arm like it's second nature. My gut churns at the sight. He never had the chance to do this before. "Inside," he murmurs, focusing on me just long enough for me to see a flicker of anger mixed with protectiveness in his gaze. I step in first, flipping a switch on the wall. Overhead fluorescents blink awake, illuminating a narrow entryway and bare gray walls. This place looks more like a military bunker than a home. There's a reinforced door to one side, a security console with multiple camera feeds, and a short hallway branching off to the right. Gideon nods me forward. "Through that door." I push it open, entering a small living space that's stark but functional. A couch, a sturdy coffee table, a few chairs. The floor is polished concrete, the windows covered by thick blinds. Everything screams temporary refuge, not comfort. Gideon follows, gently shifting Ivy. She whimpers, blinking under the harsh light. "Mommy?" she mumbles sleepily. "I'm here, baby," I say softly, stepping closer to stroke her hair. "You're safe." She settles back against Gideon's chest, as if trusting him implicitly. It stings how quickly she's taken to him, and also warms something deep in my chest that's been cold for years. The contradictory feelings swirl, leaving me unsteady. Gideon clears his throat. Bedrooms down the hall. He jerks his head toward another door. We have a couple of rooms with beds, minimal furniture. It's not fancy. Fancy isn't what we need, I say quietly, following him. The hallway has 2 doors on each side, all metal, each with a small label. Room A, Room B, storage, utility. Gideon opens the door marked Room A, revealing a space with a queen-sized bed, a dresser, and a thick steel shutter where the window should be. He steps in, carefully lowering Ivy onto the bed. She stirs, eyes half open. When he tries to pull back, she grabs a handful of his shirt, mumbling, "Gideon," in her tiny voice. My heart clenches. She's taken his name, her father's name, and turned it into a toddler mispronunciation. "Ivy, sweetie," I say, tucking the blanket around her. "It's late, so time to sleep, okay?" She sucks on her bottom lip, gaze flicking from me to Gideon. "Stay?" she whispers. Gideon's face contorts with a million emotions at once. He glances at me, silent question in his eyes. I swallow, then manage a small nod. "Yes, baby. We're both here. You can rest now." That seems to satisfy her. She releases his shirt, letting him ease back. Within seconds, she's drifting off, small mouth parted in an exhausted pout. My chest aches at the scene. Gideon standing beside the bed, watchful, while Ivy's breath slows into the soft rhythm of sleep. It's painfully domestic, something I never expected to witness in a fortified safe house. Quietly, Gideon gestures for me to step out. I follow him into the hallway, shutting the door until it's just barely ajar. The corridor light hums with electricity, the walls unadorned. He folds his arms across his chest, biceps straining his jacket. "There's another bedroom," he says, voice stiff. "For you." I catch the subtext. He'll take the couch or a spare bed. A wave of relief mingled with regret washes over me. "Thank you," I say. "That's probably best." We walk back into the main living area, neither of us speaking for a moment. Tension crackles, the air thick with unsaid things. Finally, I muster the courage to speak. "Look, Gideon, this is just temporary, right? Just until it's safe to go home." His gaze whips to mine, ice blue eyes narrowing slightly. "Temporary, sure, but as long as you're under threat, you stay here. Ivy stays here, under my watch." He sounds so certain, like there's no room for debate. I draw a shaky breath. I don't want to complicate things. I just need to protect Ivy. You're the only one I trust to handle this. But I hesitate, searching for the right words. "We keep this about safety, not about us." His jaw tenses. "Us," he echoes, like the word itself is an insult. "It's not about us. It's about the daughter you kept from me for 2 years. My stomach twists. "Yes," I whisper, head lowering. "I know." Silence thickens. My eyes drift over the details of the safe house. Reinforced windows, minimal furniture, the faint smell of disinfectant. It's a fortress, and it feels like one. A far cry from my cozy apartment with plush rugs and soft lighting. "Harper," Gideon's voice pulls me back. "You don't have to like me, but I will protect both of you. I won't fail you again." I swallow hard. "You didn't fail me, Gideon. You didn't even know." As soon as the words leave my mouth, I wish I could snatch them back. They highlight my guilt, the choice I made to stay silent. He exhales, frustration carved into every hard angle of his expression. "We'll work out the details later," he finally says. "Right now it's late, and we all need rest. Tomorrow I'll go through security protocols with you. Rafe might come by to drop off extra gear. That okay?" My instincts bristle. Rafe is Gideon's second in command, a stranger to me. But I can't argue about something as basic as more security. Sure, I murmur. Whatever it takes. He nods, then rubs a hand over his eyes. The stark overhead lighting makes the silver strands in his hair more prominent, and I notice faint lines around his eyes. He looks like he's carrying the weight of 1,000 regrets. Maybe we're both drowning in them. Let me show you your room, he says abruptly. Then I'll do one last check of the perimeter. I follow him down the short hallway to another door, marked Room B. Inside, there's a twin bed, fresh sheets, a military-style blanket, and a small nightstand. No decorations or personal touches. Just a lamp with a dim bulb casting shadows against the concrete walls. It's more cell than bedroom. But I can't complain about safe shelter when someone tried to abduct me mere hours ago. Gideon lingers in the doorway, tension radiating from him. For a moment, our eyes lock, and the heaviness in my chest becomes almost unbearable. I think he wants to say something. Maybe lash out, maybe comfort me. Instead, he just nods once. Get some sleep, he says, voice rough. I'll be in the living area if you need anything. Before I can form a reply, he closes the door, leaving me alone. The silence envelops me. I catch my reflection in a wall mirror across from the bed. My face is splotchy, dark circles under my eyes, hair frizzing at the edges. I barely recognize myself. Perch on the corner of the mattress, I rub my palms over my thighs, trying to quell the tremble in my limbs. Temporary. That's the word I cling to. We'll stay here until Gideon deems it safe for us to leave. Then hopefully, this entire nightmare, stalker, break-in, secrets, will fade. My heart clenches with the knowledge that Gideon won't fade from Ivy's life now, but it means letting down the walls I built so carefully around me and my daughter. Exhaustion crashes over me. I slip out of my sneakers and peel off the hoodie, leaving me in a threadbare tank and leggings. The bed is hard, the pillow flat. Still, I collapse onto it, muscles aching, mind spinning. I close my eyes, but sleep remains elusive. My head buzzes with half-formed fears. The faceless man who grabbed me, rummaging through my apartment. Gideon's blazing fury as he realized Ivy is his. The guilt gnawing at my insides. The humiliating terror of admitting I'm in danger, that I need help. At some point, I drift off, only to startle awake to a muffled cry. Ivy's cry. My heart lurches. My mind scrambles for the time. Maybe an hour has passed. I jump up, rush into the hallway, nearly colliding with Gideon doing the same. We lock eyes in the dim corridor. She's crying, I gasp, hair askew. He nods, silent, fear flashing in his eyes. We move together, pushing open the door to room A. Ivy sits up in bed, tears in her eyes, calling for me in that desperate toddler wail. Her little fists rub her cheeks. Mommy! I approach, gathering her into my arms. Gideon stands a step behind me, his presence looming but not threatening. Shh, baby, I coo. I'm right here. She sniffles. Bad dream, she mumbles, tucking herself into my arms. My own heart races, adrenaline spiking, as though the intruder is here in this room. It's okay, I whisper, eyes drifting to Gideon. He looks stricken. Unsure of whether to step in, Ivy lifts her head, noticing him. She stretches a hand out, demanding his attention. Gideon, she repeats, voice quivering. Hesitation flickers across his face, but he closes the distance, crouching by the bed. Yeah, sweetheart. His tone softens to a gentle rumble. Ivy sniffs, tears glistening on her lashes. Stay? Gideon's gaze meets mine. A question, asking if it's all right. My throat tightens, but I nod. So he sits on the far end of the bed, big body careful not to jostle her. She immediately shifts, half leaning onto him. Her tiny hand gripping his forearm. Something in my chest cracks at the sight. They look like they've done this 100 times, a father comforting his child from a nightmare. I shift to give them space, heart throbbing with conflicting emotions. This is just for protection, I remind myself. Temporary. But as I watch Gideon rub Ivy's back in slow circles, hear his quiet murmur of reassurance, I can't ignore the warmth blooming in my chest. Within minutes, Ivy's breathing evens out. Her hand stays on his arm, even in sleep. Gideon carefully withdraws, gaze lingering on her small form. "Better?" I whisper, forcing a shaky smile. He dips his head in a nod, throat working. "Yeah." His eyes flick to me, something unspoken passing between us. Anger, longing, regret. It's all there in a swirl I can't decipher. I carefully drape the blanket over Ivy, her soft curls peeking out. She looks peaceful now, heartbreakingly oblivious to the tension between her parents. My fingers twitch with the urge to scoop her back into my arms and never let go. But she's safe, and for the moment, she's resting. Gideon stands, motions for me to follow him into the hallway again. He closes the door quietly, one big hand lingering on the knob. Then he turns to me, face etched in shadows. "We'll find a way to keep her safe," he says, voice low. "No matter what else is between us, we agree on that." I swallow hard, tears threatening again. "Yes," I whisper. "She's all that matters." For a heartbeat, we stand there, neither moving. Then he nods once, like that's settled. "Get some rest, Harper," he says, stepping back toward the living room. The distance feels like miles. "We'll talk tomorrow." He walks off, footsteps heavy on the concrete, leaving me alone with the hollow pang of unfinished conversations and the faint glow of the hallway light. I rub my arms, retreating to my room, reminding myself, this is just temporary, for Ivy's sake. But somewhere deep in my chest, I suspect there's no going back to what my life was before. Not when Gideon's presence cracks open every wall I've built. Not now that he knows we share a daughter.
Chapter 6. Gideon. I wake to the distant sound of small, pattering footsteps. A second later, a giggle echoes in the corridor, soft but clear in the hush of morning. My entire body tenses out of habit. I'm used to jerking awake at the slightest noise, scanning my surroundings. But this time, my pulse slows when I remember where I am. The safe house. And that laugh almost certainly belongs to Ivy. I push upright on the couch, blinking away the grogginess. The overhead light is off, replaced by weak daylight filtering in through reinforced shutters. My neck aches from sleeping half-sitting, half-lying. But I'd rather have eyes on the entrance than take a bed. Heartline training doesn't die easily, especially not with a threat looming. Standing, I roll my shoulders until the stiffness pops. My reflection in the mirrored surface of a wall panel shows the same man I've been for years. Gray hair clipped short, lines of weariness etched around my pale blue eyes. But there's something new in my expression today. A guarded softness I can't quite shake. The father in me. Father. Hell. I follow the muffled voices down the short hallway leading to the kitchen. The smell of coffee hits me first, dark and strong. Then I see Harper perched at the tiny counter, wearing a slightly wrinkled t-shirt and leggings. Her hair is tucked into a sleep scarf, a few curls escaping around her temples. Ivy stands beside her, arms resting on the cabinet, rocking on her heels with excitement over something. Probably coffee making, or maybe just the novelty of exploring a new place. Harper glances up when I appear, her face immediately shuddering into something cautious. "Morning," she offers softly. "Morning," I reply, voice rough from lack of sleep. Ivy's eyes light up when she spots me. "Gideon!" She points at the coffee pot like she's telling me a big secret. "Mommy says it's hot." I can't help the small tug at the corner of my mouth. "Is that right?" I set my palm on the back of my neck, still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I have a toddler greeting me in the morning. She bounces on her toes and I notice that tiny crinkle of her nose, familiar as my own reflection. "Yeah," Ivy chirps. She wrinkles that nose again, just once, in a way that sends a jolt straight to my chest. I do that same thing when I'm concentrating. I've caught myself scowling or scrunching my nose while working on security logs. God, she's mine. Harper clears her throat, pulling me from my thoughts. I found some coffee grounds in one of the cabinets. Looks a little old, but it's better than nothing. Her tone is polite. Careful. Do you want a cup? I nod slowly. Sure. Thanks. Her wary politeness stings, but I guess it's all we can manage right now. She moves with the sort of defensive grace as she preps another mug, as if expecting a confrontation any second. Meanwhile, Ivy keeps inching closer to me, curiosity shining in her big dark eyes. How'd you sleep? I ask quietly, more out of courtesy than anything else. My eyes lingers on the faint shadows under Harper's eyes. She exhales, one shoulder lifting in a shrug. On and off. This place takes getting used to. Her words come out clipped, but I sense the anxiety beneath them. Ivy kept waking up. New environment, I guess. I grunt. Yeah. A memory from last night flickers. Ivy's small hand fisting my shirt, her tearful eyes as she asked me to stay. I heard her cry around 4. Was going to check on her, but you beat me to it. Harper's mouth tightens, the guilt in her gaze impossible to miss. I wish I didn't see it. Didn't feel it, too. She hands me a steaming mug, then lifts Ivy onto her hip. I should feed her breakfast. I, brought some snack bars, but that's hardly a meal. She glances around the bare kitchen. Is there anything here? I half shrug. We keep some basic rations for emergencies, canned soup, protein bars, freeze-dried meals. Not exactly toddler-friendly. We can do a supply run later. She nods, hugging Ivy closer. All right. An awkward pause settles. I sip the coffee bitter, stale, but caffeine is caffeine. After breakfast, I say, I need to show you both how the security system works. Cameras, alarms, panic button. I want you to know where everything is. Harper shifts, adjusting Ivy's weight. Right, she murmurs. Just let me get her settled. I watch them as Harper sets Ivy on the ground. Ivy squirms away, her little foot tapping against the tile floor in a restless rhythm. Another trait that echoes me. She's definitely mine. The realization is so heavy it almost knocks the breath out of me. While Harper rummages through her small duffel bag for a snack bar, I kneel beside Ivy. Hey, I say softly. You doing okay? She purses her lips, then grins. Want to run, she announces, voice carrying that irrepressible toddler excitement. Run? I echo, glancing around the cramped kitchen. Not much space, but kids don't seem to mind. Where? Here. She does a small circle, arms flailing. Her laugh is bright, unburdened. How does she hold so much joy after last night's chaos? My chest tightens. Harper stands, pressing the snack bar into Ivy's hand. Easy, baby girl. Eat first, then you can run all you want. She shoots me a look apology or embarrassment, I can't tell. She gets hyper if she doesn't eat. It's fine, I say quietly. Kids have energy. At that, Ivy clutches the snack bar, beaming, and scampers off to the living area. I follow with my gaze, protective instincts flaring. The safe house is secure, but the idea of her out of my sight knots my stomach in ways I never expected. That's fatherhood, I guess. Like a switch has flipped. And now everything is a potential threat. Harper notices my tense posture and sighs. She's safe here, right? The faintest challenge in her tone. I clench my jaw. Yes, still, I prefer she stays where I can see her. She nods, and for a moment we share a fragile moment of agreement. We both want Ivy protected. Then she clears her throat. So, the security system? Right. Time to handle the logistics. I motion for her to follow me into the next room, a small hub with monitors and a control panel. She sets her coffee on a metal desk, eyes darting over the screens. Each feed shows a different angle of the exterior. Parking lot, alley, main entrance, rooftop. She stands so near I can sense the faint scent of her skin. Something warm and soft beneath stale coffee. Cameras cover all sides, I explain, pointing. If you see anything suspicious, you press this alarm button here. I tap a small red button on the console. That locks down the building. Windows reinforce. External shutters seal. It also alerts me and my second-in-command, Rafe, at Heartline HQ. Her lips part, tension making her shoulders tight. Understood. I show her the separate switch for the motion sensors, the digital readouts for who enters or exits. She's quiet, watchful. That same hush from last night surrounds us, the air thick with everything we aren't discussing. Like how I was blindsided by fatherhood, how she's trying to hold it together. I notice Ivy in the reflection of a monitor. She's skipping around the couch, snack bar in hand. The sight draws a pang of warmth through me. Without thinking, I find myself saying, "She's got your eyes." Harper's head jerks toward me, eyes wide. What? I swallow, frustration mixing with a need to connect. I notice things about her. She wrinkles her nose like me, but her eyes are yours. Big, warm. I rub a hand over the back of my neck, feeling unsteady in a way I hate. I never had a chance to see that. Her expression clouds, regret flickering. "I know," she whispers, voice breaking slightly. "I'm sorry you missed everything." Silence. I could push the blame, but it won't change the past. Instead, I clench my jaw and turn back to the monitors. Anyway, that's the gist. Security 101. If you have questions, ask. She exhales. "Thank you," she murmurs, stepping back. Her arms wrap around herself like she's cold. "Let me check on Ivy." I nod, letting her slip away. Once she's gone, I sag into the chair at the console, running a hand over my face. God, this is harder than any op I've commanded. A child in the next room who's half me. A woman I can't decide if I want to yell at or comfort. Focus, Rourke. Eventually, I push to my feet, heading into the living area. Ivy's made a game out of stacking the couch cushions into a small fort, babbling to herself. She glances up at me, grin lighting her face. "I'm building," she declares, triumphant. Harper stands by, arms folded protectively across her chest, as though trying not to intrude on my attempt to be whatever I'm supposed to be to Ivy. I approach slowly, dropping into a crouch beside my daughter's improvised fortress. "You need reinforcements?" I ask, injecting a note of dry humor I'm not sure I can sustain. Ivy nods vigorously. "Help me, cushion's heavy!" A faint chuckle escapes me. "Sure, kid." I lift one of the bigger cushions, placing it in the spot she indicates. She's pointing with that miniature dictator confidence toddlers have. When it's settled, she taps her foot, an unconscious gesture that makes me want to laugh and cry at the same time. I do that same impatient tap. From the corner of my eye, I see Harper watching. Her mouth parts slightly as though in surprise. Or maybe in realization that we share these little quirks. My heart twists. She's noticing, too. We continue our cushion fort operation until Ivy deems it perfect. Then she crawls inside, giggling. "Mommy, come see!" Harper hesitates, fiddling with a stray curl. "I'm okay," she says softly. "I'll just watch. You two, build." Her words hold an air of forced casualness, like she's terrified of stepping into this father-daughter moment. Or maybe she's overwhelmed by it. I can't blame her. So I nod and turn my attention back to Ivy, offering a half smile. "It's a pretty awesome fort. I think it's bulletproof?" I joke, half under my breath. She blinks, not understanding, but giggles anyway. "Bew-proof?" she parrots, or tries to. She crawls out and jumps onto my knee, small hand clinging to my shoulder. I stiffen at the unexpected contact, but she just beams up at me, apparently unbothered by my shock. Harper shifts from foot to foot, clearly uncertain. "Ivy, be gentle," she admonishes quietly. She's fine, I say, voice huskier than I intend. I plant a hand at Ivy's back, supporting her so she doesn't topple. She's so trusting, so warm. My chest feels too full. We all freeze in that tableau, me kneeling on the floor with Ivy perched on my leg, Harper hovering nearby. The tension is almost tangible, but there's a delicate undercurrent of hope. Like maybe, if we can survive the betrayal and fear, we might form something that resembles a family. Or maybe not, I can't see that far ahead yet. Harper clears her throat. I should, see if Rafe is dropping by. You mentioned he might come? I gingerly set Ivy back on her feet. I'll text him. He should bring proper food and supplies. Stuff for you too. Straightening, I try to ignore the pang of longing that hits when Ivy clings to my pant leg. Then we'll do a deeper check of who might be behind the attack. Her eyes flash with anxiety. Right. Ivy tugs on my leg, demanding attention. Hungry again, she complains, bottom lip poking out. Harper attempts a small, apologetic smile. I'll get her another snack from the bag. We really need groceries. I give a curt nod. I'll let Rafe know. As Harper leads Ivy away, I fish out my phone, sending Rafe a quick text. Need real food, toddler supplies, and more gear. ASAP. My thumb hovers before I add, no questions yet. I know Rafe is loyal, but I'm not ready to talk about fatherhood or Harper to anyone. Not until I get a handle on this. Slipping the phone away, I drop heavily into the couch, the cushioned fortress half collapsed around me. My gaze drifts to the corridor where Harper vanished with Ivy. The sense of forced proximity weighs on me. We're stuck together for Ivy's safety, for Harper's safety. And each passing minute, I notice more details that tie me to Ivy, her foot tapping, the scrunch of her nose, the way she focuses intensely before she bursts into action. I exhale, mind spinning. For all my training, nothing prepared me for the swirl of emotions that come with fatherhood. I want to hold Ivy, reassure her, shield her from every danger. I want to rage at Harper for keeping us apart. I also want to draw Harper close, bury my face in her neck, and demand to know why she still feels so essential to me after just one night and 3 years of distance. But I can't unravel that right now. There's a threat to neutralize, a family to protect, and so many secrets left to uncover on both sides. Replaying last night's revelations, I feel the anger simmer beneath my ribs again, but it's tempered by the sight of Ivy's bright eyes. Focus, Rourke. Keep them safe. Sort out the rest later. Clenching my fists, I stand and move to the safe house's main console, scanning the camera feeds for any sign of suspicious movement. The perimeter is quiet. Good. At least for now, we have an uneasy peace behind these reinforced walls. Somewhere down the hall, I hear Ivy laugh high and fearless. There's a flutter in my chest I can't deny. The realization that her laughter is already the best sound in my world. My jaw sets. I won't let anything harm that laugh. Not some unknown assailant, not the messy history between Harper and me, not my own bitterness. Daddy, she said in her sleep last night. Or maybe I imagined it. But either way, the idea lingers, fueling my resolve. If I'm a father now, I'll do it right no matter how complicated it gets.
Chapter 7. Harper. I stare at the half-eaten cup of instant noodles in front of me. The stark fluorescent lighting of the safe house kitchen making the broth look unnaturally orange. Next to me, the overhead camera feeds flicker on the monitor. Gideon insisted we keep running 24/7. No suspicious movement outside, just the wash of mid-morning sun on concrete walls. My stomach churns. And I'm not sure if it's the MSG-laden noodles or the lingering tension inside me. Ever since we woke up under this roof, a quiet dread has been coiling in my spine. I keep waiting for another shoe to drop, someone to break down the door and finish what they started outside my apartment. Logically, I know Gideon's safe house is near impenetrable. Emotionally, I feel hunted, I look down at my reflection in the metal tabletop. Dark circles, tired eyes, curls escaping the scarf I tied on this morning. I usually love wearing bright colors, soft coral hoodies or pale yellow t-shirts. But here I am in a dull black tank and sweatpants, blending into the walls. Even the shape of my cheeks looks different, drawn. When did I start looking so hollow? A muffled laugh from the living area makes my ears perk. Ivy. She's enthralled with her new safe house toy stash, courtesy of Rafe's supply run earlier. The man dropped off a small bag of coloring books, blocks, and toddler-friendly snacks. For once, I'm grateful I swallowed my pride and accepted the help. Ivy deserves normalcy. Gideon's low voice rumbles in the background, probably helping her stack a pyramid of foam blocks. I picture the lines on his face softening as Ivy chatters away, calling him Gideon in that little voice. The mental image swells something tender in my chest. Too tender. Because right after the warmth, guilt hits again, reminding me how I kept them apart. With a sigh, I push the noodles aside and pick up my phone. I have a handful of missed texts from Cam, my best friend, roommate, sister, and everything but blood. They're short messages, mostly along the lines of, "Are you safe? Call me back, you fool." The timestamps are from late last night and early morning. I should answer her, but I can't find the courage. Telling her Gideon's here, that the father of my child is not only real but also protecting us from a stalker. My head hurts just thinking about how to explain it. A shuffle of footsteps pulls my attention. Gideon appears in the doorway, tall frame filling the entrance to the kitchen. For a moment, we regard each other warily. He's changed into a clean black t-shirt and cargo pants, the faint lines around his pale blue eyes revealing exhaustion. There's silver in his close-cropped hair, a military posture still firm in his shoulders, even though he's well past the age most men retire from the field. I never asked if that bothers him. He notices my phone in hand and arches a brow. "Everything okay?" I jolt, setting the device face down. "Just messages from my friend. I haven't told her yet what's going on." He gives a slow nod, stepping farther in. "You can talk to her if you need. The line is secure enough." His tone is even, but his gaze flickers with concern. "As long as you don't mention the location, for your safety, and Ivy's." My throat constricts at how easily Ivy's safety rolls off his tongue, like it's the one absolute truth we share. "I might call her later," I say softly. He shifts his weight, glancing at the half-eaten noodles. "Rafe brought better options, you know. Oatmeal, real cereal." He hesitates, like he's not sure how to approach me. "Or I could pick something up if we need more supplies. Just let me know." I force a tight smile. "I'm good, thanks." A beat of silence, then he exhales, raking a hand through his silver-threaded hair. "Ivy wants to show you something. She's building a castle for Mommy." Despite my somber mood, I can't help a small grin. "Oh yeah?" "Yeah." His eyes soften slightly. "She's waiting. Kept asking me if you'd come see her royal seat, or something like that." I let out a breathy laugh. Royal seat? That must be more of her whimsical toddler imagination. "I'll be there in a minute." He nods, lingers like he wants to say more, then turns and heads back. I see his broad shoulders disappearing into the hallway. My heart flutters in that complicated way it has ever since he showed up at my door. We're living under the same roof with enforced proximity, but we haven't settled anything. The tension hangs in the air, an unspoken question about how we move forward. With a sigh, I gather my phone and follow him. Sure enough, I find Ivy kneeling on the living room floor with a bunch of foam blocks and a haphazard tower. She scrunches her nose, so reminiscent of Gideon it hurts. She then calls out, "Mommy, look, castle." Wow, baby girl, I whisper, kneeling beside her. She beams, pushing a phone block my way. That's fancy. Who's the queen? You, she declares, pressing the block into my hand. You sit here, queen. Gideon stands a few feet away, arms folded over his chest, expression carefully neutral. He nods at me when Ivy taps my knee. I tried explaining real castles aren't quite portable, he says dryly. I snort softly. Ah, but this is a magical castle. Then, turning to Ivy, I put on an exaggeratedly regal voice. Thank you, dear subject. I humbly accept this. Throne. Ivy giggles. Throne, she echoes, rolling the R in a toddler garble. I settle onto the cushion she's designated, feeling a glimmer of normalcy in the midst of everything. For a precious minute, we're just a mother and daughter playing with blocks, never mind the bulletproof windows, and the man with heartbreak etched into his face. The moment breaks when the TV in the corner flickers from a muted commercial to a local morning show, catching my peripheral vision. A bright banner headlines, "Social media influencer scandal." My chest tightens. Influencer? I never used to mind the word. My own channel is about soothing, healing. But some influencer circles get wild, hosting opulent parties with questionable behavior. The memory stirs like a coiled snake in my brain. A clipped voice from the TV anchor penetrates my thoughts. In new developments, an influencer lifestyle party from 3 years ago resurfaces as footage is leaked online, showing a possible altercation. My pulse pounds. 3 years ago, that year, that party. My eyes latch onto the screen, heart hammering. A shaky handheld clip, blurred lights, the anchor's voiceover. Witnesses claim there was shouting, a possible fight. Could be a sign of... Suddenly, my ears ring. My vision tunnels onto the swirling images. A memory cracks open. I see a man's face, someone I can't fully picture, but I sense the violence in his eyes. Voices shouting, the echo of a glass shattering. A body hitting the floor with a sickening thud. A scream lodges in my throat, but I can't release it. My hands shake. Ivy's laughter recedes, replaced by the roar of blood in my ears. The TV screen shows flickers, someone filming themselves at that party, the spinning lights, the chaotic background. I was there. I saw something. My head throbs, a flash of red across my mind. Then everything goes black inside me as I tumble into that memory I've tried so hard to forget. I come to with a gasp, chest heaving like I'm surfacing from underwater. My eyes snap open. I'm sprawled on the floor, half propped against the couch. Gideon's kneeling beside me, one hand cradling the back of my head, the other pressing against my arm. Ivy's voice wails, high and frantic. "Harper, breathe." "Harper," Gideon says, his voice taut, urgent. "Can you hear me?" I inhale, ragged. The living room spins for a moment, then settles. My vision refocuses on Gideon's worried face, silver hair catching the overhead light. He's so close I can see the faint wrinkles around his eyes, the parted line of his lips. I try to speak, but only a croak comes out. "Mommy," Ivy sobs, hugging my arm. She's trembling. I force my hand to smooth over her curls, trying to calm her. I need to reassure her I'm not dying, that I'm just... what? Traumatized? Overwhelmed? That wouldn't soothe a toddler. "I'm okay, baby," I manage, voice barely above a whisper. "I just got dizzy." Gideon exhales in shaky relief, eyes scanning my face. "You passed out for a second. Seized up." He tries to keep his tone calm, but I hear the undercurrent of fear. "What happened?" I swallow, shaking my head. I don't know. My gaze flicks to the TV, now showing a cheery weather report. Something triggered me. I saw that footage, something about an influencer party. It's just old anxiety, I guess. I'm lying, or at least half lying, because the images that burst through my head felt real. Blood, a scream, a man falling, but I can't form the words. He gently shifts closer, leaning to check my pulse at my wrist. The gesture is so smooth, so practiced. Ex-Delta Force caretaker. Your pulse is high, he mutters. Then, noticing Ivy's distress, he softens his tone. Can you sit up slowly? Breathe? I nod, letting him guide me upright. My entire body trembles, sweat beating at my temples. I'm fine, I insist, even though my stomach churns. It was a panic flash or something. A wave of shame washes over me that my daughter witnessed this. It's more than that, Gideon says quietly, voice heavy with concern. You look terrified. You said something. I saw him fall. What was that? My heart stalls. Did I say that out loud? I don't remember. I force my eyes shut, swallowing the bile rising in my throat. It's nothing. It's just old memories, probably not even real. Don't worry about it. He presses his lips together, tension tightening the line of his jaw, but he doesn't push further, glancing down at Ivy. She's clutching the hem of my shirt, tears still streaking her cheeks. He reaches out, gently brushing a tear from her face. Hey, little one, he murmurs. Mommy's okay. She sniffles, pressing her cheek into my arms. Mommy, she whimpers. No fall. I muster a small, shaky smile. It's okay, baby. I'm not falling now. My hand shakes as I rub her back. The closeness of Gideon, the weight of his gaze, is nearly suffocating. I think I need some air. Gideon hesitates, clearly not liking the idea of me outside the safe house. We can open the back window shutters, he suggests. I don't want you stepping out front, not until we're sure nobody's watching. I bristle at the protective tone, like he's the father scolding me. Well, technically yes, but I'm not a kid. I said I need air, not a field trip. I snap, regret flaring the moment the words leave my mouth. But I can't help it. I feel cornered, stripped raw. His eyes harden, tension brimming. He lifts Ivy off me, hooking her against his side. The ease of his paternal hold both warms and pricks me. Fine, he says in that clipped voice of his. I'll get the shutters. I exhale shakily as he walks away, leaving me alone on the floor. My limbs still tremble. What the hell was that memory? I focus on my breathing, the same techniques I use in my ASMR sessions, trying to coax calm from chaos. My mind replays half-glimpsed images. The influencer party, bright lights, someone yelling, a man's silhouette toppling backward. I can't see his face. My stomach knots. Did I see a murder? An accident? Minutes later, I gather the strength to stand, leaning against the couch until my balance steadies. The safe house living room looks too bright, the overhead lamp an interrogation spotlight. I cross to the corner and switch it off, leaving only the subdued light from the windows. Gideon's cracked open the shutters on one side, letting a strip of sunlight in. I see him by the far wall, Ivy perched on his hip, her cheeks damp but no longer crying. He's murmuring something to her, voice low and soothing. When he notices me, he squares his shoulders. She wanted to be sure you're okay, he says. Maybe you should rest in your room for a while. I bristle again at the protective note, but manage to keep my tone steady. I'm not a child, Gideon. I just had a moment. I'll handle it. His eyes flash with frustration, but he nods. All right. He glances at Ivy, gently tucking a curl behind her ear. We'll be in the other room if you need anything. My breath hitches at how natural they look together, like father and daughter who've known each other all her life. It's jarring, wonderful, and painful all at once. Before I can speak, Ivy wriggles free of his hold and rushes to me, arms extended. She wraps them around my leg, face pressed to my thigh. "Mommy?" she says softly like she's checking I'm real. My heart twists. "Hey, sugar," I whisper, stroking her hair. Mommy's good. Despite the swirl of fear inside me, I try to exude calm for her sake. "Tell you what, why don't you color a picture for me? I'd love to see what you make with all those crayons Rafe brought." Her face brightens, and she nods, letting go. She scampers off to gather her crayons, shooting worried glances back at me. Gideon starts to follow her, but then hesitates. His gaze flicks between me and the TV, now muted, showing a random daytime talk show. "Harper," he says quietly, "if something's coming back to you about that party, I need to know. It could be connected to the people behind your attack." I grit my teeth, the headache pulsing behind my eyes. "I don't know anything," I say, half snarling out of frustration. "I was at some influencer event, but it was a blur. I had a panic attack that night. That's all. Don't push me." His jaw tightens. For a moment, I see the wounded pride in his expression. Then he gives a short nod, stepping back. "Fine," he mutters, turning away. "But if you remember anything, let me know. I can't protect you if I'm operating blind." The words hang in the air. I can't protect you. My chest aches with the weight of it. We're both so tangled in fear and guilt, trying to navigate fatherhood, heartbreak, and a hidden threat. And now these half-remembered flashes of something awful. Why does everything have to hurt so much? I watch him walk away, shoulders rigid. Then I lower myself onto the sofa, flattening a palm to my temple. He's older, more used to dealing with crises, but I'm no naive little girl. Despite that, my life feels precarious. One false step, and everything crumbles. At that moment, my phone buzzes on the table. I jump, nerves frayed, but it's just a text from Cam. "You better FaceTime me soon, or I'm busting down your door. Don't test me." A rush of affection battles my anxiety. Cam's a bulldozer of a friend. She'd do it if she knew where I was. I bite my lip, heart pounding. Maybe I can use Gideon's age difference to distract him. The man's old enough that half the modern slang flies over his head. If I told him, "Cam's about to come in hot with the zero chill," he'd likely blink in confusion. A stab of humor tries to push through my dread. He probably doesn't even know what zero chill means. Then again, how can I laugh about anything when I'm on the edge of a meltdown? Rubbing my face, I breathe in and out, counting to 4 each time. The same trick I teach my ASMR audience. 1, 2, 3, 4. The memory of that half-formed vision flickers behind my eyelids. Screams. A body hitting the floor. I push it away again. "Not now," I plead silently. "I can't handle that right now." I stand, determined to rejoin Ivy in the living area, to put on a smile for her sake. The weight of Gideon's stare from across the house lingers in my mind. Our secrets, our regrets, all swirl in the corners of this safe house. Unspoken but present. I know we can't avoid them forever, but just for a moment, I need to pretend I'm fine. Because Ivy needs her mother stable, not haunted by shadows of a night I can't fully recall. With a final steadying breath, I place my phone in my pocket and step toward the hallway, where Ivy's giggles drift like a fragile balm. Gideon's low voice rumbles in a gentle hush, coaxing a snippet of laughter from her. If I can hold on to these small moments, maybe I can keep the nightmares at bay a little longer. For now, that's all I have. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Gideon. I'm not sure which of us looks worse, Harper, pacing the length of the safe house bedroom with exhausted eyes, and that worry line carved into her brow, or me, propped against the wall, arms crossed to keep from interfering again. In the soft lamplight, she's all tense edges, wide brown eyes rimmed with fatigue, curls escaping the scarf around her head. She cradles Ivy against her chest, rocking her gently. My daughter's cheeks are flushed with fever, her breathing shallow and uneven. A single lamp in the corner casts an amber glow over the bare walls. The bed's sheets are crumpled, evidence of frantic tossing when the fever spiked an hour ago. It's well past midnight, and we're both running on fumes. The air tastes stale, thick with worry. Harper murmurs a hush, pacing in slow, measured steps. "Shh, baby," she whispers. "It's okay." Ivy doesn't stir except for a small whimper, the kind that claws at my chest. I push off the wall and approach, placing a hand on Harper's shoulder. She flinches slightly in knee-jerk tension, then forces herself to relax. I ease my other hand toward Ivy's forehead, checking her temperature. Still too warm. My heart sinks. I want to demand we take her to a hospital, but we both agreed. Not unless it becomes absolutely necessary. The threat outside these walls is too real. Instead, we have children's fever meds from Rafe's supply run. I just hope it's enough. "I'll get another cool cloth," I say, voice low. Harper nods, relief flickering behind her anxiety. Thank you. She transfers Ivy carefully to me so she can rub her shoulders, trying to ease the knots in her own muscles. The weight of our daughter in my arms is a vivid reminder of everything that's happened in the last few days my life upended. Fatherhood dropped into my lap along with the stalker threat. But right now, none of that matters as much as the fragile little girl whimpering against my chest. I move to the tiny adjacent bathroom, rummaging for a clean washcloth and running it under cool water. The mirror above the sink reflects my face, lines deeper than they used to be, silver threaded through my hair. I look every one of my 50-something years, especially under these fluorescent lights. But none of it will matter if I can't keep Ivy safe, get this fever down. When I return, Harper's perched on the bed, bouncing lightly to comfort Ivy. I settle beside her, pressing the damp cloth gently against Ivy's forehead. The little girl murmurs, eyes fluttering. Her curls are damp with sweat. She'll be all right, I murmur, half a promise, half a prayer. Harper exhales, trembling. She usually doesn't get sick like this, she says softly, voice laced with guilt. I feel helpless. Without thinking, I slide an arm around her waist, pulling her closer so Ivy's nestled between us. You're not helpless, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. You're doing everything right. For a moment, Harper stiffens, but then she leans into me. Tension ripples through her frame, and I sense she's close to an emotional edge. The minutes drag. Slowly, the fever medicine kicks in. Ivy's breathing evens out, her body relaxing into restless sleep. Harper and I remain on the bed, propped against the plain metal headboard. The safe house is eerily quiet except for the faint hum of the air system. When Ivy's temperature finally stabilizes, Harper carefully lays her down on a pillow at the center of the bed, surrounding her with blankets so she can't roll off. Then she stands, rubbing her temples. I mirror the motion, stepping away to stretch out the tightness in my spine. You should rest, I say, glancing at Harper. I'll keep watch. She snorts a soft laugh, no real humor in it. I doubt I can sleep, my mind spinning. I nod, a pang of empathy cutting through my chest. The day's been a hurricane. Her memory triggers returned in a wave earlier, dredging up half-repressed trauma. Watching her nearly collapse from panic was bad enough, but add in Ivy's fever? If I feel wrung out, I can only imagine the toll on Harper's mind. My eyes flick to her face, noticing the faint sheen of sweat on her forehead. Her warm brown skin is paler than usual, undertones dulled by exhaustion. Dark lashes frame anxious eyes. Her lips part, but no sound comes out. It's like she's struggling for the right words, or maybe any words. I step closer, an instinctive pull. Harper, I say softly, voice dipping low in the silent room. Take a breath. She draws in a shaky inhale, exhaling slowly. Then her gaze lifts, meeting mine. Thank you, she whispers, for helping with her, for being here. A dozen conflicting emotions swirl beneath my ribcage. Anger over missed years, protectiveness for both mother and child, guilt for wanting more than just co-parenting. A wave of tenderness overrides all that, at least for now. I open my arms, a silent invitation. She hesitates, pain flickering across her face before stepping in. The moment she's pressed against me, a tremor runs through her. I slide one hand up her back, feeling the curve of her spine under the thin fabric of her shirt. She rests her forehead against my shoulder, inhaling a shuddery breath. I'm so tired, she admits. Not just physically, everything feels too heavy. My heart clenches. I know, I murmur, voice rough. It's okay to be tired, Harp. She tenses, maybe at the old nickname, but doesn't pull away. We stand there, wrapped in each other's presence. This is dangerously close to comfort, that part of me warns, the part that wants to keep walls up so I don't get hurt again. But the bigger part can't resist offering her solace. After a moment, she lifts her head, eyes glimmering with unshed tears. I'm sorry, she mumbles. I'm not trying to dump on you. I huff a quiet breath. We have a daughter who just spiked a fever and a potential stalker on the loose. You're allowed to lean on me. I want you to. She bites her lip, nodding slightly. The tension in her posture doesn't fully ease, but she doesn't let go either. My hand drifts from her back to the side of her neck, thumb grazing the soft curve of her jaw. She inhales sharply, and for a flicker of a second, we're back in that hotel room years ago. No expectations, just raw closeness. I realize how close our faces are. Her breath fans across my cheek. My pulse spikes, low thrum in my ears. I can't remember the last time I wanted something as badly as I want to kiss her right now, but I hold still. We don't have to, I whisper, voice almost lost in the hush. Tell me if... Before I can finish, she surges up on her toes, pressing her lips to mine. It's hesitant at first, tasting of heartbreak and fear, but I deepen the contact with a careful tilt of my head. Her fingers twist in the front of my t-shirt, clutching like she's afraid I'll vanish if she lets go.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 9. Harper. I sit on the narrow bed, hands clasped between my knees, trying to steady my breathing. The sheets, rumpled from what Gideon and I did just an hour ago, brush my thighs, and every shift of the fabric reminds me of how we came together. My heart thrums with a mix of leftover heat and a cold wave of guilt that's settled in my chest. The small bedroom feels smaller now. The walls are bare and industrial, painted a dull gray that does nothing to soften the echoes of my racing thoughts. There's a single lamp on the nightstand, casting a low golden glow that fails to soothe me. I feel exposed, even though I'm fully dressed in an oversized shirt and cotton shorts I pulled on after everything. Across the locked door, I hear the hush of Gideon's footsteps as he paces the safe house corridor. He's checking on Ivy, again. She was restless after her fever scare, but she's asleep now, tucked into the main bedroom. My chest tightens at the memory of him smoothing her hair, pressing the back of his hand to her forehead like a reflex. He's protective, quietly confident in his care. The father I once convinced myself he'd never want to be. My fingers tremble. What have I done? The question lodges in my mind. I told myself for 3 years I wouldn't reach out to him, that bringing him into my life would cause chaos. I kept his daughter hidden out of fear. Now, after one crisis, we've ended up in bed, tangling our bodies and hearts in a moment of desperate need. The aftermath is both comforting and terrifying. The door opens softly, and Gideon steps inside. He's still barefoot from earlier, dressed in black joggers and a simple gray t-shirt that stretches across his broad shoulders. The overhead light catches the silver locks woven through his dark hair, the lines bracketing his mouth. I catch a flash of concern in the clarity of his gaze as he glances at me. "How's Ivy?" I manage, swallowing around the tightness in my throat. "Asleep," he says quietly, voice tinged with relief. He closes the door behind him, resting a large palm against it for a moment. Then he exhales, crossing to me. "Temperature's down. I think she's okay for the night." I nod, pressing my lips together. A wave of relief mixes with an odd sense of shame, knotting in my gut. I can't shake away the feeling that I used this moment of vulnerability to quell my fears. Now what? He studies me, footsteps halting a few paces away. He doesn't sit, and I can feel his tension in the stillness of his posture. You all right? He asks, voice low. I force a small nod. Yeah, I whisper, not meeting his eyes. Just thinking. About what? His tone is gentle but firm, leaving me no easy escape. I stare at my bare toes against the cold floor. Everything, I answer vaguely, a twist of frustration building in my chest. How we got here, why this is all happening. I feel guilty. My words catch on the last phrase, tears threatening to fill my eyes. He shifts, footsteps bringing him closer. I sense the warmth of him before I dare look up. He lowers himself onto the bed, the mattress dipping. Talk to me, he murmurs, voice so soft it aches. I exhale shakily, letting my gaze flick to his face. The lines of tension around his eyes look deeper, as though he's braced for rejection. I search for the right words, but they all stick. I feel like I trapped you. I finally manage, each syllable raw. Not just with Ivy, but with this. My hand gestures vaguely at the bed, the space between us. I told myself for 3 years I couldn't call you because you'd never want to be tied down. But here you are, tied down to me anyway. A flicker of pain crosses his features, and his jaw flexes. Harper, he says slowly, I'm not trapped. I'm choosing to be here. His words hit me like a soft punch, the kind that stings because it's so unexpected. I know, I murmur, voice wavering. It's just, I spent so long convinced you'd reject me, or reject Ivy, that you'd think I was some schemer, so I kept quiet. And now, with everything happening at once, it doesn't feel real. He slides his hand across the rumpled sheets to cover mine. I notice the scars on his knuckles, the same ones I traced during our frantic, tender union a little while ago. I can't pretend it doesn't hurt, he says, a raw edge to his voice. Missing the first 2 years of her life, I wish I'd known. But I also understand fear. You've been through a lot, anxiety, building your career, raising a child alone. I can't judge you for surviving the best way you knew how. Tears spill over before I can stop them. I swallow hard, chest tight. You're being too kind, I whisper. I'm not sure I deserve it. He shifts closer, resting his free hand on my thigh. A wave of warmth radiates there, reminding me how his touch felt on every inch of my skin earlier. My stomach flips with a mix of desire and dread. You deserve honesty, he says. Not cruelty. I'm angry, yes. I'm still grappling with the missed time, but I don't want to punish you. I want to understand. A sob lodges in my throat, and I look away ashamed of my tears. I'm sorry, I manage. I keep saying that, but it's all I have. I never meant to shut you out. Or, I trail off, voice cracking. He squeezes my hand gently. Stop apologizing, Harper, he murmurs, leaning in so his breath warms my cheek. We can move forward if we both choose it. I nod, letting out a shaky exhale. It's so easy to melt into him. His presence, the quiet strength in his voice. But that same ease terrifies me. But what if we're just rushing this because of the danger? I ask, voice trembling. What if once the stalker is gone, we realize we were never supposed to fit? He inhales, a subtle shift in his posture. We had one night that meant more to me than it should have, he says carefully. And it led to Ivy, a person who ties us together, whether we like it or not. But last night, he glances at the sheets, color creeping over his cheekbones. Last night wasn't just about the threat. It was about wanting you, needing you. My heart stutters. Hearing him say it so plainly draws a fresh wave of emotion, half longing, half terror. I wanted you too, I admit. I still do, but my mind won't let me just feel good about it. I force a small, twisted smile. My anxiety keeps whispering that this is all going to implode. Your anxiety, he says slowly, doesn't get to make all the decisions. He shifts so he's fully facing me, knees brushing mine. I want to help you carry the weight, if you'll let me. You don't have to hide behind guilt or fear. I sniff, tears drying tacky on my cheeks. It's not that simple. He raises a brow. No, it's not, he agrees. But I'm asking you to try. Let me in, Harper. Let me be the one you lean on when the nightmares come. My stomach clenches with the memory of last night's heated moments, how his presence felt safer than any four walls. I rub the heel of my palm against my eye, trying to clear the tears. I spent years building walls to protect Ivy and me, walls I thought we needed. Letting them down now feels like stepping into a minefield. His gaze drifts across my face, lingering on my slightly swollen lips, the dampness of my lashes. And if I promise to step carefully with you, he asks, voice dropping to a hushed warmth. I'm older, maybe slower than I used to be, but I won't trip any wires intentionally. A watery laugh escapes me. It's small, but it's there, and I see the corner of his mouth lift in response. You're not that old, I say, a hint of teasing creeping in, though I suspect you have no idea what slide into the DMs means. He chuckles, eyes crinkling. Yeah, I won't claim to be fluent in your internet slang, but I'll adapt. He pauses, his laughter fading into a gentle seriousness. You don't have to figure everything out tonight. Let's just agree we want more than just a crisis-fueled fling. We want a chance at being a family, maybe? A family. The word resonates so deeply it almost hurts. Ivy's face flashes in my mind, her bright eyes, the way she calls Gideon Gidjon with complete trust. A chance, I echo, voice trembling. Yes, I want that chance. He exhales, relief bleeding into his expression. Me too, he says, so softly I almost can't hear. Then he lifts his free hand, brushing a thumb across my cheek. You never have to hide from me again. The intimacy in his words sends a shiver through me, memories of our bodies entwined swirling back. Heat flushes my skin. I'll try not to, I say softly. We lapse into a quiet that feels less like tension and more like a tentative peace. I look him over, his strong jaw, the slight crease between his brows that never really goes away. There's a softness in his eyes, a vulnerability I never expected from an ex-Delta Force operative who was basically a stranger a few days ago. Now he's the father of my daughter, the man who's protected us, the one I just shared my body with. My mind spins with the sheer magnitude of it all. Eventually, I shift on the bed, letting out a long exhale. I need some air, I murmur. My head's pounding with everything. He nods, standing. I'll come with you, just to the living area. Maybe we can open a window. I pause, pushing to my feet. You don't trust me not to run away? I tease, a faint tremor in my attempted humor. His expression darkens, a flicker of real fear behind his eyes. I just don't want you out of my sight, he admits, voice low. Not when someone might still be hunting you. My chest tightens, guilt mixing with appreciation for his protectiveness. Right, I say, stepping closer, inhaling the faint scent of soap on his skin. Then let's go. He rests a hand on my lower back, guiding me out of the room and into the narrow hallway. The overhead lights are dimmed for nighttime, casting an intimate shadow. My ears pick up the soft hum of the ventilation system. the distant beep of security sensors. It's a reminder that we're still living in a fortress, that danger might be lurking just outside. As we pass Ivy's makeshift bedroom, I pause to peek in. She's curled up in the center of the mattress, breath steady, cheeks finally cool. Relief washes over me. She's safe for now. Gideon notices my stillness and comes up beside me, placing a large hand on my shoulder. Together we watch our daughter sleep, a silent vow that will keep her protected. We head into the living area, where the low couch and a small TV face each other. A steel-enforced window on the far wall is cracked open a fraction, letting in the crisp night air. I cross to it, inhaling deeply. Cool air hits my face, and for a moment my anxiety eases. Gideon hovers a foot away, watchful but not crowding me. I wrap my arms around myself, turning to face him. I meant what I said, I whisper. I want to try this. Us. It just feels too big sometimes, like I don't know where to start. He nods, a serious set to his jaw. We start small, he says quietly. We get through each day. We keep Ivy safe. We talk honestly. His gaze searches mine, and I see that quiet determination that's become so familiar. We have time to figure it out. Something loosens in my chest at his calm reassurance. Maybe that's what I've needed. The promise that I don't have to solve every issue in one night, that we can take this step by step. Okay, I breathe. His hand finds mine, fingers lacing together. The warmth of that simple touch sends a ripple of peace through me. Let's get some rest, he suggests, voice gentle. It's late, and we've got a lot to face in the morning. I nod. Yeah. My voice is soft, and a small yawn betrays my exhaustion. I guess. Good night. He hesitates, then lifts my intertwined hand to press a kiss against my knuckles. The gesture is old-fashioned, tender in a way that makes my heart flutter. Good night, Harper. He releases me slowly, as if reluctant to let go. I watch him return to the couch where he's been sleeping, though tonight he might barely rest, vigilant as ever. My chest aches with a mix of gratitude and guilt, but I force myself to walk back down the corridor to my room, quietly shutting the door. There's an odd sense of lightness despite the weight of our circumstances. Slipping under the covers, I notice the faint scent of Gideon's soap lingering on my pillow. A ghost of warmth remains from where we pressed against each other earlier. I press my face to the sheets, inhaling, letting the memory of our joined bodies both comfort me and spur fresh tears. We're nowhere near done fixing the past, but maybe we've taken one real step forward. I lay there, heart racing in the hush of the safe house, imagining a future where Ivy has two parents who love her openly, fiercely. A future where maybe, just maybe, Gideon's presence doesn't fill me with shame or fear, but with security and hope. I'm not sure I deserve it, but I want it enough to try. Eventually, exhaustion claims me, and I drift off to a restless sleep. My last waking thought is the memory of Gideon's whispered vow. You don't have to hide from me again. Part of me wonders if I can truly believe that. The other part hopes more than anything that I can.
Chapter 10. Gideon. The morning light filters through the narrow window, casting pale beams across the safe house's concrete floor. I rub a palm over the stubble on my jaw, half listening to the low hum of traffic outside. It's not busy. This area rarely is, but every faint engine sound sets me on alert. Old habits, I guess. If I were still in the field, I'd be scanning rooftops for snipers, double-checking corners. Now I'm scanning for anything that might threaten a toddler playing with crayons in the next room. I blow out a breath. A toddler. My toddler. There's no getting used to the echo of that thought, how it shapes my every movement now. In the past days, everything has shifted around the fact that I have a daughter. A little girl who's half me, half Harper, and more than I ever thought I'd have. It's early, but Ivy's already up, of course. The lullaby of a 6 a.m. toddler meltdown is apparently a thing. She hasn't thrown a meltdown this morning, but she's wide awake, chattering about her favorite stuffed bunny, the color pink, and some random nonsense about yeeting. I still don't know what that means. When I asked Harper, she just snorted and said, "Don't worry about it, Grandpa." She was smiling, though one of her rare, teasing smiles that made my chest feel lighter for a moment. Harper. I catch myself scanning the corridor for her, an automatic reflex. We had a heavy talk last night. She was overwhelmed with guilt, and I tried to reassure her I'm not going anywhere. But the truth is, I'm new at all of this. I'm used to planning missions, not navigating hearts. I crave to be in their lives every day, but I'm not sure how to say it without sounding like I'm commandeering the entire operation. Footsteps approach. I turn to see Harper stepping into the living area. She's wearing loose black leggings and a faded purple t-shirt, her curls pinned up in a puff. Exhaustion lingers in the faint lines around her eyes. She's not sleeping much with the stress of the stalker, her repressed memories plus Ivy's fever scare last night. But she's still beautiful, warmth radiating beneath her guarded expression. She offers me a tentative nod. "Morning," she says softly. I tip my head. "Morning." My voice comes out gruffer than I intend. I clear my throat, bracing a hand on the metal chair. "How's Ivy doing?" "She's coloring on the couch," Harper says, a ghost of a smile flickering. Apparently she wants to draw a dinosaur that can rap. I tried to ask where she got that idea, and she said something about TikTok. Her brow lifts as if to say, "I blame you." I let out a quiet huff. I have no clue what half her slang means, to be honest. Then I pause, noticing Harper's expression flick from mild amusement to worry. "What's on your mind?" She exhales, folding her arms over her chest. "Everything, I guess. I keep waiting for a phone call from the police saying they found the guy who broke in, or maybe from the influencer crowd, someone with a lead. But it's been silent." I nod, chewing the inside of my cheek. "Rafe's running checks. He said he'd come by with an update in a couple of hours." "Right." Her lips thin, and she glances toward the hallway where Ivy's voice echoes. "Thanks. For handling all of this. And for letting me... Well, you're letting me lean on you. And I know it's not easy." I step forward, closing some of the distance between us. "It's not a burden," I say gently. "I'd rather know you're safe, that Ivy's safe. This is what I want." Her eyes flicker with something relief, maybe, or uncertainty. She opens her mouth, then shuts it when Ivy's high-pitched voice squeals, "Mommy, look," from the living room. Harper glances at me as if to say, "We'll continue later," and heads that way. I follow, hands in my pockets. We find Ivy perched on the couch cushions, crayon clutched in her tiny fist. Her hair is a riot of springy curls today, half bound by a sparkly pink headband that slid halfway down her forehead. She spots Harper and me in the doorway and beams. "See? Gideon! Dino raps!" She holds up a piece of paper covered in bright swirls that vaguely resemble a brontosaurus. "Dino raps," I echo, fighting a grin. "That's amazing, sweetheart." She bounces, nearly toppling off the cushion. My heart lurches with protectiveness, and I step closer, ready to catch her. Harper also tenses, a small flash of anxiety crossing her face. But Ivy regains her balance, unbothered. Suddenly, Ivy tosses a plush toy, a small stuffed cat, in my direction. "Take it," she demands, her grin wide. "He's your friend now." I scramble to catch the toy before it smacks me in the face. "Whoa, so easy," I say, laughing. "You gotta warn me before you throw stuff around." She giggles, apparently finding my startled expression hilarious. Then she thrusts out her arms. "Can I have cereal? Mommy said maybe." Harper rubs her temples, looking a bit frazzled already. "Yes, you can. Just let me." She trails off, eyeing me. Actually, Gideon, do you mind getting her breakfast? I need a moment. My stomach flips with a mix of nerves and paternal eagerness. Sure, I say, nodding. I'll handle it. She dips her head in thanks, giving Ivy's cheek a quick kiss. Ivy squirms away, more focused on the promise of cereal. As Harper steps aside, I sense the wave of her tension receding, if only by an inch. I lead Ivy into the small kitchenette, rummaging for a clean bowl and the cereal box Rafe dropped off. She's bouncing on her tiptoes, humming some random tune, maybe the Dino Rap. I pour the cereal carefully, then add milk. Ivy wrinkles her nose, which I've come to realize is one of my facial habits, and points at the box. "Only a little milk," she says, enunciating carefully. "Got it," I reply, half smiling. We're negotiating cereal volume now, I think wryly. The stoic ex-Delta in me never envisioned such a scenario. Once the bowl is ready, I place it on the table. Ivy climbs onto a chair, grabbing the spoon with excitement. My chest tightens at the sight. Everyday fatherhood. She's doing something as mundane as eating cereal. But to me, it feels monumental. I can't help hovering, worried she might spill or choke. She takes a big spoonful, then looks up at me. "Can I watch the phone?" I blink. "The phone?" "Videos," she clarifies, like I'm the densest creature on Earth. "Funny videos I watch with Mommy sometimes. People dancing and making jokes." "Oh, probably short clips or some social media thing." I stifle a groan, remembering I promised Harper we wouldn't distract her with endless screen time. "Not right now," I say gently. "We can play a game after you finish your cereal." She pouts, but the expression quickly vanishes as she tucks into her breakfast. I watch, arms crossed, feeling strangely content despite the swirl of problems beyond these walls. A few minutes later, Harper reappears, her posture slightly looser. She must have taken a moment to breathe in her room. "All good here?" she asks, voice quiet. I nod. She's devouring cereal like it's her last meal. Ivy beams at her mom through a mouthful of rainbow-colored loops, and Harper can't hide a small smile. Then her gaze flicks to me. There's a question in her eyes, something deeper than breakfast or crayons. "Ivy," she says, turning back to our daughter, "how about you show Gideon that new dance you were trying earlier?" Ivy's eyes light up. She scrambles out of the chair, cereal momentarily forgotten. "Yes!" she squeals. She starts wiggling her arms in a sort of half-dance, half-jump routine. "Mommy calls it the wave, but I call it the swirl-swirl. Watch!" Her moves are gloriously uncoordinated, but she's so proud of herself. Harper and I exchange a look. Hers is filled with affectionate amusement, and I'm sure mine is too. Then Ivy abruptly stops and announces, "You try, Gideon." I blink. "What?" She giggles. "Do the swirl-swirl." Harper snorts, crossing her arms. "Go on, big guy, she's waiting." A flush creeps up my neck. I'm about to protest that I'm too old for swirl-swirl, but Ivy's bright-eyed grin is impossible to deny. So I lift my arms awkwardly and try to mimic her flapping gestures. My muscles protest, reminding me I'm no spring chicken, but I do my best to swirl or wave or whatever it is. Harper presses a hand over her mouth, clearly trying not to laugh out loud. Ivy squeals with glee. "Yes, that's it! You did good!" She claps her hands, then goes back to her cereal as if nothing unusual happened. Feeling slightly ridiculous, I drop my arms. My eyes flick to Harper, half expecting her to tease me. Instead, she has a soft look on her face, something like admiration hidden behind the grin. She steps closer, dropping her voice. "Thank you," she murmurs. "She's so happy right now." I nod, swallowing around a sudden lump in my throat. She deserves it. Before I can say more, Ivy hops down from the chair, crossing the room to poke at the crayons left on the countertop. "Mommy, can we draw outside?" Harper frowns. "We can't go out right now, baby." Ivy's face falls. But why? Harper hesitates, shooting me a worried glance. Because of the stalker, obviously. But how do you explain that to a 2-year-old? Harper kneels by Ivy, voice gentle. We need to stay safe inside for a bit, remember? Then once it's safe, we'll go out, okay? Ivy pouts, bottom lip trembling. I want outside, she says quieter. A meltdown could be brewing. Steeling myself, I step forward. Ivy, I say softly, crouching to her level. When it's safe, I'll take you anywhere you want. Parks, playgrounds, even the zoo. But, for now, can you help me find some more paper? We can draw big pictures right here inside. She peers at me, tears brimming, then sniffs. Promise? I give a solemn nod. Absolutely. The zoo, the park, wherever you want, once we handle some grown-up stuff. She sniffles again, then nods, small hand still clutching a purple crayon. It's enough to stave off a meltdown for the moment. My chest loosens in relief. Harper straightens, brushing invisible dust off her leggings. There's tension in her eyes, but she mouths a silent, "Thank you." I nod back. We're in this together. Later, once Ivy's sprawled on the couch, coloring contentedly, I lead Harper into the safe house's corridor, wanting a moment alone. The overhead light buzzes faintly, illuminating the harsh lines of the concrete walls. My heart kicks up a beat. I've been rehearsing what to say for hours. She tucks her arms around herself, brow furrowed. Is something wrong? I shift my weight, glancing at the door to ensure Ivy's not within earshot. No, not wrong, I begin, exhaling. I need you to understand something. About Ivy. About us. Her jaw tenses, but she nods, bracing for whatever I'll say. I take a slow breath. I need to be in her life every day, I say, each word clipped but heavy with meaning. I'm not asking for permission to love my daughter. I already do. I'm telling you that I'm stepping up. I don't want to be a weekend dad or a name on a check. I want to see her, protect her, raise her. Harper's lips part, eyes darting across my face. For a moment, she looks startled, uncertain. Aye, Gideon, that's huge, she breathes. I tilt my head, swallowing the nerves that threaten to clog my throat. She's mine, Harper. She's ours. I won't walk away just because it's complicated. I pause, letting that sink in. Look, I know you're still afraid that I'll disappear, or that we can't make this work, but I'm telling you, I'm here. I'm not running from fatherhood. She presses her lips together, tears shimmering. I believe you, she says softly. But it's not just about Ivy, it's about us. Are we even stable enough to do this family thing? My hand slides through my hair, wincing as my shoulder twinges with a lingering old injury. I don't have all the answers, I admit, voice gentling. But I know that I want to try. If you let me. If you want me in her life. She looks down, fiddling with the hem of her shirt. For a beat, I think she might reject me, tell me to back off. Instead, she sighs. I'm sorting through so much fear, she whispers. Fear that if I let myself trust you, you'll regret choosing us. That once this threat is gone, you'll realize it was temporary heroism. My chest tightens. I'm not a hero, I say, low and firm. I'm just a man trying to do right by the people I care about. I care about both of you. She meets my gaze, tears threatening. I can't promise you everything right now, she warns, voice trembling. I can't promise I'll be the perfect partner, or that I won't have panic attacks or push you away sometimes. I've spent years learning to cope alone. I nod, stepping closer. I'm not asking for perfect. I'm asking for real. I'll take your anxieties, your boundaries. I'll ask, not insist. But I'm here, Harper. Every day. For Ivy. For you. Her lips wobble. And I see the moment her defenses crumble. She lifts a hand to my chest, fingers curling in my shirt. You sure you can handle all that? A grown man who can do the swirl with a toddler but can't figure out half of her slang? A small, wry smile tugs at my lips. I'll learn. She can teach me. I'll manage, even if I fail at diaper changes a few times. Though I'd like to never repeat that experience from earlier. Jesus, the tape, I think I stuck it to my arm at one point. Her laugh breaks free, genuine and sweet. Oh my gosh, I was trying not to watch, but I was dying. I let out a low chuckle, warmth flooding my chest at the sound of her laughter. Fine, laugh it up. Next time I'll conquer that diaper. You'll see. She wipes at her eyes, the laughter turning watery. Okay, she breathes, voice thick. You can be in her life, of course you can. I'm sorry I kept you away for so long. I gently catch her hand, pressing it to my heart. We move forward, I say softly. No more apologies. Just let me love her. Let me love both of you, at whatever pace you can handle. She inhales shakily, tears glimmering, and then nods. All right. I pull her into a loose embrace, letting her decide how close she wants to be. She tucks her head under my chin, arms sliding around my waist. The hum of the safe house's ventilation fills the silence. My chest feels unexpectedly light. A sudden shriek echoes from the living room, followed by a loud crash. We jerk apart, hearts pounding. Ivy! We rush into the living area to find her crouched on the floor, crayons scattered everywhere, her toy cat lying face down. She looks up at us with wide eyes, a guilty expression on her face. It fell, she whispers, pointing at the cat as if it's responsible for the mess. Not me. Harper exhales in relief, crossing the room to gather the crayons. I stoop down, picking up the toy cat. You all right, kiddo? Ivy nods, though her bottom lip wobbles. She sniffs. I was dancing and stuff slipped. She glances at the crayons on the floor. Am I in trouble? No, Harper says gently. Just be careful. I hand Ivy the cat, patting her head. She smiles tentatively, and I feel a rush of affection so strong it almost steals my breath. This is my life now, comforting a toddler who's upset because she dropped her crayons. And I want it more than I've wanted anything in years. Harper meets my gaze, a subtle softening passing between us. She doesn't say anything, but I hear the silent thank you in her eyes, for stepping up, for not running. I kneel beside Ivy, helping her pick up the crayons, each color scattered like pieces of a puzzle we're still figuring out. When we finish, Ivy tugs at my sleeve. Gideon, we do swirl again. A grin quirks at my lips. Later, okay? I say, ruffling her curls. Daddy needs a break. Her eyes light up, and my heart stutters at the word daddy. I said it without thinking, but she doesn't even blink like she's always known. She just scrambles back onto the couch with her crayons, humming to herself. I stand slowly, feeling Harper's gaze on me. Her expression is tinged with vulnerability, but also a gentle acceptance. Daddy. Maybe that's what I am. Who I am now. I step toward Harper, brushing my fingers lightly across her shoulder. She offers a tentative smile. Outside these walls, a threat lurks, someone who wants to harm Harper, maybe even Ivy, for reasons we're still piecing together. But in this moment, we share a fragile sense of unity, a vow to face whatever comes as a family. For the first time since all this began, hope blooms in my chest, fierce and steady. I won't let them down. I can't.
Chapter 11. Harper. I lean against the back of the safe house couch, half listening to the hum of Ivy's TV show in the background. The living area is cramped, the industrial concrete walls giving the space a claustrophobic vibe, even though I've tried to brighten it up with a couple of my old throw blankets. They look absurd, draped over the gray steel-reinforced furniture. But it's the only piece of home I can manage right now. On the coffee table, my laptop sits open, Screen paused on a random influencer's vlog that I clicked out of boredom. Or so I told myself. In truth, I've been obsessively checking every corner of the internet, scouring vlogs and social media posts related to parties from the night I can't fully remember. Something about that half-repressed flash of a man falling and my gut instinct that someone in that influencer circle is behind the threat. If I find any clue, Gideon is across the room, rummaging through a black duffel bag that Rafe brought earlier, presumably full of more surveillance gear. His tall frame casts a shadow across the floor, and every so often I feel the weight of his gaze flick toward me. He's been on edge since telling me he wants to be in Ivy's life every day. A part of me warms at the memory, but another part, my anxious, suspicious part, wonders if we're about to be blindsided again. I glance down at Ivy, who's curled up at the other end of the couch, transfixed by a cartoon about talking vegetables. She holds her plush cat in her arms, occasionally mumbling responses to the animated characters. My chest tightens with protective affection. She's safe right now. For how long? I exhale slowly, forcing myself to focus on my laptop again. The paused image shows a group of 20-somethings partying in a neon-lit rooftop lounge. The date stamp is from about 3 years ago. Another reason I clicked it. Maybe I'm grasping at straws. But I can't shake the feeling that the answer to who tried to abduct me lies in these old influencer circles. I press play, letting the shaky handheld footage roll. Music blasts through tinny speakers, and the camera swivels around, capturing half-dressed partygoers dancing, a quick shot of gaudy decor, and then a cluster of smiling faces wearing brand merch. My heart rate picks up, a low hum of dread in my veins. It might be nothing, but I can't tear my eyes away. The camera whips to the right, zooming in on a tall man with dark hair, flickering strobe lights reflecting off his jacket. He's half-turned, face partially obscured. Something about his profile sends goosebumps skittering along my arms. My heart seizes as the camera shifts just enough to catch a glimpse of a badge clipped to his collar, white letters on a black background. Heartline security guest. My breath hitches. No way. I pause the video, leaning closer to the screen, ignoring the shaky resolution. The letters are blurred, but I can make out Heartline's distinctive logo, the stylized shield. My stomach knots, and I try to quell the panic before it explodes. The man's posture is tense, shoulders broad, face angled away. But the shape of his jaw, something about the tilt of his head, sends a wave of recognition crashing into me. I saw him that night outside my apartment, hood pulled low. He's the one who tried to shove me into a car. My pulse throbs in my temples. How was he connected to Heartline? A shaky exhale escapes me, and I realize Gideon has gone silent on the other side of the room. Ivy's cartoon still murmurs in the background, but I barely register it. My fingers tremble as I shift the video frame by frame, searching for a clearer angle. The figure steps into half a second of better light, revealing the side of his face, just enough. I freeze the frame, my heart pounding so hard it hurts. That's him. I'd bet my life on it. Harper? Gideon's voice cuts through my swirling thoughts. I snap the laptop shut on impulse, but it's too late. He's already striding over, brow furrowed. You look like you've seen a ghost. What's wrong? I swallow hard, trying to steady my voice. I found something. My tone wavers despite my effort. He sets the duffel bag aside, dropping into a crouch by the couch, so we're nearly eye level. Tell me. I exhale, flipping the laptop open again, my hand shaking enough that I have to backtrack the video carefully. I freeze on the frame with the man's face in partial profile. The Heartline guest badge glows in pixelated clarity. This is from a vlog, 3 years old, I say quietly, pointing at the badge. That's your company's insignia, right? Gideon's expression shifts from concern to incredulity. Yes, but I mean, We host events, sponsor security details for conferences. This could be anything. He looks at me, confusion deepening. What does this have to do with? I tilt the screen for him, letting him see the partial side profile. That's the guy who tried to grab me outside my apartment, I say, voice trembling with both fear and anger. I'm certain of it. Same jawline, same build. He's wearing a Heartline guest badge at an influencer event 3 years ago. Tell me that's a coincidence. Gideon's eyes narrow. I can practically see the gears turning in his mind, soldier mode, analyzing. We'd have records if he was a guest, he mutters, half to himself. We keep meticulous logs. There's no way he'd slip in, not without an invitation from someone on staff. He shakes his head, clearing his throat. Let me see that again. He replays the clip, fingers drumming on the couch cushion. Ivy, noticing we're fixated on the laptop, crawls closer, blinking up at us with wide eyes. Gideon gently places a hand on her shoulder, ushering her back to her cartoon without a word. She scampers off, cat in tow, thankfully unbothered. When the video ends, Gideon's jaw is set, tension radiating from his broad shoulders. That's impossible, he murmurs, voice tight. We'd have caught it in the system. Rafe or I would have flagged an unauthorized guest. Or if it was authorized, it means someone in Heartline approved him, which makes no sense. My pulse spikes at his mention of Rafe. Unless Rafe missed something, I say, frustration edging my tone. Or someone's covering their tracks. The idea that Heartline, the very company protecting me, might be compromised sets my nerves aflame. Gideon's mouth thins. You're jumping to conclusions, he replies, though his voice lacks conviction. We need more information. Could be a stolen badge, or someone forging credentials. That sort of thing has happened. I bite my lip, battling the swirl of distrust building in my chest. Gideon, I know what I saw, I say quietly. He grabbed me into a car, and now he's connected to your company in some way. That's not a small detail. He straightens, tension rolling off him in waves. I'll run a check, he says firmly. We keep logs of all events, all guest passes. If this man's legit, we'll find him in the system. If not, we'll know it was a forgery. His voice grows clipped. I believe you, Harper, but I also know Heartline's protocols are rock solid. Let me see which event this might have been from. My eyes flash, a mix of fear and anger lighting my veins. Don't talk to me like I'm some paranoid client, I snap. I'm telling you, the man in that video is the same one who tried to kidnap me. Your rock-solid protocols didn't stop him from wearing that badge. So either your system's compromised, or someone in your circle is feeding him access. He flinches, and for a second, I see the rawness in his eyes. Harper, he forces a breath. I trust Rafe. I trust my team. But I also trust you. So if you're right, it means something bigger is going on. He braces a hand on the back of the couch, the cords in his neck straining. Let me handle this internally. I'll get answers. I set my jaw, fighting the urge to scream. Fine, I force out. You do that. My heart thuds erratically. The last thing I want is to spark a rift between us, but fear has me coiled tight. What if the threat is closer than we realized? We stand in tense silence, the hum of Ivy's cartoon the only background. I have this small urge to bury myself in Gideon's arms, to let him reassure me. Another part bristles, worried that he'll prioritize defending Heartline over believing me. I draw in a shaky breath, glancing at Ivy, who's scribbling on the floor now, oblivious to our tension. Gideon rakes a hand through his short, silver-threaded hair. I'll call Rafe, he mutters. Maybe he has insight. He was co-leading a security detail for an influencer event around that time. He notices my startled expression and lifts a brow. What? I forgot Rafe's been around a while, I say, voice hushed. He's basically your right-hand man. Anxiety churns. If Rafe is involved somehow, how do we ever trust Heartline security again? As if sensing my internal spiral, Gideon steps closer, the subtle scent of his soap drifting over me. Harper, he says softly, I believe you saw him. I trust your instincts. I'm just trying to figure out the how and why. He lifts a hand, as if to brush it over my arm, but I pull back instinctively, too raw. He lowers his hand, hurt flickering across his face. I'll get to the bottom of this, he promises. Before I can respond, Ivy pops up between us, hugging Gideon's leg. She looks up, wide-eyed. Daddy, you mad? The question is heartbreakingly simple. Gideon's features soften instantly, parental warmth flooding his expression. He sets a hand gently on her head. No, sweetheart, just grown-up stuff. She frowns, gripping his pant leg. No fight, I don't like it. My heart twists with guilt. I force a small smile, bending to her level. We're not fighting, baby, I whisper, though my tone is strained. We're just talking. She peers at me with big, doubtful eyes. Okay. Then she tugs Gideon's sleeve. You promise no fight? He meets my gaze over her head, a silent question in his eyes. We might be at odds, but for her sake, we'll table the conflict. Promise, he says gently, smoothing a hand over her curls. She seems satisfied, waddling back to her scattered crayons. Gideon straightens, jaw tight, and glances at me. I'll call Rafe in another room, he says, voice subdued. We'll figure this out one way or another. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. He turns on his heel, stalking toward the hallway with a tension in his stride that pains me to watch. He's probably torn between loyalty to Heartline and loyalty to me. I hate the wedge this is driving between us, especially after we've finally gotten close again. Taking a deep breath, I sink onto the couch, my laptop still open. The frozen image on the screen taunts me, the man in half profile, the Heartline badge glaring like a neon sign. My stomach churns with dread. If someone inside Heartline gave him that badge, who can we trust? Ivy hums under her breath, coloring happily. I watch her, mind spinning. The idea that a traitor lurks among Gideon's closest associates terrifies me. But I have to trust that Gideon's going to follow through, that he's on my side, isn't he? Time drags. The TV background chatter shifts from silly cartoon to an infomercial about some miracle blender. Eventually, the door to the corridor clicks open, and Gideon emerges, tension etched in every bit of his expression. He looks older suddenly, silver hair more prominent, brow deeply furrowed. My chest tightens with concern. He crosses to me, lowering his voice. Rafe doesn't recall any unvetted guests. He said he'll check the archives, see if any IDs were printed for that date. He pauses, face grim. But he's skeptical. I roll my eyes, anger flaring. Skeptical that I recognize the man who tried to kidnap me? Great. Gideon's jaw muscles flex. He's just doing his job, Harp. Protocol says if it's not in the system, it didn't happen. That's all. I clench my fists, forcing a calming breath. I get it, I say, voice shaking. But your fancy system didn't stop me from nearly being abducted. If Rafe's got a blind spot, we need to address that, not dismiss it. Gideon's lips thin. I'm not dismissing anything. I'm telling you the reality. If there's an internal leak, we have to proceed carefully. If we start throwing accusations without proof, the real culprit might go deeper underground. He scrubs a hand over his face, looking weary. Trust me, I don't like this any more than you do. I deflate slightly, hugging my arms around my stomach. So what's next? He rubs his neck, stepping close enough that I catch the subtle scent of his skin. We wait for Rafe's archive check. I'll also do some digging on my own, quietly. If there's a traitor in Heartline, they'll slip eventually. We'll catch them. My gaze flickers to Ivy, who's now yawning on the couch, crayons scattered. I just want her safe, I murmur. Gideon follows my line of sight, eyes softening. She will be, he says, voice low. I'll protect her, no matter what. I'll protect you too. My heart clenches at the earnestness in his tone. Yeah, I whisper. Thanks. He nods, lingering, uncertainty swirling in the tension between us. Then he touches my shoulder lightly. Hesitation clear on his face, as if he's testing whether I'll accept the contact. I lean into it, letting myself draw a bit of strength from his warmth. We stand like that for a beat, no words passing, just the distant hum of the infomercial, and Ivy's sleepy mumbles. Finally, Gideon exhales. Let me put her down for a nap, he suggests. You look drained too. Maybe we can talk more afterward. I nod, stepping back so he can scoop Ivy into his arms. She nuzzles into his shoulder, yawning. My chest twists at the sight. The big stoic ex-Delta cradling our daughter with such careful gentleness. He's on my side, I remind myself. Even if the company he built might have a traitor lurking. As he carries Ivy to the makeshift bedroom, I collapse onto the couch, laptop still open to the incriminating freeze frame. My mind replays the abduction attempt, the grip on my arm, the fear slicing through me. Then the clip on screen, showing that same face with a Heartline badge. My stomach churns again. We're not safe, not yet. But maybe, if Gideon keeps his promise, we'll finally peel back the layers of betrayal and find the truth. The walls of the safe house feel tight around me, but I cling to the flicker of hope that we aren't standing alone. Because if Gideon is truly in my corner, then whoever's behind this has no idea what they're up against. I shut the laptop with a decisive snap, letting out a long breath. One step at a time, that's the mantra. Even with suspicion threatening to tear us apart, I have to believe we'll see this through, together.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 12. Harper. I sit at the safe house's cramped kitchen table, the dull morning light streaming through the narrow window to illuminate the faint scratches in the tabletop. My legs jitter beneath me, an anxious drumming that echoes the turmoil in my mind. It's been only a few hours since I showed Gideon the incriminating video, a shadowy figure wearing a Heartline security badge at some influencer party from 3 years ago. A man I'm sure is the same one who tried to kidnap me. Now I'm waiting for answers that feel like they'll never come. Ivy is still sleeping, tucked away in the makeshift bedroom Gideon prepared for her, and her quiet presence is the only thing keeping me from unraveling. She's safe in here, but for how long? I exhale, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The kitchen is as Spartan as the rest of the safe house. Gray cabinets, a mini fridge, and a battered metal sink that hisses whenever you turn the faucet. On the counter, a single mug of instant coffee grows cold. I attempted to drink it earlier, but the bitterness only churned my stomach more. A faint beep from the corridor signals the front door security system unlocking. My pulse leaps. Rafe, maybe. Gideon promised he'd have Rafe check the archives for any mention of that mystery man, and now he's apparently come to share whatever he found, if he found anything at all. I rise from the table, pressing my palms against the edge to steady myself. My reflection in the stainless steel fridge door shows wide eyes and dark, frizzy curls that I couldn't be bothered to tame this morning. My t-shirt is wrinkled, leggings thrown on in a haste. I look as rattled as I feel. The door swings open, and Gideon steps in first, shoulders tense under a simple black Henley. The faint silver at his temples catches the overhead light, giving him a distinguished air that belies the turbulence I read on his face. Behind him comes Rafe, taller than I remember, with a confident stride and a roguish grin that doesn't reach his eyes. He's wearing a Heartline security polo, a sidearm holstered at his waist. For a second, dread rattles in my chest. Could Rafe be the traitor? Or is it someone else at Heartline? I push the thought aside, reminding myself there's no proof yet. Harper, Gideon says quietly, nodding me into the living area. Rafe's got some updates. I swallow around the tightness in my throat, crossing into the main room, where the battered couch and a few chairs stand. The overhead lamp flickers, highlighting the tension in the air. My mind swirls with 1,000 questions. Rafe surveys the space with a faint air of discomfort, then turns to me, expression carefully neutral. Morning, Miss Ellison. I nod stiffly. Harper, please. My voice comes out low and guarded. Gideon flicks his gaze between us, then motions for us to sit. I perch on the couch, arms folded, while Rafe settles into a metal folding chair. Gideon stands behind him, arms crossed over his broad chest. His stance is defensive, as though he's bracing himself for whatever revelations might surface. All right, Rafe begins, voice clipped. I ran a thorough search of Heartline's event logs from 3 years ago, cross-referencing influencer gatherings, conferences, anything that might match the party on that vlog. He flicks his cool blue eyes toward me. You said it was a rooftop event? Neon lights? You recognize some brand collabs in the background? I nod, resisting the urge to snap at him to get on with it. Yes, it looked like an upscale lounge. The crowd was mostly mid-level influencers. The date stamp on the video was August 18th, 3 years ago. He checks a small tablet in his hand. We had a major sponsored security detail that week at a new hotel opening. There were influencer tie-ins, promotions, the works. I found the roster, guests, staff, contractors. My heart rate spikes. And Rafe's jaw tightens. No record of your mystery man, no name that matches his face, no partial images that seem to match. He glances at me, brows furrowing. If he used a forged pass, it wouldn't show up in our system. But I found no evidence of a stolen or missing badge either. I exhale in frustration. Great. A dead end. So you're telling me this is all in my head? I ask, my voice trembling with anger I can't quite suppress. He grimaces, shoulders shifting. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the official records are clean. Gideon shifts behind him, and I catch a flicker of concern in his eyes, with the same color as the blue sky. Could someone have bypassed the system entirely? Gideon asks, voice low. Rafe shrugs, looking faintly insulted. We run a tight ship, boss. But if it was an inside job, I suppose anything's possible. He glances at me, lips pressed thin. It'd be an extraordinary breach. I tighten my arms around myself. Yeah, well, extraordinary things happen when a stalker is determined, or when someone on the inside is helping them. Silence hangs. I see Rafe's jaw tense. Maybe he's offended at the insinuation. I don't particularly care if he is. My fear outweighs any politeness. Gideon steps forward, half blocking my view of Rafe. All right, he says, a hint of command in his voice. No point in arguing. We have to assume Harper's right about who she saw. This man is connected to Heartline's orbit. Rafe, do a deeper audit. Security logs, badge scans, staff backgrounds. Everything from that month, not just the event day. Rafe nods, though tension radiates from him. Yes, sir. I'll coordinate with Natalie in cybersecurity. She'll catch any digital anomalies if they exist. Gideon's gaze flicks to me. Does that work for you? He asks softly, as though seeking my permission. I blow out a breath, shoulders slumping. It's a start, I murmur. At least we're not just ignoring the possibility. Rafe stands, gathering his tablet. I'll head back to HQ then. Keep me posted if anything else comes up. He offers Gideon a look that's part loyalty, part question, like he's trying to read if Gideon trusts me or not. Then he gives me a curt nod and strides toward the door. The lock beeps again as he exits, leaving me and Gideon alone in a strained hush. My pulse still thrums with leftover adrenaline. Gideon turns to me, expression grim but gentle around the edges. You okay? I bark a humorless laugh, crossing my arms. You keep asking me that, and the answer hasn't changed. I'm not okay. I'm trapped in a safe house. A potential traitor might be helping a stalker, and the best lead we have is a glitchy vlog. He nods, exhaling as though he expected that response. Fair, he says, voice subdued. He tilts his head, studying me with those watchful eyes. But you're safe here. I know it feels claustrophobic, but I wave a hand, cutting him off. I know, Gideon, you've said it 1,000 times, and I appreciate it. But I can't shake this. Fear. I ball my fists in my shirt, forcing my frustration down. I'm not built for being caged, even if it's for my own good. His gaze softens, and he steps closer within reach that I catch the faint scent of aftershave on his skin. I hate that you feel caged, he murmurs, voice low. I'm trying to find a solution as fast as I can. I don't want you or Ivy stuck here forever. I look up at him, noticing the fine lines around his eyes, stress lines that seem deeper this morning. I know, I admit, voice softening. I'm just restless. He lifts a hand, hesitating, then sets it gently on my shoulder. We'll figure it out, he says quietly. For a moment, I let myself lean into his touch, drawing some measure of comfort from the steady warmth of his palm. Then footsteps pad in the hallway, small, quick ones. Ivy appears, rubbing sleep from her eyes. She's wearing bright purple pajama pants and an oversized t-shirt with a cartoon cat. She yawns, blinking at us. Mommy, she mumbles. I hungry. I swallow, reining in my anxiety. Gideon's hand slides away from my shoulder as we both turn to face her. Okay, baby, I say, forcing a smile. Let's get you some breakfast. She glances between us. You sad? She asks, gaze lingering on my face. My heart clenches. Just a grown-up problem, love, I reassure her, though the lie tastes bitter. We're fine. She doesn't look fully convinced, but she tugs on Gideon's sleeve next. You make me cereal, Daddy? The corners of his eyes soften at the word daddy. He dips his head. Sure, sweetheart. You want the fruity kind or the one with marshmallows? Fruity, she declares, perking up. As she scampers toward the kitchen, Gideon shoots me a small apologetic smile. I nod back, letting him handle this. My chest twists with a complicated mix of gratitude and sorrow. Grateful that Ivy has him. Sorrowful that we're in this precarious situation at all. I sink onto the cushions, picking at a stray thread in the fabric. The safe house living room is so drab. A single overhead lamp, reinforced windows with metal shutters half drawn. I can't stop replaying the brief conversation with Rafe, his stoicism, the slight edge of disbelief in his voice. He's loyal to Gideon, so maybe he's not the traitor. But then who else could it be? Time slips by in a blur of routine. Ivy eats her cereal at the small table, giggling when Gideon pretends to steal bites. I linger on the couch, half distracted, scrolling through social media on my phone. The tension remains in the air like a humming wire. Eventually, Ivy decides she wants to color in the living room. She flops down on her belly, crayons scattered. Gideon stands by the window, scanning the perimeter through a narrow gap in the shutters. I join him, leaning against the wall, arms folded. Rafe said he'd call as soon as he digs deeper, Gideon murmurs, keeping his voice low. Right, I reply. And if he doesn't find anything? Gideon's lips press into a thin line. Then we keep looking. I'll talk to Natalie, see if any logs were tampered with. She's the best in cybersecurity. I nod. Natalie. I recall glimpses Gideon's mentioned, her quiet brilliance, her unwavering loyalty. If anyone can spot a digital footprint, it's her. We drift into an uneasy silence, punctuated by the soft scrape of Ivy's crayons on the floor. My pulse thrums, adrenaline still too high. Outside, a car door slams somewhere down the street, making me flinch. Gideon notices, brow creasing. Harper, he says gently, you're keyed up. Want to try some grounding exercises? I let out a humorless laugh. You trying to therapy me now? His expression softens. No, but I remember how I talked you through that panic attack the night we met, with the breathing and the counting. Does it help still? My chest tightens at the memory, how safe I felt in his presence, if only for a moment. Sometimes, I admit, looking away. But right now, I think I just need to move. Ivy overhears lifting her head. Move? She parrots, eyes curious. Where we go? Mommy just means she wants to walk around, Gideon explains, stepping forward to ruffle her curls. But we can't go outside yet, remember? Her face falls, and I catch the flicker of heartbreak in her big brown eyes. Want to go to the park, she mumbles. My throat closes up. We'll go soon, baby, I promise, forcing a bright tone. As soon as it's safe. She sighs, returning to her drawing, shoulders slumped. Guilt spears through me. I'm the reason she's cooped up. If only... Stop it, Harper, I scold myself. No point spiraling. I push off the wall. I'm going to, I don't know, do some light stretches in the other room. Maybe it'll calm me down. Gideon nods, brow furrowed with concern. Don't go too far, he says softly, not wanting Ivy to pick up on the anxiety in his voice. Not leaving, just stretching. Right. I slip into the corridor, heart pounding. The safe house's main hallway is narrow, harsh fluorescence overhead, leading to the bedrooms and a tiny storage closet. The concrete floor is cold under my bare feet. I pause outside the second bedroom, the one Gideon and I sometimes share. A mix of memories floods me. The night we made love, the whispered conversations about being a real family. Focus on the present. Inside the bedroom, I shut the door behind me, leaving it ajar a crack so I can hear if Ivy calls. The space is small, containing only a twin bed, a plain wooden chair, and a single lamp. I release a shaky breath, dropping to the floor to do a few easy stretches. Hip rolls, neck tilts, a gentle forward fold. As I move, I try to let the tension drain from my muscles. My mind keeps swirling with the same questions. Who gave that man a Heartline badge? Why is he after me? The faint memory of a man falling at that influencer party flickers again in my brain, sending my pulse racing. Did I witness a crime? Or am I mixing half-lost trauma with fear? Mid-stretch, I sense movement at the door. I glance up to see Gideon leaning against the frame, arms folded over his chest. Even in this small posture, he looks imposing. Tall, broad shoulders, silver in his cropped hair. The lines at the corners of his eyes betray his worry. "You okay?" he asks, voice quiet. "Ivy's just finishing her drawing. I told her we'd do a puzzle next." I nod, rising to my feet. My arms fall to my sides, tremors of adrenaline still lingering. "Yeah," I say, not quite meeting his gaze. "Just anxious." He steps into the room, shutting the door behind him. Not all the way. He leaves it a crack open, likely for Ivy's sake. "I wish I could fix that," he murmurs, voice low and rough with concern. My eyes flick to his. "Me too," I admit, chest tight. "But this is bigger than my anxiety. If there's a traitor in your company, we can't just ignore it." He nods, jaw clenched. "I know." He looks away as though gathering his thoughts, then exhales. "Listen, I stand by what I told you. I want to be in your life, in Ivy's life, every day. That doesn't change, no matter how complicated this gets." My heart twinges. I step closer, inhaling his subtle aftershave. "I believe you," I whisper, forcing a shaky smile. "I'm just scared, and I hate feeling powerless." He lifts a hand, hesitating before letting his palm rest against my cheek. I lean into the touch despite the swirl of uncertainty in my gut. "You're not powerless," he says, voice quiet. "You found that vlog, that clue. You might be the one who cracks this wide open." A faint flicker of hope stirs in my chest. "Or I might lead us into more danger," I say, self-doubt creeping in. Gideon's expression softens, and he brushes his thumb across my cheek. Then we face it together. His voice drops lower. "I meant it. I'm not leaving. Not Ivy. Not you." Tears prick my eyes, the stress of the morning threatening to spill over. I swallow, covering his hand with mine. "Thank you," I murmur, voice catching. He nods, then steps back, releasing me gently. I see the flicker of regret, like he wants to hold me longer, but knows we're teetering on the edge of crisis. "Let's check on Ivy," he says softly. "Then maybe we can figure out the next step. If Rafe doesn't find anything, maybe you and I can rewatch that footage, see if we missed any details." My throat aches as I nod. "Okay," I whisper. We exit the small bedroom, returning to the living area. Ivy looks up from her colorful drawing, big grin on her face. "Mommy, Daddy, see?" she exclaims, brandishing a scribbled picture that might be a butterfly or a star. Hard to tell. She's beaming with pride either way. My heart squeezes at the sight. Even in this gloom, her bright spirit refuses to be dampened. I force a real smile, crossing to her. "That's beautiful, baby," I say, ruffling her curls. She giggles, hugging the paper to her chest. "We do puzzle now?" Gideon laughs softly, the tension in his posture easing for a moment. "Sure thing, sweetheart. Let's see if we can fit all those pieces without losing any." He kneels on the floor, rummaging in a plastic bag that holds a secondhand puzzle Rafe brought. Ivy plops down next to him, happily chattering about corners and edges. A wave of warmth washes over me, momentarily drowning out my fear. I lower myself onto the couch, watching them. Gideon's large hands carefully place puzzle pieces, Ivy squealing every time one fits. It's an oddly domestic scene, the kind I never imagined. He wants to be here every day. Despite the swirl of unease, I cling to this fragile pocket of peace, because once the phone rings with Rafe's report or another crisis emerges, we'll be thrown back into the storm of suspicion and danger. But for now, just for now, I let myself hope that we'll uncover the truth, that we'll remain a family beyond these still reinforced walls. That's the only way I can keep going. Chapter 13. Harper. I'm standing in the cramped hallway of the safe house, a duffel bag at my feet, feeling like my heart might crack right down the center of my chest. The dull overhead light casts a faint yellow glow, highlighting the chipped paint on the walls. This corridor has become a cage, one I thought I could tolerate for Ivy's sake, but I can't breathe here anymore, not with the ache in my lungs and the constant swirl of questions no one will answer. I can hear Ivy's soft giggles coming from the living area. Gideon's reading her some picture book Rafe dropped off, something bright and silly to distract her from the tension that clings to every breath we take. My stomach twists at the sound. It's almost enough to make me stay. Almost. A buzz from my phone startles me. I fumble to silence it before Gideon hears. It's a text from Cam. Out front. Hurry before I lose my nerve. My pulse kicks up. Cam's my best friend and the only person I trust outside of this place. She insisted on coming despite my warnings, ignoring every reason Gideon gave for why it wasn't safe. I need to get out, and she's the only one who can help me do it. I crouch, unzipping the duffel just to check one more time. Diapers for Ivy, her favorite stuffed cat, a small stash of clothes, the phone charger, my wallet, a few essential documents. It's not everything, but enough to get us through until... I don't know. Until I figure out something else. My eyes sting with unshed tears. I never wanted to run away from Gideon, not when he's finally here, claiming fatherhood and promising me a future. But I can't erase the unease that he doesn't really believe me about the traitor or the man in the vlog. He says he does, but the tension in his voice, the loyalty he shows to Heartline, it's like I'm second place. Or maybe I just can't handle the fear of being stuck here, waiting for betrayal to strike again, waiting for someone inside Gideon's team to come for me. Take a breath, Harper. I cling to the corridor wall, fighting the wave of dizziness that hits. Outside, the door lock beeps. I stiffen. Maybe Rafe's come back with an update, or Natalie's arrived. But the beep fades, and there's no sound of footsteps. Could be a false alarm, or maybe Cam is nudging the keypad from the outside. My heart hammers. I need to get Ivy, quickly. My mind races, imagining Gideon's expression when he realizes I'm leaving. He'll hate me, but I can't stay. I feel suffocated, betrayed, terrified. I need to keep Ivy safe on my own terms. That's the only thought fueling my resolve. Tightening my grip on the duffel handle, I step toward the living room. The small overhead lamp spills golden light over the worn couch. Ivy's perched on Gideon's lap, both of them engrossed in a bright pink book about dancing unicorns. She squeals every time he attempts the silly voices that, let's be honest, he's not quite nailing. Still, her giggles echo in the safe house gloom, a sound so pure it twists my heart. Gideon looks up, and the cautious smile on his face shifts to concern when he sees the bag in my hand. He sets the book aside, the tension in his broad shoulders returning instantly. "Harper," he says, his voice controlled but laced with worry. What's going on? My throat tightens. I force my gaze to Ivy's big brown eyes, so trusting, so innocent. I'm doing this for her. That's what I tell myself to stay upright. We're leaving, I manage, voice trembling. His jaw sets. Leaving? His gaze flicks from me to Ivy, who's peering at me with a crayon still clasped in her fist. What do you mean leaving? I try to swallow the lump of emotion stuck in my throat, stepping closer to where they sit. I can't stay here anymore, I say softly, each word feeling like broken glass. I'm done waiting for answers that don't come, or for your second in command to magically fix it. If someone in Heartline is behind this, how am I supposed to trust the walls you built? Gideon's breath catches, and for a moment he looks genuinely wounded. He stands slowly, setting Ivy on the couch. She scrambles to her feet, hugging her stuffed cat. Harper, he says, voice low and intense. I told you we're investigating. Rafe's working on it. I'm working on it. I shift my weight, tears burning the back of my eyes. It's not enough. I feel like a prisoner here, Gideon, and my voice cracks. I thought you believed me. I thought you'd fight for me, for us, but all I see is you defending Heartline's rock-solid system. Meanwhile, the man who grabbed me might have gotten that badge from someone you trust, and we're next. He flinches, eyes full of turmoil. That's not fair, he mutters. I do believe you, but I have to confirm everything so we can move against the right person. You can't just walk out with Ivy. It's not safe out there. His stoic facade wavers, panic creeping into his voice. I kneel by the couch, brushing a hand over Ivy's hair. Her eyes dart between us, sensing the tension. Baby, I say softly, we're going on a little trip, okay? Auntie Cam is here to help. Ivy's lip wobbles. But Gideon, he come too? My chest constricts, and I have to bite my lip to keep from sobbing. I wish he could, but I'm not sure if I can let him. No, sweetheart, I whisper. Just us for now. She looks at Gideon, confusion bright in her eyes. Daddy, come? Her voice is small, trembling. Gideon's expression darkens, heartbreak painted across his features. Harper, he says, stepping forward, voice cracking. Please, let's talk this through. Don't do this. I press my palm to Ivy's back, guiding her off the couch. She clings to my leg and I scoop her up, her stuffed cat nestled between us. My arms shake with the effort of staying strong. I can't break down in front of her. I'm sorry, I whisper, tears threatening to spill. But I can't stay. I thought you'd believe me. Gideon's mouth opens, but no sound emerges. The raw grief in his eyes slices me open. For a long moment, the only noise is Ivy's soft sniffles. Finally, Gideon rakes a hand through his silver-threaded hair, looking older than ever. Where will you go? He asks, voice hollow. I swallow. Cam's got a friend's cabin, upstate, off the grid. We can lay low, figure things out without worrying someone in your circle is feeding our location to the enemy. He clenches his fists, tension thrumming in every muscle. Harper, it's not safe out there, not without my protection. You don't even know who's coming after you. Anger flares, fueled by fear. And apparently neither do you, with all your fancy logs and badges. I snap, instantly regretting the harshness. But I can't stop. If I'm going to be a target, let me handle it my way. He exhales sharply, chest rising and falling with contained emotion. I can't let you do this, he says, though his tone is more desperate than commanding. I can't lose you, both of you. I close my eyes, tears sliding down my cheeks. I'm not asking permission, Gideon, I whisper, voice trembling. I have to protect Ivy. If I stay here any longer, I'll lose my mind. A ragged silence falls. Ivy squirms, burying her face in my shoulder, and I force myself to stand straight. My phone buzzes again, Cam, impatient. We need to go now. Gideon notices, gaze dropping to the phone in my hand. A flash of raw panic crosses his face. Harp, he says softly. Don't do this in anger. We can figure it out. I swear, just give me time. A jolt rushes through me at the break in his voice, but I steel myself, stepping back. I've run out of time, I say, tears choking me. This is the only way I know to keep Ivy safe, to keep myself sane. I'm sorry. He surges forward, half a step, like he might reach for me, but stops himself, fists clenching at his sides. The heartbreak in his eyes is almost unbearable. When will I see her? He manages, voice raw. I bite down on a sob, pressing a trembling kiss to Ivy's hair. She's silent now, sensing the gravity. I don't know, I admit. Each word a blade to my chest. I'll be in touch when it's safe. But for now, I swallow, blinking through tears. We can't be here. A harsh, shuddering breath escapes him. He stands there, tall and solid, yet looking utterly defeated. His lips part, maybe to argue or plead, but he can't seem to form the words. He wants to fight. But maybe he finally sees how determined, how broken I am. I move to the front door, shifting Ivy's weight on my hip, the duffel slung over my shoulder. Gideon follows, silent footsteps behind me. At the keypad, I punch in the override code he taught me for emergencies. The lock clicks, the door swinging open to reveal the dim morning outside. I see Cam's car parked by the curb, engine idling. I stand on the threshold, heart pounding in my ears. Gently, I set Ivy on her feet, ignoring the tremble in my hands. She clings to me wide-eyed, too young to fully understand. I kneel to her level. Honey, I say softly, we're going on an adventure with Auntie Cam, okay? She sniffles. Will Daddy come later? Her voice is so hopeful it hurts. I brush back her curls, forcing a gentle smile. Maybe, someday soon. My voice cracks. Standing again, I glance back at Gideon. He looks shattered, arms limp at his sides, eyes fixed on Ivy, as though memorizing every detail. I feel a surge of emotion so strong, it nearly collapses my resolve. I remember his vow, how he told me he wants to be there every day, how he's done everything he can to protect us. And still, I'm walking out. I'm sorry, I whisper, voice barely audible. I wish this was different. He tries to speak, but his throat seems locked. Finally, he manages, please be careful, keep her safe. Tears blur my vision. I will, I promise. With that, I coax Ivy forward, stepping into the chilly air. Cam stands by the passenger door of her beat-up sedan, worry etched on her beautiful, fierce face. Her Afro-Latina heritage shows in her warm brown skin and thick curls pulled into a high ponytail. Eyes flashing with protective anger as she takes in the scene. She opens the back door for Ivy, shooting me a tight nod. I buckle Ivy into the seat, her stuffed cat in her arms. She's too subdued for a 2-year-old, fear mingling with confusion. I kiss her forehead, tears slipping free before I can stop them. Behind me, Gideon hasn't moved from the doorway. The rising sun casts a dull glow over his broad shoulders, silver hair glinting. He looks so alone, so lost. Our eyes lock one last time. I love you, my heart screams, but my lips stay silent, because I can't see how love fixes any of this right now. I climb into the front seat, slamming the door. Cam gives me a sharp look. She can see the heartbreak all over my face. I press my fist into my lap, forcing myself not to look at Gideon again as we pull away from the curb. My tears come hot and fast, silent sobs I struggle to hide from Ivy. Cam's hand touches mine, a brief squeeze of support, then returns to the wheel. Through the rearview mirror, I spot Gideon, still standing there. The safe house door open behind him. The image sears into my mind as we turn the corner and vanish from his sight. My stomach twists, nausea blooming. What have I done? But I have no other choice. Ivy's safety is all that matters, and I can't wait around for Gideon to figure out who's betraying him. If he truly believed me, fully, without hesitation, maybe this would be different. Maybe we'd run together. But his loyalty to Heartline stands in the way, and I can't risk my daughter's life on a maybe. I lean my head against the car window. tears blurring the view of gray buildings and muted sunrise. Cam says nothing, giving me space to shatter in silence. My chest aches with every breath, but beneath the pain, a small thread of grim resolve unspools. I'll burn the world down to protect Ivy, even if it means leaving the man I love behind. As the city streets blur past, the safe house recedes, a memory that feels both too recent and a lifetime away. I thought you'd believe me. The words echo in my mind, clinging to the final glimpse of Gideon's stricken face. Guilt and sorrow twist together, nearly suffocating me. Still, I cradle Ivy's little foot in my hand, where it dangles from the car seat, reminding myself she's here. She's real. She's mine to protect. And no matter how badly this hurts, I won't regret choosing her safety first. Not ever.
Chapter 14. Gideon. The walls of Heartline HQ seem more sterile than usual this morning. Everything smells faintly of antiseptic cleaner and stale coffee, the sharp tang of disappointment lingering in the recycled air. I stalk through the main operations floor, boots striking polished tile, ignoring the worried glances of a few junior staffers. They know better than to ask what's wrong. They can see it in my face. Harper's gone. My daughter's gone. And I'm not doing well. I keep my jaw tight, scanning the rows of workstations. Each desk is manned by an analyst or operative, eyes glued to monitors. The hum of electronics and low chatter forms a tense background hum, like an undercurrent of static threatening to erupt. A few overhead televisions show muted news coverage, nothing about Harper or Ivy, but I flinch anyway at each scrolling headline. They're out there, unprotected, because I failed to keep her from running. Shaking off the guilt, I head for the elevator that leads to our sub-level, where Heartline's cybersecurity command lives. Natalie's domain, a subterranean labyrinth of servers and digital defenses. She called me in a hurry last night, voice crackling with urgency. I found something off, Gideon. You need to see this. I didn't hesitate. I left the safe house in a rage, wanting answers I couldn't give Harper. Now, with her and Ivy gone, I have no choice but to unravel who betrayed us. The elevator ride down is silent, my reflection in the brushed steel doors showing a man who looks older than he did a week ago. My hair is more silver than ever, a permanent line of tension etched between my brows. The polo shirt I wear black with the Heartline logo clings uncomfortably to my shoulders, as though my body wants to rip free of it. I feel like a caged wolf, restless and poised to attack. When the doors open, the hallway is bathed in fluorescent glare. A single metal door at the far end bears a keypad. I punch in my personal code, stepping into the cybersecurity room. Rows of computer terminals glow in the dim space, monitors flickering with lines of code and scrolling logs. The hum of fans in the server racks thrums like a heartbeat beneath the floor. Natalie stands at the center of it all, arms folded over her chest, her features lit by the blue glare of half a dozen screens. She's a tall, lean woman with close-cropped curly hair, streaked here and there with gray. She's wearing a sleek black turtleneck, and tailored slacks her typical uniform. Her eyes flick up as I approach, the hint of worry etched in their corners. "Gideon," she says, voice low. "Natalie." My pulse quickens. "Tell me you've got something." Her lips press together. "I do. Not sure you'll like it." She waves me closer to a main console, tapping a few keys. Lines of data fill the screen, mostly code and timestamps I can't parse at a glance. She points to a series of flagged entries in neon green. I ran a deep dive on all event logs from 3 years ago, like you asked. But I also cross-referenced them with ongoing system traffic, just in case. That's where I found anomalies. I step in, scanning the highlighted text. "Anomalies?" She nods, jaw tense. "Someone's been tampering with our archives, editing old entries to erase a particular name. And that same someone's been funneling live intel out of Heartline's secure server to an external IP address." My spine prickles with cold fury. An external IP? Any lead on the recipient? She taps more keys. It's masked through multiple VPNs, but I traced the final hop to an account affiliated with AJ Vale. Ring a bell? A bitter taste floods my mouth. Jasper Vale, an influencer turned crypto millionaire whose name has cropped up in the background of suspicious business deals for months. He's known for shady investments and a cult-like online following. Why the hell would Vale want intel on Harper? I mutter, mind spinning. Natalie arches a brow. Money? Obsession? Could be personal. She switches screens, showing a snippet of code. But here's the real kicker. The data is being uploaded by someone with full internal clearance, someone we trust. The logs were carefully manipulated. Tension climbs my neck, a band of iron around my throat. Who? I ask, voice tight, though I can already guess. She presses her lips together, flicking to a final column of data. A user ID is partially masked, but the fragments that remain confirm my worst fears. Rafe's credentials, she says bluntly. He's the one funneling intel to Jasper Vale, and he's been altering old event records to hide a particular incident. A certain man's name. The same man Harper recognized in that vlog. Rafe was systematically erasing him. My breath leaves me in a raw exhale. Rafe, my second in command. Rage spikes hot and ugly in my veins. He's behind this. He's the reason Harper nearly got taken? My vision tunnels for a moment, and I have to steady myself against the console. This can't be... I swallow, forcing composure. Are you absolutely sure? Natalie's jaw sets. I cross-checked login tokens, timestamps, even typed keystroke patterns. It's him, Gideon. Her eyes soften with pity at my evident devastation. I'm sorry. A hollow ache spreads in my chest. Rafe's been with me for nearly a decade, through expansions, tough missions, personal losses. We were nearly family. I recall Harper's suspicion, the heartbreak in her voice when I hesitated to believe her. My fists clench. She was right, and I failed her. Where is he now? Natalie shrugs. He's due in soon. I told him to come for a routine meeting. Figured you'd want to handle it. Damn right. My voice shakes with fury. I want him locked down. If he's been feeding info to Vale, that means he's complicit in Harper's abduction attempt. She lifts a phone from the desk. I've already got local PD on standby, hush hush. We can have them here in minutes. I exhale, trying not to let the roiling anger consume me. Focus. Do it, and scramble a few of our own guys to back them up. I'm not letting Rafe slip away. Natalie nods, stepping aside to place the call. I run a trembling hand through my hair, anger and guilt warring in my gut. Rafe, my friend, the man Harper suspected, the man I didn't want to blame. Suddenly I recall Harper's stricken face when she left the safe house. She needed me to trust her, but I was too loyal to Heartline's rock-solid system. I failed to quell a growl of self-loathing. A short while later, the ops floor is quietly braced for confrontation. Plainclothes police hover at desks, pretending to be staff. Two of my best field agents stand near the entrance, flanking it in a casual but coordinated stance. Natalie's in the corner, monitoring security cameras with a hawk-like focus. We're waiting for Rafe. When he finally strides in, I see him greet a couple of staffers with easy smiles, oblivious to the trap. His dark blonde hair is clipped short, his posture confident. He's got that half-smirk that used to reassure me he had everything under control. Now it makes me want to punch a hole in the wall. He spots me across the ops floor, lifts a hand in greeting. I summon the last scrap of calm I possess and incline my head, signaling him over. The staffers watch, tension humming, but they keep their composure. Everyone knows the plan. Morning, boss, Rafe says, voice cordial. I've got an update on the Vale archives. My jaw flexes. Let's talk in my office, I say, keeping my tone flat. He nods, a flicker of curiosity in his expression. As he follows me past the row of desks, I notice the subtle shift of the plainclothes officers inching closer. My heart pounds. Easy, Gideon. Don't tip him off too soon. We step into my glass-walled office. I slide the door shut behind him, ignoring how my reflection looks ragged in the glass. Rafe sets a folder on my desk, tapping it. So I found... He doesn't finish. I lunge forward, fists knotting in his shirt collar, slamming him against the nearest window. The desk trembles with the force. My voice comes out a snarl. "You lying bastard!" I hiss, chest heaving. "You think you can funnel data to Jasper Vale under my nose?" His eyes flare with shock, then a wave of denial. "Gideon, what the hell?" I tighten my grip, heart racing. "Natalie traced your login, your keystrokes. You've been tampering with logs, erasing a man's name from our archives. The same man who targeted Harper. Then you sold intel to Vale. My intel." He tries to shove me off, but I hold firm, fueled by rage and heartbreak. "It's not what you think," he spits, panic flickering in his eyes. A bitter laugh tears from my throat. "Really? Because it looks like you betrayed Heartline and put Harper and Ivy at risk." Sirens whine faintly in the distance, cops approaching. I can see the lights flashing on the street beyond the tinted windows. The staff out there will guide them in any second now. Rafe's face twists. "I never wanted her hurt," he growls, voice shaking. "But I was tired of living in your shadow. Vale offered me a way out. Some quick cash, a chance to prove I'm more than your right hand." Disgust churns in my gut. "So you fed him intel, let him bypass our security, all to feed your ego?" He tries to break free again, but I slam him back. "People nearly died," I snarl. "Harper had to run, because she suspected you and she was right." Rafe's eyes dart around, searching for an escape, sweat beating on his temples. I never meant for it to go that far," he mutters. "Just wanted you to see you're not a god, Gideon. You can't always be on top." My stomach roils at his twisted logic. This is jealousy turned lethal. Anger surges, but I force it down, mindful that I need him alive to answer for his crimes. The glass door slides open behind me and 2 plainclothes cops slip in, guns drawn but lowered. Rafe tenses, face pale. I step back, motioning the cops to take him. They cuff him, reading his rights in a clipped monotone. And he doesn't resist now, fear winning out. I stand there, chest heaving, muscles trembling as they drag him away. He shoots me a final glare, equal parts rage and regret. "I was tired of being your shadow," he spits. "Tired of you taking everything." My stomach twists, but I refuse to dignify his words with a response. The door slides shut behind him. I catch a glimpse of staffers outside, watching in stunned silence. A punch of sorrow hits me. Some of them admired Rafe, too. This betrayal stings across the entire team. Natalie steps into my office, eyes wide. They're taking him down to the precinct. PD says they'll question him about Vale's role. I also flagged the crypto accounts we tracked. They're freezing them now. I slump into my chair, raking a hand through my strands. "What about Vale?" She glances at her phone, eyebrows lifting. "He's being picked up as we speak. SWAT's raiding one of his properties. Seems he's wanted for more than just extortion." Her lips curve in a grim line. "If everything goes right, he'll be behind bars by midday." Relief sweeps through me, mingled with exhaustion. "So that's it," I murmur, voice hollow. "We got him." Natalie watches me for a moment, studying my face. "Maybe," she says softly. "But something still feels off, Gideon. The logs Rafe deleted referenced a name, Elias Vale, Jasper's father, from what I can tell. I only got fragments, but there's an older Vale that might be the real puppet master. This might not be as done as we hope." I scrub a hand down my face, sinking deeper into the chair. "I appreciate your caution," I say, but part of me wants to cling to the hope that it's truly over. I'm desperate for a resolution, a chance to bring Harper and Ivy home safe. But if Jasper's behind bars, he can't touch Harper anymore. Natalie nods, tension still in her posture. "Agreed. But keep your eyes open. Elias Vale is a powerful man. Doesn't usually appear in the spotlight, but he's rumored to have more resources than we realize. My gut clenches. I'll keep that in mind. She sets a comforting hand on my shoulder. Take a breath, Gideon. We just exposed a major betrayal. Rafe's arrested. Vale is going down. That's progress. I give a short nod, swallowing past the dryness in my throat. Yeah, thanks, Natalie. You saved us. Again. She offers a faint smile, then exits, leaving me alone in the office. The hush that falls feels oppressive. I stare at the scattered documents on my desk, a swirl of invoices, mission logs, and that same blasted screenshot of the man Harper recognized in the vlog. We got him. So why do I feel so damn empty? My gaze drifts to the phone. Should I call Harper? My heart twists, remembering how she walked out with Ivy in her arms, her eyes full of heartbreak. I need to tell her she's safe to come home. But is it truly safe if Elias Vale is lurking in the background? If he's the real threat, maybe I'm not done fighting. Despite my reservations, a flicker of hope stirs. Maybe if I can just get word to her. I pick up the phone, only to realize I don't have her new number or the cabin location. She left me in the dark, severing any easy way to contact her. A surge of shame floods me. I drove her to that point with my blind loyalty to Heartline. She didn't trust me enough to share her plan. Sighing, I set the phone down. I'll track her down if I must, but I suspect that would only push her further away if she's not ready to trust me. Maybe once the news of Jasper's arrest breaks, she'll feel safe enough to reach out. I cling to that fragile possibility. I stand, crossing to the window. The city sprawls below, bright with midday sun that contrasts my bleak mood. A swirl of conflicting emotions tangles in my chest. Relief that we've exposed Rafe, anger at his betrayal, anguish that Harper's gone and I might have lost her for good. 3 gentle knocks on the door frame make me turn. It's one of our analysts, a young woman with wide eyes and trembling hands. Sir, the police just confirmed. Jasper Vale and Rafe are in custody. I nod, voice tight. Thank you. Good work. She glances around, clearly picking up on the tension in the air. I guess congratulations, boss. Then she scurries away. I manage a curt nod as she leaves, but the word congratulations grates. It doesn't feel like a win. Not if Harper and Ivy aren't here to see it. I press a palm to the glass, staring at the city. Over a decade of building Heartline from the ground up, forging loyalty, saving lives, and it was undone from the inside by envy. Rafe nearly cost me Harper and Ivy. He might have cost me them already. 'Cause even if I want to run to that cabin right now, scoop Ivy into my arms, and beg Harper's forgiveness, part of me knows it's not that simple. We're fractured. My trust in Rafe overshadowed my trust in her, and she ran to save herself. A shaky breath leaves my lungs. Is this really over? Part of me whispers that something bigger is still lurking, just like Natalie warned. Elias Vale's name hangs in the back of my mind, an invisible threat we haven't truly confronted. But for now, the immediate danger, the man orchestrating the abduction attempts, is behind bars. That has to count for something. I close my eyes, letting a wave of relief and sorrow pass through me. We got him, I think again. It's finally over. Maybe I'm telling myself that so I don't go mad with longing for Harper. Maybe I'm foolishly hoping this is enough to bring her back. But it's all I can do, clutch the fragile resolution we've momentarily achieved, and pray it leads me back to the family I almost had.
Chapter 15. Harper. The old cabin is nestled in a cradle of pines and oaks, so dense that the afternoon sun filters through. In spangled patches of gold, a narrow dirt road leads in, barely wide enough for a single car. Cam insisted this place was off the grid, a borrowed hideout from one of her friends who owed her a favor. We arrived here at dawn 2 days ago, Ivy dozing against my shoulder, me running on pure adrenaline and heartbreak. Now, I'm crouched on the porch step with a mug of herbal tea in my hands. The porch itself sags under my weight, creaking gently with every shift. My eyes track the slow dance of dust motes in the shaft of light that spills across warped floorboards. Each breath is suffused with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The quiet hush here is so different from the city. No sirens, no neighbors thumping past the wall. No tension-infused safe house corridors, just the wind, soft in the trees. Ivy's inside, coloring at the rickety kitchen table. She keeps her plush cat nearby, occasionally calling out to me about the monkey princess she's drawing, or how she wants more pink crayons. Her sweet voice soothes some raw part of me I can't name. Out here, I'm calmer than I've been in days. No relentless honking or flickering neon signs. No one double-checking locks or scanning for intruders. Even my nerves, so frazzled in the safe house, have settled to a dull hum. But peace is fleeting, and guilt laces every quiet moment. My stomach twists when I remember Gideon's face the last time I saw him. Hurt, etched in every line as I walked away. I told him he hadn't believed me. The memory of that goodbye, his stricken eyes gnaws at me. He never tried to stop me, just stood there, powerless. And now here I am, holed up in a borrowed cabin, wondering if I made the right call. The cabin door creaks behind me, and Cam steps out. Her thick curly hair pulled into a messy bun, a phone clutched in her hand. She's wearing a rumpled hoodie and leggings, the same outfit from earlier. "You good?" she asks quietly, glancing around like she half expects someone to leap out of the bushes. I shrug, sipping my lukewarm tea. As good as I can be. My voice sounds hollow in the still air. She crosses her arms, leaning against the porch railing. "Just talk to Tay," she says, referring to my older brother. "He's worried about you. I didn't tell him where we are, just that you're safe." My throat tightens, but I manage a nod. I haven't spoken to Tay in months. Our relationship has been strained ever since I refused to share details about Ivy's father. Now, ironically, Gideon is more than just a father. He's the man I left behind. Sometimes I think I sabotage every good thing in my life. "Thanks," I mutter. He doesn't need the details. Cam gives me a long, assessing look. "And you're sure you don't want me telling Gideon anything either?" she asks. Softly. "He's been calling me nonstop, leaving voicemails. He's worried sick." My chest constricts. "You told him we're okay, right?" I whisper. She hesitates, gaze flicking away. "I told him you're alive. That's all. I wanted to keep it vague, but..." He sounded desperate. "He said the stalker has been caught." She grimaces, sighing. "He asked if I'd give him your number, but I said no. I mean, that's what you wanted, right?" My heart kicks up a beat, a rush of conflicting emotions flooding me. He's caught. That's the news I've been waiting for. Yet dread clings to the edges. Like maybe it's too easy. Does that mean it's safe to come back? Or is it another layer of heartline illusions? I swallow, fiddling with the handle of my mug. "I just need more time," I say, the words feeling like a half lie on my tongue. "I need to be sure. We can't just waltz back if his system is compromised. Gideon swore he'd root out whoever was behind it. But what if there's more we don't know?" Cam's lips press together. "I get it," she murmurs, stepping over to rest a hand on my shoulder. "But don't close him out forever, Harp. The man's trying, from what I can see." My eyes prickle with tears I refuse to shed. "I know," I whisper. "I'm just not ready." She nods, giving my shoulder a gentle squeeze, then heads back inside. Through the open door, I hear Ivy's delighted squeal. "And Cam, I made a pink lion." Her childish excitement tugs at my heart, and a faint smile ghosts my lips. I exhale, inhaling the fresh pine scent again, letting it ground me. He says the stalker is caught. A swirl of longing grips my chest, the urge to call Gideon just to hear his voice, to let him reassure me. But my fear that someone on his team could still be feeding info to a bigger threat. Fear that we're not done with secrets holds me back. I can't risk Ivy's safety on a maybe. Suddenly, a flicker of motion catches my eye above the tree line. A subtle mechanical hum, so faint I might have imagined it. My gaze snaps upward. For a split second, I see a dark silhouette drifting across the sky. A drone? My pulse spikes. Could be a hobbyist or a search drone, or something more ominous. I push off the step, heart hammering, straining to see through the canopy. A blink later, it's gone, leaving me uncertain if it was even real. Anxiety tightens my stomach. Maybe I'm just paranoid. But the tension coiling in my spine warns me otherwise. We're not as hidden as I hoped. Before I can decide what to do, the crunch of tires on gravel makes me whirl around. A battered SUV rumbles into view along the narrow road, windows tinted, engine coughing a bit. My first instinct is to run inside for Ivy, but something makes me pause. There's a familiarity in the silhouette behind the windshield. As the SUV pulls up, my throat constricts, adrenaline spiking. The driver's door opens, and Gideon unfolds himself from the seat, boots crunching on gravel. My heart stutters. He looks exhausted, circles under his pale blue eyes, silver hair in disarray. He's wearing an old leather jacket, the same one he wore that night in the bar, like a talisman he can't let go of. He lifts his gaze. Catching sight of me on the porch, I see relief flicker across his face, followed by hesitance. My pulse thunders. How did he find me? Did Cam give in, or did he track me somehow? He raises both hands, palms out, as if to show he's not a threat. Harper, he calls softly, voice raw. I swallow, my feet rooted to the porch step. I can't find the breath to speak. Finally, I manage. How did you... He takes a cautious step forward. Cam told me you were here, he admits, wincing. She insisted it was a last resort. She said you might never forgive her, but I begged Harper. I needed to know you were safe. His voice trembles on that last word. A surge of conflicting emotions washes over me. Anger at Cam for revealing my location. Gratitude that Gideon cared enough to beg. Fear that maybe this is a trick. But the raw anguish in his eyes is undeniable. He's not faking this. He moves closer, and I notice the faint lines of tension bracketing his mouth. The hum of the forest suddenly feels charged, as if the birds themselves are holding their breath. I'm sorry, he says, stopping a few feet away from the porch. I know you left for a reason. I didn't come to drag you back, I swear. I just had to see you. My gaze flickers to the cabin door, where Ivy is still inside, unaware. My chest aches with the need to keep her safe, to keep my guard up, but Gideon's presence tugs at every vulnerable chord in me. Why now? I ask, voice tight. You could have just called Cam for updates. He dips his head, swallowing. Because the stalker's in custody, he says quietly. Rafe, my second in command, was behind the intel leaks, working with a man named Jasper Vale. We got them both. Police took them in. It's over. A shaky breath leaves my lungs. Rafe. My mind reels at the name I once trusted by association. That means no more threat? I whisper, half in disbelief. He hesitates. Expression shadowed. Natalie thinks there may be another layer. Jasper's father, Elias Vale, might be lurking in the background. We don't have solid proof he's involved yet, but the immediate threat is gone. I wanted you to know. You're safe if you want to come home. My heart jumps at the word home. The safe house never felt like home, but Gideon's presence did, in some ways. Yet fear lingers. What if Elias Vale comes after me? I ask, voice cracking. Gideon's eyes fill with sorrow. We don't have evidence he's coming for you, but if he does, I'll protect you. I promise. I shake my head, tension tightening my chest. You promised that before and it got complicated. You said you believed me, but you still hesitated to point fingers at Rafe. He flinches, pain flickering across his face. I messed up, he admits, voice hushed. I wanted to trust the people I built Heartline with. I was wrong, and in doubting you, I drove you away. I'm sorry. My throat burns. This is the apology I craved, but hearing it now, I realize my anger has mutated into something else, an ache for what we lost. Why didn't you just believe me? I ask, tears stinging my eyes. I said I recognized the man, but you kept insisting your system was unbreakable. He exhales, gaze dropping. Because I've spent years trusting Rafe. I couldn't see that he'd resent me enough to sabotage everything. By the time I realized, you were gone. He looks up, heartbreak etched on his features. I regret it every second. Silence envelops us. The wind rustles through the pines, carrying the scent of sap and damp leaves. I realize my hands are shaking around the cooling mug of tea. Is this enough to repair what's broken? After a moment, Gideon lifts his hand, palm up, an invitation I could easily reject. I know I have no right to ask, he says softly. But can I see Ivy? Just for a minute, to know she's okay? My chest constricts. The love in his voice is so raw it hurts. Slowly I nod. She's inside. He breathes a quiet sigh of relief, stepping closer to the porch. I move aside, heart pounding, leading him to the cabin door. Inside, the living room is small, with the mismatched furniture and threadbare rugs. Ivy is perched on the floor, crayons scattered, pictures pinned haphazardly to the wooden walls. She looks up at the squeak of the door. Gideon, she exclaims, jumping up. Her stuffed cat tumbles from her grasp. You found us? His posture softens in an instant. Yeah, sweetheart, he says, kneeling to catch her in a gentle hug. I had to make sure you were okay. I watch them, tears threatening again. Ivy clings to him, babbling about how she drew a pink monkey princess. Gideon listens intently, nodding with rapt attention. For a moment, the tension in my chest eases, replaced by something tender and wistful. They should have this every day. A cautious presence behind me makes me turn. Cam stands in the kitchen doorway, arms folded, lips pursed. She meets my gaze with a slight shrug, silently telling me he needed to see you. I swallow and nod. When Ivy finishes chattering, Gideon shifts his attention back to me, still kneeling with Ivy's small arms draped around his neck. I missed her, he confesses, voice thick. Missed both of you. My stomach flips. We missed you too, I admit, voice barely above a whisper. But you see why I had to leave? He closes his eyes for a moment. Yes, I hate it, but I see it. Another hush settles. Then Gideon stands, gently coaxing Ivy to return to her crayons for a bit. She pouts but returns to her spot, glancing back at him every few seconds like she's afraid he'll vanish again. Gideon looks at me, crossing his arms. If you want to stay hidden until we're sure about Elias Vale, I won't force you back, he says, voice trembling with sincerity. I just needed to tell you in person that Jasper's in custody. The immediate threat is over. I can't help the tears that slip free now, a mixture of relief and overwhelming emotion. Thank you for telling me, I murmur. My grip on the mug tightens. I do feel calmer here. Ivy's relaxed. She hasn't asked to run outside once because she's happy exploring the forest, picking pine cones. He nods, a flicker of a sad smile. She loves the outdoors, he says softly. Gets that from you, maybe. I let out a breathy laugh. Yeah, maybe. A moment passes, thick with unspoken things. Then Gideon clears his throat, glancing at the cabin door. I can leave if you want, he says quietly. But I hoped we could talk more. About us. About what happens next. My gaze drifts to Ivy, humming to herself as she scribbles in a notebook. Cam is rummaging through a cabinet, pretending not to listen. The cabin feels at once too small and too infinite for this conversation. We can talk outside, I offer, hesitant. He nods. Sure. I motion for him to follow me back onto the porch. We step out into the crisp air, the forest's hush enveloping us again. He stands near me, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from him, but leaving space for me to breathe. I've replayed everything, he begins, voice low. How I doubted you, how you walked out. If I could change it, I would. I just want you to know that. I swallow past what feels a rock lodge in my throat. I believe you, I whisper. But it's not just about changing the past. It's about whether we can build a future without fear. I'm unsure if I can put my trust in Heartline's security. I question if I can trust that you won't put them above me again. Pain flickers in his eyes. I can't blame you for feeling that way, he concedes. All I can say is, I've stepped away from day-to-day ops. I told them I need time. Rafe's betrayal proved we need a complete overhaul. And I can't do that if I'm blind to my own team's resentment. I stare, surprise rippling through me. You stepped away? He nods, the tension in his jaw evident. Yes. Turned leadership over to the next rung, asking Natalie to oversee the internal audit. I'm going dark for a while, focusing on you and Ivy, if you'll let me. Emotion surges in my chest, tears threatening again. That's a big step, I say, voice catching. He exhales shakily. I realized I can't protect you and Ivy if I'm too caught up in Heartline politics. And I can't fix us if I'm always stuck behind an office desk, ignoring the cracks. So I'm here, hoping you'll let me earn your trust back, day by day. Silence settles, broken only by the faint rustle of the pines. My heart twists. I think of the times Gideon guided Ivy through a fever, the gentle way he cradled her in his arms. I think of his haunted expression when he realized I was truly leaving. He's giving up everything to show me I matter. Gideon, I whisper, tears glistening. I can't just come running back. He steps closer, gently reaching for my hand. This time, I let him take it, threading his fingers through mine. I'm not asking you to, he murmurs. I'll wait as long as you need. I just needed you to know I'm done letting anything come before you and Ivy. I press my lips together to hold back a sob. He's here. He's apologizing. The anger I've held on to wavers. I release a shaky breath, meeting his gaze. We'll see, I manage, a hint of a fragile smile ghosting my lips. I appreciate that you came, and that you told me about Jasper. That helps me breathe a little easier. Gideon's face softens, eyes shining with relief. Then that's enough for now, he says, voice hushed. I'll be around keeping watch, if you don't mind, discreetly. I won't invade your space, but if Elias Vale tries anything, I want to be close. I nod, emotion choking my response. He's not forcing me, he's asking. Okay, I whisper, giving his hand a small squeeze. Thank you. He exhales, shoulders sagging with tension leaving his body. We stand there, hands intertwined, the forest quiet, a balm on our jagged wounds. I sense a flicker of movement overhead, a bird, or maybe that drone again. My pulse quickens, but I decide not to mention it right now. Let me have this moment of peace. Behind us, the cabin door creaks, and Ivy pokes her head out, cat plush in one hand, crayons in the other. "Mommy? Daddy?" she says, voice soft. Gideon's hand in mine tightens, almost imperceptibly. We both turn, smiling for her, a fragile family scene on this rickety porch. The storm may not be over, but for the first time in weeks, I feel the faint stirrings of hope. Maybe we really can find a way back to each other. If we face the danger side by side, hearts open and fear in check. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 16. Gideon. I stand at the edge of the tree line, the cold snap of late afternoon air creeping under my collar. It's been 2 days since I found Harper's cabin. 2 days of staying nearby in a small motel down the road, close enough to keep watch without trampling the fragile peace she's built. The pines here feel ancient and watchful, their dense branches concealing me as I hover like some lurking sentry. It's not how I imagined wooing my family back, but I'll do whatever it takes to protect them. The wind shifts, rustling the evergreen needles overhead. My shoulders tense at every breeze, every faint crackle of underbrush. Rationally, I know the direct threat was Jasper. He's in jail. But Elias Vale, his father, he's just a rumor, a powerful presence in the shadows. And shadows have teeth. I check my phone for the 10th time in an hour, scanning for any text from Natalie or updates from the local police. Nothing. Cam's number sits in my call log, too. She's not exactly my biggest fan after I twisted her arm into letting me see Harper, but she's tolerated me enough to share that Harper's not planning to run again, at least for now. The memory of Harper's tear-bright eyes, her trembling voice as she heard the news about Jasper still clenches my chest. Exhaling, I adjust my stance, boots rustling the blanket of pine needles. In the distance, a thin spiral of smoke rises from the cabin's chimney. My heart pulls at the sight, wishing I was in there with them instead of skulking among the trees. But Harper needs space, so I keep a respectful distance, only going close enough to confirm they're safe a few times a day. The rest of the time, I crouch in the dirt or idle in my SUV just off the old logging road, scanning the area for any sign of threat. Just as I'm about to move further down the perimeter, my phone buzzes. The screen lights up with Natalie's name, and every nerve in me tenses. If she's calling, it's not a casual check-in. I swipe to answer, stepping behind a thick trunk to muffle my voice. "Yeah," I say, keeping it low. "Gideon," she says, her tone taut, urgent. "We have a situation." My pulse spikes. "Explain," I order, trying not to let fear color my voice. She exhales sharply. "The financial footprints we traced from Rafe's leaks. There's more. We recovered additional data from his encrypted drive. It points to bigger accounts, bigger transfers, all funneling to an entity owned by Elias Vale." My chest tightens. Natalie's caution was right. "So Jasper wasn't acting alone," I mutter. "Far from it," she confirms. "Elias is the real puppet master, Gideon. He's got far-reaching connections, political, corporate. We suspect he orchestrated the entire scheme, using Jasper as the fall guy." Anger crackles through me. A father using his son as a scapegoat. So he's the one behind Harper's stalker situation, I say, more statement than question. We believe so, Natalie replies grimly. He's been quietly expanding his empire. Our logs show references to a rebranded influencer conglomerate, plus hush money payouts. He never wanted Harper or you to see him coming. You took down his front man, but the real threat remains. I grind my teeth, scanning the trees as though Elias might appear right now. Where is he? She hesitates, frustration in her sigh. He's not in the country. He has private jets, multiple passports. We're pulling Interpol intel, but it's incomplete. The main point is he knows about Harper. And if Jasper was his pawn, we can't assume Elias will just let this go. My grip on the phone tightens. I won't let him hurt them, I say, voice low with determination. Harper and Ivy are hidden. But if Elias has the resources you're describing, he might track them. We have to ensure he can't. Natalie's next words come out fast. We flagged the cabin location in our system, just in case a new leak emerges. So far it's clean. But Gideon, if Elias Vale wants her, he'll find a way. You need to get them somewhere more secure, be ready to move. I stare at the rustic cabin in the distance, the faint glow of a single lamp in the window. My heart twists. Harper just started to breathe freely here. Tearing her away again might break whatever fragile piece she's found. But if Elias is out there... All right, I say, forcing steadiness. I'll warn her. We'll figure out next steps. Good, Natalie says. A beat of hesitation. Be careful, Gideon. He's no small-time crypto bro. He's rumored to have mercenaries on payroll. Understood, I mutter, jaw set. Keep me posted. The call ends with a static hiss, leaving me alone among the pines. A fresh wave of anxiety slams into me, followed by unwavering resolve. I failed Harper once, letting Rafe slip under my radar. I won't fail her again. That means having a tough conversation, probably tearing away her illusions of safety. My chest aches, but I can't hide this. If Elias Vale is the real threat, she deserves the truth. I tuck my phone away and stride toward the cabin, boots crunching over dead needles. My breath forms a thin cloud in the chilly air. The sun dips low, painting the horizon in pale oranges and pinks. As I approach, a flicker of motion catches my eye near the roof. Like the drone I saw a day ago, my nerves jolt, scanning the sky. The fleeting hum disappears behind a canopy of branches. Might be a random hobbyist, or might be Elias's men. Adrenaline floods me, fueling my pace. Reaching the small porch, I rap lightly on the wooden door. The cabin structure groans as if in protest. Inside, I hear muffled conversation, Harper's voice calm and soothing. My chest tightens at the memory of her parted lips, the warmth of her body pressed to mine. Focus. This is bigger than us. The door opens, revealing Cam. She stands braced in the doorway, arms folded, a wary expression on her face. You again, she says. Not unkindly, but definitely not thrilled. What's up, Rambo? I set my jaw. I need to talk to Harper. She narrows her eyes, but something in my tense posture must register because she steps aside with a sigh. Don't make me regret letting you in. I dip my head in gratitude, moving into the cabin. The interior is dim, lit by a couple of battery-powered lanterns and the weak glow of a fireplace. The place is snug but cluttered. Paintings of moose and lakes line the walls, a small couch piled with crocheted blankets. Harper sits on a threadbare rug in front of the fire, reading a picture book to Ivy, who's lying on her stomach, crayons scattered around. My chest constricts at the domestic scene, so precious, so fragile. Harper looks up, eyes widening when she sees me. Gideon, she breathes, carefully closing the book. Something wrong? Her voice wavers and guilt churns in my gut for constantly bringing trouble to her doorstep. I force a measured nod. Can we talk alone? Ivy glances back at me, curiosity in her dark eyes. She chirps, "Hi, Daddy," then scrambles to her feet, dragging a stuffed cat. Harper smooths our daughter's hair, murmuring something about Cam reading with her instead. Cam sighs in mock annoyance, but gestures Ivy over, leading her toward the small kitchen area. I notice Ivy's pink socks, the cat tucked under her arm as she chatters excitedly to Cam. Her innocence breaks me. Harper stands, crossing her arms over her chest. She's dressed in a loose sweater and leggings, her curls tied in a loose scarf. In the glow of the fireplace, her warm brown skin gleams with a slight sheen of anxiety. "Talk," she says quietly, her voice guarded but not cold. I rake a hand through my hair, inhaling the scent of wood smoke. "I just got off the phone with Natalie," I begin, voice tight. "Elias Vale, Jasper's father. We can confirm he's actually the one behind all of this. Rafe was funneling info to him. Jasper was just a front." Her shoulders tense, eyes flashing. "So it's not over," she murmurs, crestfallen. I swallow hard. Not entirely. Jasper's locked up, yes. But Elias has resources, money, mercenaries. He might come after you as soon as he realizes his son's in jail. My fists clench. I saw a drone overhead again. Could be random, or it could be them scouting. Her breath catches, tears shining in her eyes. "So we're still not safe," she whispers, voice breaking. She glances toward the kitchen where Ivy's laughter rings out. God, I can't keep uprooting her every time something changes, Gideon. She's only 2. She deserves normal. The pain in her voice shreds me. I step closer, lowering my tone. I know. If there was a safer cabin, a more secure place, I'd bring you there. But if Vale's as powerful as we suspect, no single location might be safe for long. She exhales shakily, hugging her arms tighter around her torso. So what do we do? Just keep running? I can't live like a fugitive, and I can't keep letting you show up to warn me every other day. My heart twists. I have an idea. I venture carefully. I stepped away from Heartline, but that means I can pull in favors from old contacts' trusted ex-Delta buddies. We could set up a rotating protective detail, more discreet than Heartline, people I trust with my life. They'd watch over you until we confirm Elias is off our backs. Her eyebrows shoot up. How do I know your buddies aren't compromised too? I brace my hands on my hips, forcing calm. They're from my old unit, I say, voice thick. Men who saved my life more than once overseas. They have no ties to corporate or influencer nonsense. You can talk to them, get a feel. They'll protect you because I vouch for them and they owe me. She hesitates, tears brimming again. I just wanted to see who was behind that break-in, that party. I never expected a global conspiracy. I tentatively rest a hand on her arm, feeling the subtle tremor beneath her sweater. I know, I say, voice soft with regret. We have to handle it methodically, or we risk playing into Elias's hands. He's counting on us panicking. She stares at me for a long moment, raw emotions flickering in her eyes, fear, longing, exhaustion. I can't do it alone, she finally admits, shoulders slumping. And Cam's stepping on eggshells around me. Ivy's stressed, even if she pretends otherwise we need help. Relief mingles with heartbreak in my chest. She's letting me back in, at least a little. Then we do this together, I say, voice trembling. I'll bring in my unit or I'll handle it myself if you don't trust them. I'll sleep on your porch if I have to, whatever it takes to keep you safe. Her lips pressed together, a tear sliding down her cheek. Why are you so damn stubborn? She whispers, half laughing through the tears. A faint, humorless grin touches my mouth. Probably the Army's fault. Then it fades. Or maybe because I love you. And Ivy. And I won't let him hurt you. The words hang in the air, heavy and unguarded. For a heartbeat, she just stares, tears glimmering. Then she lets out a shaky breath. I don't know how to handle all this, she admits. But I can't keep pushing you away if If you're genuinely here for us. I exhale, relief flooding my veins. I am, I say, stepping closer, daring to lay my palm against her cheek. She doesn't flinch, just closes her eyes at the contact. I messed up before, trusting Rafe too blindly. I won't repeat that mistake. She leans into my hand, tears sliding down her cheek onto my fingers. My chest tightens with emotion so raw it almost hurts to breathe. Slowly, I bring my other arm around her, drawing her into a gentle embrace. For a moment she resists, stiff with old wounds. Then she sinks against me with a soft, broken sigh. I brush my lips against her hairline, inhaling the subtle lavender scent in her hair. The warmth of her body in my arms is the closest thing to home I've felt since she left. We stay like that, breathing in sync, until her trembling subsides. Then we step apart, both wiping stray tears. She looks at me with an almost shy expression, as though our closeness is a fragile glass sculpture she's afraid to shatter. I'm not promising everything is fixed, she murmurs, voice still raw. But I want to trust you again, Gideon. I just need time. My throat tightens. I'll earn it, step by step. She nods, new determination in her eyes. Okay, she says. Then she glances toward the kitchen. We should tell Cam, and we'll need to figure out how to keep Ivy calm if your ex-Delta friends start patrolling. She's already confused. A pang of guilt flares. We'll do it gently, I promise. I'll ensure they stay out of sight unless needed. We can keep her routine normal coloring, exploring the woods, napping. I want to minimize the disruption. She's just a kid who deserves stability. Harper's smile is small and bittersweet. Thank you. Before I can say more, a clatter from the kitchen draws our attention. Cam's voice, slightly panicked. Guys? We've got a problem. We rush over to find Cam holding Ivy, who's pointing out the window. Through the smudged glass, I catch a flicker of a black drone hovering at the edge of the clearing, camera lens glinting in the dying sunlight. My pulse spikes. Natalie said they'd come. They must have found us. Harper's eyes go wide, fear spiking in them. God, she mutters. Is that? I grit my teeth, already reaching for the small sidearm concealed under my jacket. Probably, I say grimly. Elias Vale's recon, checking if we're here. Cam clutches Ivy, who's whimpering, not understanding. So what do we do now? Cam demands, voice tight. Harper looks at me, panic flaring. She's trusting me to lead. We get inside, I say. Lock windows. Cam, keep Ivy away from them. Harper, we pack up anything valuable. We might have to move. Harper's face clouds with anguish. We just settled in, she whispers, voice laced with heartbreak. We can't. I squeeze her hand, hating that I have to be the bearer of bad news. I know. But if that drone's connected to Vale, he'll have men here soon. My voice hardens. I promised you I'd protect you. That means we can't wait. Her gaze drops to Ivy, who's clinging to Cam's shirt, eyes big with fear. Harper's jaw tightens. Let's do it then, she says quietly, forcing resolve. We won't let them catch us off guard. Relief and anger swirl in my gut. All right, I say, nodding. I'll cover the perimeter while you gather essentials. My guys can be here in a couple of hours. We'll keep you safe. We exchange a brief, intense look, Harper's fear shining, but also a flicker of trust. Then she turns to comfort Ivy, voice soft and soothing. I step to the door, scanning the clearing for the drone. It's gone now, melted into the tree line. But the threat is real, more than ever. No time for grand gestures or slow reconciliation. The storm has found us faster than we hoped. Still, as I step onto the porch, I carry a fierce determination in my chest. I won't fail Harper and Ivy again. Elias Vale may have the money and the power, but I have something stronger. The need to protect the family I nearly lost. And this time, no force in the world will stop me from keeping them safe, whatever it costs.
Chapter 17. Harper. The wind stings my face as I haul another bag of supplies into the cabin, my breath puffing in small clouds of condensation. The sun leans low behind skeletal pines, painting the yard in orange light that feels both warm and ominous. It's only been half an hour since Gideon stormed off into the woods to check on a noise he thought might be another drone. His ex-Delta buddies are supposed to be on their way, but they can't get here fast enough. Every shifting shadow, every rustle of leaves sets my nerves thrumming like a frayed wire. Inside, Ivy waits by the fireplace with Cam, hugging her stuffed cat, eyes big with confusion at all the hurry. I force a thin smile for her benefit, dusting snow off my sleeves. The cabin's cramped living room is now a staging area for hurried packing. Half-filled duffel bags, a pile of canned goods, blankets, water jugs. We're preparing to leave again, before Elias Vale's people arrive. Unease coils at my belly at the thought that they might already be here, hidden among the trees. I set the bag down next to the couch, holding my lower back. My breath comes fast, heart locked in perpetual tension. We can't keep doing this, I think, eyes drifting to Ivy. She deserves calm. Cam stands from the sagging armchair, crossing to me with worry etched into her features. "You okay?" she asks softly. She's wearing a puffy jacket over her leggings, hair twisted in a scarf, tension lining her posture. I rub my forehead. "Not even close," I mutter, trying to swallow the rising panic. "I just want to get out of here before Vale or his drones find us." She nods, lips thinning. "I'm with you on that." At the fireplace, Ivy fiddles with a small stack of crayons, oblivious to the adult fear swirling around her. My heart clenches. "I promise, baby girl. We'll get somewhere safe." I open my mouth to call out to her, but footsteps on the porch freeze me mid-breath. That was fast. My pulse spikes. Could it be Gideon? Or maybe one of his men arrived? A firm knock rattles the door. I trade a sharp look with Cam, both of us braced. Usually, Gideon calls out my name before entering. This silence is eerie. Ivy's wide eyes shift to me, her crayon slipping from her hand. "Harper Ellison," calls a voice from the other side, muffled but polite. "Package delivery." I blink, confusion stirring. "We haven't ordered anything." Cam edges closer, quietly snatching my phone off the table. I lick my dry lips, stepping forward. I wasn't expecting." My words die. This must be a trick. But the voice on the other side has that smooth customer service tone. Could it be a random mix-up? Or something more sinister? Before I can decide what to do, the door handle twists. Locked, at least. But then a beep. Like someone keying a code and the lock clicks. My heart leaps to my throat. No one but Gideon has that override. The door cracks open, revealing a tall, silver-haired man in a crisp charcoal coat, a black scarf neatly draped over his shoulders. He's holding a small cardboard box, face arranged in a polite smile. I freeze. Instinct screams that he does not belong here. Something about the careful neatness of his clothes, the refined lines of his features, and the cold gleam in his dark eyes sets every nerve on fire. Elias Vale. I'm sure of it. Even though I've only seen photos from Gideon's briefing, he steps inside as if he owns the place, shutting the door behind him, gaze sweeping over the room with cool interest. "Miss Ellison," he says, tone impossibly polite. "I do apologize for the intrusion." A tremor runs through me. Cam edges closer to Ivy, who's now clinging to her plush cat, staring at the stranger. My mouth goes dry, but I gather myself. "Get out," I say, voice shaking. "We don't want anything you're selling." A faint smile tugs at his lips. "I'm afraid you don't have a choice, Miss Ellison." He sets the box on a side table as though it's just another day at the office. I'm here to discuss an urgent matter. My breath comes faster. He's so calm, so sure. How did you get that code? I demand, glancing at Cam's tense posture. She's inching toward the kitchen, probably aiming to get Ivy out of the line of fire. He lifts a gloved hand, wiggling fingers. I have resources, he says pleasantly. And connections, even beyond your dear ex-Delta Rourke. His gaze flicks to Ivy, then back to me. A chill grips my spine. He's targeting my daughter with that stare. Touch my daughter, I swear! I snap, voice trembling with maternal fury. He arches a brow, politely unperturbed. No need for threats, Miss Ellison. I'm not here to harm you, as long as you cooperate. If you keep your voice down and do exactly as I say, perhaps no one will get hurt. Cam stands by the kitchen door, Ivy behind her. My heart pounds. I need to keep them safe. I'm listening, I force out, swallowing bile. He inclines his head, stepping further into the room. There's no hurry in his motion, no fear. He's tall, maybe in his late 50s, with a commanding presence and a cool intelligence in his eyes. He's the real mastermind. My associate, Jasper. My son was taken into custody. You were a key factor in that. I'd like to rectify matters, so to speak, he says, then tone like he's offering me a business proposition. Your complicity in my affairs has become inconvenient. I require your cooperation to correct the record. You'll recant any testimony, destroy any evidence. Then you'll quietly vanish from the public sphere. Understood? My stomach twists. He wants me to disappear so he can protect his empire. Heat flares in my chest. Anger, fear, loathing. But above all, protectiveness for Ivy. I see the slight bulge in Vale's coat. The suggestion of a concealed gun. I shift my weight, scanning for Cam's presence. She stands rigid, texting someone behind her back. Elias Vale notices too. His gaze slides to Cam's phone, and in a lightning move, he crosses the distance. A gloved hand swats the device from her grip, sending it skidding across the floor. Cam lets out a sharp cry, but he grips her wrist, forcing her back. Ivy wails, clutching her stuffed cat, tears brimming. Stop! I cry, stepping forward, panic tearing through my throat. Leave her alone. A chilling smile curves his lips. No sudden moves, Miss Ellison, he warns, letting Cam's wrist drop. She stumbles back, protective fury in her eyes but powerless. Ivy cowers behind her, trembling. My pulse thunders so loud I can hardly think. Vale turns back to me, shoulders squared. I'm willing to be civilized, he says, voice coated in corporate politeness. As soon as you agree to do what I want, deny any involvement with Jasper's arrest, retract any statements, quietly fade from the influencer scene. If you do that, I'll let you and your charming daughter walk away. My jaw tightens. It's a trap. Even if I complied, he'd likely kill us anyway. But I can't just defy him outright. Gideon's not here, and we can't take him physically. Stall. All right, I say, fighting to control my trembling. But I need proof you'll leave my daughter alone if I do. Let her go to another room, please. He narrows his eyes, clearly debating. I find that unnecessary, he says at length. We'll all remain right here. That way no one gets clever. Tears blur my vision, fear and fury tangling in my gut. I need an opening. A plan forms in my frantic mind. If I can keep him talking, maybe Gideon will come back and intervene, or Cam can retrieve her phone. My palms sweat with the desperation. Fine, I whisper, voice ragged. Just don't hurt her. He inclines his head like a gracious host. Of course, he murmurs, stepping closer. That's when I see the gun half concealed under his coat, a matte black pistol pressed against his side. My stomach clenches. He's definitely armed. Ivy's sobbing now, snot dribbling down her upper lip. Cam tries to pick her up, but Vale lifts his gun in a silent warning. My blood runs cold. He's pointing a weapon near my baby. Horror threatens to paralyze me, but maternal instinct roars. Please, I rasp, raising my hands. She's just a child. Let Cam hold her. She won't do anything else. He tilts his head, considering, then gestures with the pistol for Cam to pick Ivy up. Cam does so quickly. Tears in her eyes as she clutches my daughter to her chest. Ivy's small fingers twist in Cam's sweater, sobs muffled. I can't breathe, rage pounding in my skull. If Gideon doesn't get back soon. Vale's phone buzzes in his pocket. He glances at it, brows furrowing. Then he gives me a thin smile. Time is short. Let's move quickly. Where's your laptop? Any evidence you might have of my involvement with Rafe or Jasper? I made sure that I won't be associated with their crimes, but you, my girl, has complicated my plans. I've been watching you. I swallow. In the bedroom, I lie, voice shaking. The laptop we used to find that incriminating vlog is actually in the living room, stuffed in my duffel. But if I can coax him away from Cam and Ivy. I'll show you, I add, hating how weak I sound. He studies me a moment, then nods. Lead the way. We make our way down the short hallway, me first. Vale close enough I feel the chill radiating from his composed malice. The cabin's narrow corridor is dark, old wood creaking beneath our feet. I sense Cam behind us, holding Ivy, not sure if she's following. Stay back, Cam, I want to shout. Keep Ivy safe if I can lure Vale away. But Vale flicks his gaze back at them. All together, he instructs quietly. No splitting up. Damn. I push open the door to the small bedroom. It's cramped, a single bed shoved into one corner. Mismatched sheets in disarray. The only light is a weak lamp on the nightstand. My pulse thuds in my ears as Vale motions me inside, gun angled in my direction. I catch Cam's wide-eyed terror over my shoulder, Ivy's face buried in her sweater. I have to act, but how? Vale scans the room, nostrils flaring when he sees no laptop in sight. Anger darkens his expression. I see no computer, he remarks, polite facade cracking. Did you lie? My throat tightens. It's hidden under the bed, I say, grasping at anything to keep him from turning that gun on Ivy. I drop to my knees, pretending to reach for something, my mind racing. If I can wrestle the gun away, but he's too close. He'll shoot me before I can free Ivy. He shifts closer, his polished leather shoes nearly brushing my knees. Cam stands in the doorway, shoulders hunched protectively around Ivy. Fear throbs like a second heartbeat in my temples. I can't see a way out. Suddenly, footsteps echo in the living room. Familiar, heavy strides. Gideon. Another figure emerges down the corridor. My heart jolts. One of Gideon's ex-Delta buddies. I saw him from the picture he showed me. A wiry man with a stern expression and a pistol drawn low. Reinforcements. Vale notices. A flicker of calculation sparks in his eyes. Gone is the cornered animal. This man plans even as blood pumps through a threat-filled room. Toss your weapon, Gideon commands at the other side, voice like cracking ice. Or we end this right now. Vale's face contorts, not in fear but in fury. This isn't over, he hisses. Then, with lightning reflexes, he yanks me in tighter and suddenly pivots. His arm lashes out, knocking over the bedside lamp. Sparks fly. In that same instant, his other hand dives into his coat, not for surrender, but for distraction. A second later, the gunshot explodes and light bulbs explode. Chaos erupts. Gideon shouts my name as I fall, hard to the floor. My elbow cracks against the bed frame. I can't see, only the thunder of boots. Another gunshot, the screech of Cam's voice crying out for Ivy. Ivy! I scream, crawling forward blindly in the dark. But it's too late. When I look up, I see the room in fragments. Cam on the floor, reaching, hair wild, eyes frantic. The ex-Delta man surging toward the door. But the front of the cabin is wide open now, cold air whipping in. Elias Vale is gone. So is Ivy. No. The word tears from my throat, primal and raw. No, no, no. I try to run, but Gideon's arms are around me, holding me back. Don't, he growls. He's armed. He's using her. I don't care, I scream, beating my fists against his chest. He has her. He has my baby. Cam stumbles into the hallway, blood on her cheek, eyes full of shock and guilt. He knocked me and grabbed her, Harper. He was too fast. I can't breathe. I crumple, knees buckling, only Gideon's arms keeping me from hitting the floor again. My mind is blank with the terror. Ivy, her cries. I heard them. I heard her screaming for me. Outside, an engine revs, tires screech, gunshots ring out, someone firing after the vehicle, but it's already speeding away, out into the trees, gone. He had a car stashed, the ex-Delta man curses, breath ragged as he steps back inside. The jerk planned this. I'm shaking so hard my vision blurs. We have to go after him, I whisper, but it comes out broken. We have to go now. Gideon looks at me with the devastation carved into every line of his face. His jaw locks, fury radiating from him like heat off a blast furnace. We will, he says, voice low and deadly. I swear to you, Harper, we'll get her back. I nod even as my body crumbles. Cam drops to the floor beside me, wrapping her arms around my shoulders, sobbing into my hair. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't stop him. But I'm not listening anymore, because all I see is Ivy, carried off into the dark by a man who promised he wouldn't hurt her if I played nice. And I know, deep in my bones, that Elias Vale never intended to let us walk away. This was always the end game. Ivy was the real leverage. He got exactly what he wanted. For now. But I swear on every ounce of breath in my lungs, he will regret ever touching her.
Chapter 18. Gideon. My pulse drums loud in my ears as I creep through the narrow, pine-choked path behind the old hunting lodge. The air is cold enough to sting my lungs, but I barely feel it. Every sense hones in on the flicker of movement through the underbrush. A henchman, possibly, patrolling for intruders. If he sees me first, this ends badly. I slip into a crouch, scanning the trees. Late afternoon sunlight pierces the canopy in shifting beams, painting the damp leaves and moss in broken gold. The smell of gun oil lingers on my hands, mingling with the tang of pine needles crushed underfoot. I'm hyper-aware of the pressure of my sidearm snug against my thigh, the tactical knife strapped to my calf. Elias Vale has Ivy. The thought rips through me like a serrated blade. My daughter is in that lodge, and I won't leave without her. Beside me, one of my ex-Delta buddies, Rodriguez, moves in tandem, a silent nod confirming he's got my 6. We split off as planned. He circles left, I go right. My boots make minimal noise on the soft loam, but inside I'm roaring with paternal fury, fear, and adrenaline all meshed into one. I force myself to breathe slow, methodical. Harper is waiting at the extraction point, trusting me to bring Ivy back. She was practically incoherent with panic when we realized Vale had escaped the cabin's perimeter, taking Ivy in the chaos. The plan was simple. Once we found Elias's likely hideout, a run-down hunting lodge hidden deep in these woods, we'd strike fast. Harper insisted on coming, but I refused. She's safe behind layered ex-Delta lines, trembling, tears on her cheeks, whispering, "Bring her back to me." That's all the motivation I need. I glimpsed the lodge's outline through a break in the pine boughs. It's an old structure, 2 stories, rotted shutters. A single window glows faintly, the glass reinforced with wooden slats. My gut churns, imagining Ivy inside, possibly terrified. Then I recall the note Vale left behind in the cabin. A twisted ultimatum scrawled in perfect penmanship. Don't follow. Ivy will be reconditioned to serve her rightful purpose. Alongside it, he'd written instructions referencing Harper's own ASMR scripts, like he intends to use them in some sick psychological ploy. I clench my fists. I'll kill him if he's harmed her. My breathing steadies. I slip to the lodge's side, hugging the weathered log walls. The wind picks up, rustling the branches overhead. I freeze at the faint sound of footsteps. Another guard? Possibly. My mind ticks through the training. Remain patient, wait for an opening. Rodriguez appears at the far corner, raising a hand in a silent signal. 2 hostiles at the front, 1 at the back. The plan is for me to breach from the rear while Rodriguez draws attention at the front. My mouth is dry with tension, but I nod. We do this now. He moves off, disappearing behind a stand of spruce. I flatten myself against the lodge's back wall, scoping out a flimsy door reinforced with a simple padlock. Not enough to stop me. As soon as I hear the commotion at the front, I'll break in. Seconds crawl. Then a gunshot cracks the silence, echoing through the pines. My heart lurches. Showtime. I lunge forward, pressing the muzzle of my silenced pistol against the padlock, firing a single shot. The lock shatters with a dull clang. I push the door open, muzzle up, scanning a narrow, poorly lit corridor. The smell of musty wood and stale cigarettes assaults my nose. I slip inside, crouching low. The corridor leads to a small kitchen area, battered cabinets, a cracked sink. The overhead light flickers, revealing peeling wallpaper, a grimy floor. Goosebumps break out along my arms. Where is Ivy? A muffled cry, soft, childlike, reaches my ears from somewhere deeper in the lodge. My pulse spikes. Ivy. I pivot, rushing toward the sound. Each step is measured but fast, gun leading. My boots thud on creaking floorboards. Adrenaline pulses in my veins, mind locked on one goal. Get her out alive. I turn a corner and see a doorway slightly ajar. Golden light spilling out. That's where the whimpering comes from. My gut twists. I push inside, pistol leveled. The room is large, high ceilings with cobwebbed rafters. A single lamp dangles from a chain, illuminating a circle of strange objects. A laptop on a table, a microphone stand, some old headphones. My stomach churns. He's mimicking Harper's ASMR setup. In the center, Ivy sits in a small chair, ankles loosely bound, tears streaking her cheeks. She's wearing her pink coat, hair in disarray, clinging to her plush cat like a lifeline. The sight rips me in half. I want to rush in, scoop her up, but I see Elias Vale behind her, that same corporate calm. He's fiddling with a pair of headphones, hooking them up to the laptop. A pistol rests on a side table within his reach. My breath hitches. He's using Harper's scripts, probably recorded, trying to recondition Ivy. The monstrousness of it fuels my rage. I step forward, gun aimed at Vale. Let her go, I growl, voice trembling with controlled fury. Vale glances up, unaffected by my presence. He's changed clothes since the cabin fiasco, wearing a dark wool turtleneck and slacks, hair combed back neatly. A bandage peeks from beneath the collar, evidence of the wound he sustained when he escaped. His lips curve into a smug smile. Mr. Rourke, he says, polite as always. I expected you sooner. I keep my pistol steady on him. It's over, Vale. Your men are pinned down outside. You have nowhere to run. He exhales, bored. You're tiresome, truly. Always a step behind. He leans down, pressing a button on the laptop. A low hum crackles from the speakers. Ivy flinches, her tear-filled eyes flicking to me. I see raw fear in her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Daddy's here. My heart clenches. Don't do it, I warn, stepping closer. Don't you dare traumatize her more with that sick conditioning. He arches a brow. Traumatize? I believe your precious Harper wanted to calm people with her voice. I'm simply using the same methods to reshape a mind. Children are infinitely moldable, you know? Cold horror rakes my spine. He's a twisted monster. I'll kill you, I vow, voice tight. Get away from my daughter. He smiles, stepping behind Ivy. The pistol on the table is still within his reach, too close. He rests a hand on her shoulder, making her whimper. Ah, but you won't risk a stray bullet hitting this innocent child, will you? He murmurs. Lower your weapon or I'll pull the laptop's trigger, so to speak. Confusion prickles. Laptop's trigger? Then I see a small device connected to the side, possibly an electric shock or sonic manipulator. My rage spikes. You're bluffing, I spit, gambling on his arrogance. He sighs, pressing a key. Ivy jerks with a startled cry, her plush cat tumbling from her hands. She doesn't seem physically harmed, but her whimpers intensify. I see tears brimming anew. He's scaring her on purpose. My own tears burn behind my eyes. I can't let him do this. Slowly, I lower my pistol an inch, desperate to keep him from pressing that button again. All right, I say, voice shaking. Just let her go. You can use me as a hostage instead. A small tilt of his head. So noble, he says, stepping away from Ivy, rounding the table to pick up his pistol. My heartbeat spikes as he grips it in his left hand. He's about to do something. In the distance, muffled gunfire cracks outside. Rodriguez's team engaging Vale's men. Elias smirks. Your attempts to free her are pointless, Rourke. I hold all the cards. Now put the gun on the floor. My chest heaves. If I do, he'll shoot me. But if I don't, he might harm Ivy. A swirl of hopelessness roars in my gut until I catch Ivy's trembling stare. I can't fail. With a harsh breath, I squat, setting my pistol on the dusty floor. My mind races for another angle. Maybe if I can lure him away from Ivy or draw him close enough to disarm him. Elias approaches with careful steps, gun raised. Kick it away, he orders. I do so, heart in my throat. The weapon skitters under a battered wooden table. For a moment, we stand in tense silence, the air thick with dread. Ivy's small sobs cut me to the core. Then Elias flicks his gaze to the door. I suppose I should kill you quickly. My men won't hold the others off forever, he muses. But first, I'd like Miss Ellison to suffer knowing you died trying to save a lost cause. A hot surge of anger tears through me. He wants to kill me, then use Ivy as leverage to break Harper. My muscles coil. You won't get to her, I say, teeth gritted. Even if you kill me, you'll never break Harper's spirit. He snorts. Such sentiment. I tire of it. He raises his pistol, lining the sights on my chest. My mind screams. Now or never. My body moves before I can overthink, launching forward, both hands outstretched. The muzzle flashes. A bullet grazes my side, white-hot pain lancing through me, but I keep going, slamming into Vale's midsection with all my weight. We crash into the table, toppling the laptop to the floor. The headphones snap in half, an electronic squeal ringing out. Ivy shrieks, stumbling backward in her chair. Vale grunts, fighting me with surprising strength. He's tall and wiry, but adrenaline fuels him. I grunt as my injured side flares with pain. Ignore it. I wrestle for the gun in his hand, thrashing against the table's broken edges. Another shot discharges, deafening in the confined space. A lamp shatters overhead, showering us with sparks. My eyes water from the acrid smell of gunpowder. If I slip, I'm dead. Vale growls, pressing the barrel under my chin. I feel cold steel, dread surging, but I twist, bracing an elbow against his arm. With a roar, I wrench his wrist, forcing it away. The pistol clangs to the floor. He curses, lashing out with a knee that slams into my ribs. The pain rips a strangled gasp from me, but I retaliate with a headbutt, smashing into his cheekbone. Blood smears across his face. He staggers, and I seize the opportunity to tackle him onto the splintered table. We slam down. My side screams in agony from the bullet graze, but I push it aside, fueled by a father's rage. The table cracks under our combined weight. Vale scrabbles for a jagged plank, trying to stab me with it. I intercept, pinning his forearm, leaning my full weight on his chest. His eyes flare with raw malice. A strangled cry emerges from behind me, Ivy. I see her in my peripheral vision, cowering, tears streaking her cheeks. My chest cracks with love and desperation. I have to end this. Vale senses my focus shift. He twists violently, managing to slip an arm free. He jams his thumb into the fresh wound on my side, a jolt of excruciating pain lighting up my nerves. I roar in agony, nearly losing my grip. He buckles me off, both of us rolling across the creaking floor. My vision blurs with red fury. I can't let him get up. Spotting the glint of his pistol near my knee, I lunge for it, ignoring the searing pain in my side. He tries to grab me, but I snag the weapon first, turning it on him with trembling hands. He's on his knees, panting, face smeared with blood, eyes still cold as winter. A final moment of tension hangs between us, the smell of scorched metal and fear saturating the air. Then I pull the trigger once, twice. The shots ring out, striking him center mass. His body jerks, eyes wide, as he collapses to the floor with a rattling gasp. Blood pools rapidly on the warped planks. My breath comes in ragged gulps, tears threatening as the adrenaline shock hits. He's done. He can't hurt them anymore. The gun slips from my grip, clangs on the floor. A wave of exhaustion slams me. My vision tunnels for a second, black spots dancing. Stay awake. A small voice whimpers behind me. I pivot, chest heaving. Ivy, I rasp, voice thick with tears. She's huddled in the corner next to the overturned chair, her eyes huge. I cradle my injured side, crossing the distance on unsteady legs. She sees me approach, face streaked with tears, but recognition flickers. Daddy, she whispers, arms outstretched. My heart cracks wide open. I scoop her into my arms, pressing her quivering body to my chest. She sobs against my neck, small arms clinging. I rock her gently, tears slipping down my own cheeks. You're safe, I choke out, pressing kisses to her hair. I can't hurt you anymore, baby. She hiccups, burying her face deeper in my collar. My chest seizes with relief, so intense it nearly stops my heart. We made it. Footsteps thunder behind me, Rodriguez, rifle raised. He assesses the scene quickly. Vale's lifeless body sprawled in blood, me cradling Ivy, my side seeping red. Gideon, holy, he mutters, rushing over. You're hit. I'm fine. I snap, though pain lances every breath. Ivy's okay. He nods, urgent, stepping around to confirm Vale's truly down. Then he kneels, pressing a cloth to my side, cursing under his breath. Let me help, he says. We gotta get you both out. I nod, wincing, eyes never leaving Ivy's tear-stained face. She sniffles, exhaustion dragging her eyelids. Yes, I whisper, arms shaking from holding her. Harper's waiting. Let's go. Rodriguez helps me stand, supporting my weight. I keep a protective hold on Ivy, ignoring the throbbing in my ribs. As we stagger through the broken remains of the lodge's corridor, I can't stop tears from trailing down my cheeks. He used her mother's voice as a weapon. The thought sets my gut twisting with anger and heartbreak. But it's over now. No more Vale. No more terror. Outside, the sinking sun sets the forest ablaze in crimson hues. Rodriguez's men have cleared the yard, subduing Vale's scattered mercenaries. I see them lying face down in the dirt, hands zip-tied. Cam is there too, tears streaming, searching desperately for Ivy. The moment she spots us, a cry breaks from her. She's safe, I croak, voice raw. Cam rushes forward, pulling Ivy into her arms, both of them sobbing. My side twinges and I stumble, almost collapsing. Rodriguez steadies me. Easy, he mutters. Medical evac's on the way. I manage a nod, scanning for Harper. Then I see her sprinting from behind a cluster of pines, face pale, eyes wild with terror. Where? She blurts, then sees Ivy in Cam's hold, me propped on Rodriguez's shoulder. Relief and anguish flood her expression. Harper, I croak, half lifting my free arm. She collides with me in a frantic hug, nearly toppling us. Pain burns in my side, but I welcome it. She's here, safe. She draws back, hands shaking as they skim my face. God, Gideon, she whispers, tears streaming. Ivy? Is she? She's fine, I rasp, nodding toward Cam, who gently passes Ivy back to Harper. The little girl clings to her mom, hiccuping sobs, but alive. Harper's eyes fill with fresh tears as she kisses Ivy's forehead, hugging her close. Then she looks at me again, gaze dropping to the blood staining my shirt. Oh, God, she cries, pressing trembling fingers to the wound. You're hurt. Why? I muster a grim smile, breath hitching. He had her. I had no choice. My voice breaks. I'm sorry I couldn't keep you from seeing more violence. She shakes her head, tears shining. Don't apologize, she murmurs, voice thick with emotion. You saved her. You saved us. Emotion swamps me, chest tight. That's all that matters, I whisper, fighting the urge to collapse. He's gone, Harp. Elias won't hurt you again. Her lips tremble and she dips her forehead against mine, tears mingling. A hush blankets the scene, the ex-Delta men, Cam, all of them respectfully quiet. Ivy whimpers in Harper's arms, burying her face in her mother's neck. Rodriguez clears his throat. We need to get you patched up, boss. Harper nods fiercely, expression resolute. Yes, let's find a medic. She starts to move, but I tighten my grip on her wrist, gaze locking with hers. I'm sorry, I murmur, tears threatening again. For everything. I never wanted to fail you. Fresh tears shine in her eyes, but she musters a small, tremulous smile. You didn't fail, she whispers, voice hitching. You kept your promise. You brought her back. That's all that matters. A sob escapes me. Relief and pain and love tangled. I let her guide me toward the nearest truck, ignoring the sting in my side, focusing on the weight of her hand in mine. With every step, Ivy's soft cries calm, her grip on Harper's sweater loosening as she senses we're safe. Behind us, the lodge stands in broken silence. Vale's reign of terror ended in a pool of blood. The forest wind sighs as if exhaling the evil that lingered there. My vision blurs, but I cling to one truth. I did it. I saved my daughter. Even though my body screams with agony, my heart battered, raw. It finally feels something close to peace. Harper's arm around me, Ivy in her hold. We forge the first steps toward a future free of Vale's shadow. A future I'd do anything to protect.
Chapter 19. Harper. I hold Ivy so tightly, I'm half afraid I'll crush her. Her little arms are wrapped around my neck, face buried in my collar, tears hot on my skin. My lungs burn from running, from screaming, from the chaotic blur of seconds that felt like hours. When I close my eyes, I still see it. Elias Vale's twisted sneer. Gideon bleeding, that echo of gunshots shattering the air. But outside now, the wail of sirens replaces the ring in my ears. Police lights strobe across the fading daylight, like distant fireworks. Paramedics hustle up the dirt path, boots crunching on leaves. Beside me, Cam stands watch, her own eyes rimmed with tears. She's breathing heavily, arms folded across her chest as though to contain her adrenaline. Every few seconds she glances at me, at Ivy, checking we're still in one piece. The old hunting lodge looms behind us, a dark silhouette against the bruised sky. Dark patches of pine needles swirl in the wind. The forest hush broken only by the urgent shouts of law enforcement. Then there's Gideon. He's leaning against the trunk of a massive pine, shoulders bowed, face streaked with dirt and blood. My heart lurches at the sight of him, his broad frame trembling with exhaustion, clothes torn, a reddened bandage hastily taped to his side. One of his ex-Delta friends stands at his elbow, pressing a wad of gauze to a wound near Gideon's ribs. My mind rushes with memories. How he stormed in. How he risked everything to save our daughter. How he ended Elias Vale's threat in one brutal moment. I press my lips to the top of Ivy's head, inhaling her sweet, sweaty scent. She whimpers, little fingers clenching my shirt so hard it aches. "Shh, baby," I whisper, tears burning my eyes. "It's over now. We're okay." Her reply is a muffled sob. My throat tightens. She's only 2. No child should have to witness men with guns. No mother should have to watch her baby used as a bargaining chip. My knees threaten to buckle, but I lock them, drawing strength from the steady rise and fall of Ivy's breaths. Suddenly, the paramedics reach us, voices hushed with professional urgency. One crouches in front of me, a woman with kind eyes. "Ma'am, is she hurt?" she asks, nodding at Ivy. Ivy shakes her head fiercely, pressing closer to me. I smooth a hand over her hair. "Not physically," I choke out, voice raw. "She's just scared." The paramedic gives an understanding nod. "We'll check her vitals to be sure, but if she's not injured, we'll let her stay in your arms. Is that all right?" I swallow hard, tears threatening to spill again. "Yes," I whisper. "Thank you." She motions another paramedic to approach. They gently press a stethoscope to Ivy's chest, taking her temperature. Ivy squirms, but I murmur reassurances. My gaze drifts past them to Gideon, who's trying to wave off his own medical attention. A paramedic half-heartedly scolds him, but Gideon's expression is stubborn. He looks half dead on his feet, sweat and blood streaking his skin. He's pushing himself too far. I pass Ivy to Cam for a moment. My arms scream in protest at letting her go, but I have to check on Gideon. As soon as Ivy realizes I'm shifting her, she whines, "Mommy," in a fearful squeak, but Cam soothes her, rocking gently. My heart clenches, torn between staying and going, but Gideon's eyes are on me. The same heartbreak that weighs on my chest is etched into his. I cross the distance, stepping around fallen pine limbs and scattering of gear. My own legs wobble with the aftermath of terror, but I reach him, pressing a trembling hand to his shoulder. "Hey," I say, voice shaking. He exhales, relief flickering in his pale blue eyes. He's battered, cut across his brow, a raw scrape on his jaw. He's leaning heavily against that pine tree, wincing with every breath. One of his ex-Delta buddies is pressing gauze to Gideon's side, bandaging the bullet graze that might have gone deeper than we thought. "Harper," he manages, voice rough with fatigue. "You okay? Is Ivy?" I nod, tears pooling. She's scared but not hurt. I'm in one piece. My chest shakes with a sob I can't hold back. "God, Gideon, you saved her. You saved us." He closes his eyes, tension draining from him. Then, faintly, he says, "I'd do it every time." A raw edge of emotion quivers in his voice, like he's barely containing the storm inside. I step closer, gently lifting a trembling hand to his cheek. He leans into the touch, eyes brimming with relief, or maybe tears he won't let fall. My heart wrenches at the sight of him so undone. This stoic, protective man who once kept every emotion under lock and key. Now he's as raw as I've ever seen, shoulders sagging with guilt and exhaustion, but also with the certainty that we're alive. A paramedic nudges me aside, scowling at Gideon's refusal to sit down on a stretcher. "Sir, you need to lie down," she insists. "Later," Gideon growls, not unkindly. "Need to see Harper and Ivy safe first." I press my palm to his chest, swallowing past the emotions lodge in my throat. "We're safe," I whisper, tears blurring my vision. "Vale is gone, right?" Gideon's mouth thins in a grim line, and he gives a tight nod. "He won't hurt you again," he rasps, voice shaking with the weight of it. I swear. A rush of emotions surges through me. Relief, sorrow, rage at everything we lost along the way. Yet I slip my arms around Gideon's waist gently, mindful of his wounds. He grunts but doesn't pull away. Instead, he rests his cheek against my temple, breath unsteady. You came back to us, I murmur, voice breaking on the last word. Even after I ran, even after everything. He presses a trembling kiss to my hair. I never left, he whispers. I've been ready, always. Tears slip free, hot and unchecked. We stand there clinging to each other, while paramedics and police swirl around us in a blur of flashing lights and barked orders. Cam approaches with Ivy, who fusses, reaching her little arms for Gideon. My breath catches. She wants him. Gideon gently extracts one arm from me, gathering Ivy into a careful hold. She sniffles, pressing her face into his collar. Daddy, she whimpers, voice tiny. His expression crumples with love and heartbreak. I'm here, sweetheart. His tone is husky, paternal softness blending with a raw ache that nearly undoes me. Cam exhales a shaky breath beside me, pressing a hand to her chest. I'm gonna, talk to the cops, she mutters, stepping away to give us space. She shoots me a glance that says, don't scare me like this again, and I manage a faint, grateful nod. For a moment, it's just me, Gideon, and Ivy, tangled in the aftermath of violence. Sirens fade as the ambulance pulls closer, paramedics sorting out who needs transport. Gideon's men stand guard around the perimeter, ex-Delta posture rigid as they talk to uniformed officers. A little army that Gideon assembled to protect us. The paramedic from earlier returns, frowning at Gideon's pale face. Please, sir, you need attention now, she says, voice stern but kind. That bullet graze is still bleeding. Gideon grimaces, glancing at me. I nod, swallowing the knot in my throat. Let them help, I whisper, placing a hand over his. I'll stay with you. Ivy, too. He hesitates, gaze flicking to Ivy, who's burying her face in his chest. Then he exhales, giving a small nod. All right, he murmurs, voice hoarse. The paramedic gently leads us toward the waiting ambulance. I hover close, my pulse still spiking at every sudden noise or flash of movement. The weight of Ivy in Gideon's arms reminds me how close we came to losing her. For good. My mind reels with the memory of Vale's cold grin, the terrifying emptiness in his eyes. He's gone now. They guide Gideon onto the edge of the ambulance, helping him sit. I perch beside him, Ivy on his lap, refusing to let go of either of us. She's so small, exhausted tremors running through her. I cradle her cheek, pressing a light kiss to her forehead. You're safe. I breathe, more to reassure myself. A paramedic fusses with gauze and antiseptic, carefully peeling back the makeshift bandage from Gideon's side. He hisses at the sting, jaw tight. My heart aches at the sight of fresh blood soaking the gauze. He saved us, and he's paid for it in pain and scars. You saved her, I say softly, trying not to choke on the tears. You saved me. He looks at me, eyes dulled by pain, but shining with fierce devotion. I'd do it 1,000 times, he replies, voice barely audible. I love you both. I'm just sorry. It took all this to prove it. Emotion floods me, anger at the lost time, gratitude that we're still breathing. I love you too, I manage, tears escaping. Even after everything, God, Gideon, I was so scared. He closes his eyes for a moment, a tear slipping down his grime-smudged cheek. Then he looks at me, heartbreak and relief written in the sharp planes of his features. Me too, he whispers. The paramedic finishes cleaning the wound, applying a fresh bandage. You'll need stitches at the hospital, she tells Gideon firmly. Let's get you in the ambulance. He starts to protest, but a wave of dizziness hits him. I see it in the way his shoulders slump, his grip on Ivy loosening. My heart lurches. Please, I say, a tremor in my voice. Go to the hospital. Ivy and I will come with you. We won't leave. He sighs, defeated, nodding. All right, he mutters. But someone has to watch out for you too, Harp. I can't. I press a gentle hand over his mouth, tears glistening. I'll watch out for me, I whisper, voice steady. You rest. We're okay now, remember? He huffs a shaky laugh, lips curving in the faintest smile. The paramedic helps him onto a gurney, securing him in place. Ivy clings to him, reluctant to let paramedics separate them, so they allow her to ride on my lap at his side. The ambulance interior is cramped, the overhead fluorescent glaring. The hum of the engine roars to life as they close the doors, Cam stepping aside to talk to the cops about what happened. As the ambulance bumps along the dirt road, I cradle Ivy, and Gideon's free hand links with mine, weak but determined. I study him, face lined with exhaustion, hair matted with sweat and grime. His steel gray hair brushes his temples, streaked with silver. He looks older, battered, yet undeniably the bravest man I've known. He did what he said he would, protect us at all costs. I gently brush the back of his hand with my thumb. When you said you'd do it every time, you meant it, I murmur, voice thick with tears. He gives a faint nod. Always. Then he closes his eyes, leaning his head back against the gurney, a small line of tension relaxing in his brow. Ivy sniffles, drifting between exhaustion and fitful dozing, her small fingers in Gideon's shirt. I kiss her curls, letting out a shaky breath. There's so much to process. Elias's final scheme, the betrayal of Rafe, the sheer magnitude of the danger we survived. But in this ambulance, with Gideon's hand in mine and Ivy's breathing evening out, I feel a peace settling over me. The threat is gone. We're alive. We have each other. Eventually, Gideon's hand slackens in mine, his eyes fluttering shut as the paramedics administer painkillers. He murmurs my name, half conscious. I lean in, pressing my cheek to his bruised knuckles. He came back to us. As the ambulance speeds onto a paved road, sirens wailing into the evening air, I hold on to that truth like a lifeline. We'll have to face surgeries, statements, reporters maybe, the swirl of aftermath, but the worst is behind us. Gideon's quiet resilience and unwavering love prove that we can heal. I close my eyes, tears slipping free. My mind replays Ivy's face when Gideon rescued her, the way she reached for him with absolute trust, how he looked half dead but refused to let go. This is what a father does. Everything. What a partner does. I shift, settling Ivy more comfortably on my lap, letting her rest her head on Gideon's shoulder. We drive through the darkening roads, the ambulance's red lights flashing across evergreen silhouettes. In the swirl of it all, I anchor myself to Gideon's heartbeat, unsteady but present, and to Ivy's soft sighs. We're battered, bruised, hearts raw from near loss, but we're together. And in that single, trembling moment, it feels like the truest restoration of all. He came back to us and we're not letting go.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 20. Gideon. I stand at the edge of a forest clearing, palms sweating despite the cool mountain breeze whispering through the pines. The sun casts long rays through branches above, lighting the mossy ground with dappled gold. Our friends and family gather in a wide circle around a makeshift aisle, really just a narrow path through the undergrowth, lined with smooth stones and sprigs of wildflowers. It's beautiful, humble, perfect. Harper's choice, and mine too in all the ways that matter. I shift, adjusting the collar of my crisp white shirt. The dress uniform I once imagined for an occasion like this never felt right. Instead, I'm dressed in simple dark slacks and a tailored jacket that accommodates the lingering scar near my ribs. My bullet wound from months ago. The memory of that day flickers through me. The frantic rescue, the ambulance, Harper's hand in mine. It still makes my chest tighten with both terror and relief. Next to me, Rodriguez, my ex-Delta friend who helped subdue Elias Vale, stands with a barely hidden grin, shoulders relaxed in a way I'm not used to seeing. He's wearing a button-down and has a small wildflower pinned as a corsage. On my other side, Papa Mac, my estranged father, shifts his cane from one hand to the other. He's gruff, older, but I can see emotion in his eyes. He's never been big on ceremony, but he gave me a proud nod when he arrived earlier, like we'd finally bridged a decades-long gap. The rest of the clearing is small, ringed by pines and oaks that tower overhead. Fairy lights hung by Cam and Tay this morning twinkle in the high branches, swaying in the slight wind. It feels like the forest itself is leaning closer to witness. Soft music drifts from a single acoustic guitar, played by one of Harper's friends. The hush that falls as the guitar melody picks up tempo sends an excited hum through the gathered people. My heart thrums in my chest, a steady, reverent beat matching the quiet anticipation in the air. The guitar strums a gentle chord progression, and every head turns to the far end of the clearing, where Harper emerges hand in hand with Tay, her older brother. My breath leaves me. She's radiant, wearing a simple, flowing white gown that drapes over her curves, with delicate lace at the sleeves. Her dark curls frame her face in a soft halo, woven with tiny white blossoms that match the petals strewn along the forest floor. The golden sunlight kisses her warm brown skin, highlighting a dusting of freckles across her cheeks. She looks at me, eyes shining with tears and an unshakable resolve. My pulse stutters. She's choosing me. Even after all we went through, the heartbreak, the betrayal, the near loss. She's here, stepping toward me, our future. A wave of emotion floods my chest, so intense I forget to breathe. I notice Tay, who used to glare at me with protective suspicion, now sporting a tentative smile. Over the months, we've found common ground. He sees how I love Harper, how I fought for her and Ivy. Carefully, he guides Harper up the short aisle, releasing her arm with a nod in my direction like an unspoken blessing. I swallow the thick lump in my throat, offering a small, grateful nod in return. Behind Harper, Ivy toddles in an adorable white dress with a small flower crown perched on her curls, actually crocheted by Cam. Ivy clutches a basket of flower petals, half of which are already strewn behind her from her excited tosses. She sees me and breaks into a bright grin, squealing, "Daddy!" Well, the simple word still leaves me breathless. She scampers forward, half lost in the folds of her dress. A startled frog leaps out from the underbrush at her feet. Someone must have said these woods are teeming with them. She stops, momentarily entranced. "Frog!" she announces, dropping the basket to bend down and poke it. A few guests chuckle, and even Harper's face lights with laughter. Cam, elegantly dressed in a floral frock, swoops in to nudge Ivy along, rescuing the poor frog. The gentle laughter ripples around us, breaking any last tension from the hush. My heart warms. This is our life now, whimsical, unpredictable, and full of love. Harper stands before me, Tay stepping aside to take his place among the guests. She offers me her hand, slender fingers trembling slightly in mine. I brush my thumb over her knuckles, meeting her gaze. Her dark eyes brim with unspoken words, love, gratitude, lingering vulnerability. A hush falls again, leaving only the rustle of leaves, the soft strum of the guitar. Ivy clings to Cam's leg for the moment, the rest of the pedals abandoned in the grass. Papa Mac clears his throat, stepping up as our officiant, an unexpected role, but Harper insisted we do something meaningful, not a courthouse or standard minister. Mac was reluctant, but after a few heartfelt talks he agreed. I see the emotional tension in his posture. He's not good with big speeches, but there's a raw sincerity in the way he handles his old battered Bible. He glances at Harper, then me, and says in a gravelly tone, "Folks, we're gathered here in the good outdoors to see these two commit themselves. They've sure been through it, and I reckon they want to face whatever's next, side by side." A warm flutter lifts through the crowd, a quiet hum of agreement. Mac flips a page, clearly losing his place, then shrugs sheepishly. "Well, that's about the gist of it," he says, drawing a gentle laugh from the guests. Then he looks at me, eyes earnest. "Son, I guess you go first." My stomach tightens with nerves, but I hold Harper's hand firmly, gazing into her eyes. She offers a small smile that shores me up. I can do this. Clearing my throat, I find my voice. "I never believed in fate," I begin softly, ignoring the flutter in my pulse. "All my life, I've relied on training, discipline, strategy. But then, I met you." My throat constricts. Harper's eyes fill with tears. "That night, you were a storm of anxiety, and I somehow knew I had to help you. I didn't realize I was helping myself, too. You brought me a sense of purpose beyond missions or bulletproof vests." I pause, breath shaking. "And then, you gave me something greater than I ever thought I'd have a family. Ivy." A tear slides down Harper's cheek, but she doesn't look away. I swallow, forging on. I messed up many times. I learned that protecting someone isn't just about standing guard, it's about listening, trusting, letting go of pride. You showed me that love is an everyday choice, and I promise I choose you. Always. A small, choked sob escapes Harper's lips, and the hush in the clearing grows heavier, saturated with emotion. Ivy, from her vantage point near Cam, blinks at us, not fully understanding but sensing the significance. My heart clenches at the sight of her sweet face, her little flower crown askew. Papa Mac nods, eyes suspiciously bright. Then he turns to Harper. "Your turn, dear." She inhales, glancing around at the crowd, Cam, Tay, Natalie from Heartline, half a dozen ex-Delta friends, and a few influencer friends who stuck by her. Then her gaze lands on me, unwavering. "I used to think I was safer alone," she says quietly, voice trembling with emotion. "I thought if I kept my walls high enough, no one could hurt me or my daughter. But I was wrong." She steps closer, fingers tightening on mine. "You showed me that true safety isn't about isolation. It's about having someone who'll stand by you, fight for you, hold you when the world feels too big." Tears burn in my eyes. She continues, voice thick. "You taught me that love can be gentle and fierce at once, that you can be strong enough to let people in, to trust, to forgive." She dabs at a tear, cheeks glistening. "And you showed Ivy what it means to have a real dad, a guardian, a guide, a man who'll break down doors to keep her safe." A wave of emotion sweeps me. My chest feels too tight, tears hovering just behind my eyelids. She looks at Ivy, offering a tender smile. "So I vow to choose you too. I vow to trust that we can face anything and that your strength is never meant to overshadow mine. but to uplift us both. I vow to love you, Gideon, every day, in every quiet moment and storm we face. Quiet sniffle echoes among the guests, Cam openly wiping her cheeks. Even Papa Mac coughs, blinking hard. A hush wraps around us like a blessing. Then Mac sets his Bible aside, hooking it over his arm. That's good, he mutters, clearing his throat. I guess all that's left is to pronounce you, married. Go on then. A collective exhale of laughter and relief ripples. Harper and I share a trembling smile. The guitar strums a soft chord, and with the sun dipping below the pine line, we step closer. I cup Harper's cheek, ignoring the tears on my own face, leaning in to press my lips to hers in a gentle, reverent kiss. She melts against me, arms sliding around my shoulders. The clearing erupts in applause, a mixture of cheers, whoops, and watery laughter. When we part, breathless, I see tears shining in her dark eyes. She frames my face in her hands, whispering, "You came back to us, and you're staying?" I nod, voice ragged. "For good, I promise." Ivy, prompted by Cam's gentle nudge, toddles forward, arms wide. She squeals, "Daddy!" and flings herself at me. My heart nearly bursts. I scoop her up, pressing a kiss to her temple, while Harper laughs softly beside us. The crowd coos and claps anew, capturing photos with phones. It's a snapshot of everything I never thought I'd have. As the applause subsides, the small gathering converges. Natalie from Heartline lingers near the back, quietly emotional. She was the one who uncovered Rafe's betrayal and Elias's deeper ties. She gives me a respectful nod, tears in her eyes. Tay, Harper's brother, steps forward with an awkward grin, clapping a hand to my shoulder. He leans in, murmuring, "I see it now, how much you love her." My throat locks up and I just nod, a wave of gratitude swelling. Papa Mac stands stiffly by the makeshift altar, leaning on his cane. He clears his throat as I approach, Ivy on my hip. "You did better than I ever did, son," he says gruffly, voice full of unsaid regrets. My chest tightens. "Keep showing up, that's all." I let out a shaky laugh, exhaling the tension that shadowed me for years. "Thanks, Mac. It's enough." We've reached a place of understanding at last. A swirl of guests forms around us, hugging and congratulating in waves. Harper's influencer friends snap selfies with us, her old buddy from the ASMR community, exclaiming how they can't wait for her new channel relaunch. She teases them that it won't be about anxiety or secrets anymore. She's rebranding to Heartline Whispers, bridging her healing journey with Gideon's new trauma-focused wing at Heartline. The synergy cracks my guarded heart wide open. We're forging a future that's not just about safety, but about growth, sharing our lessons with others. Eventually, we gather around a long wooden table, Cam decorated with wildflowers. Simple, home-cooked food lines the surface, roasted vegetables, homemade bread, a small wedding cake Tay insisted on baking himself, with questionable decorating skills but heartfelt effort. The clearing glows with string lights now that the sun dips below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight hush. I pull Harper aside, just beyond the circle of friends. She leans against my chest, inhaling the scent of pine and cake. "This feels surreal," she murmurs, voice low. "Like a fairy tale we never thought we'd get." I cradle the back of her head, pressing my cheek to her curls. "We earned it," I say softly. "No illusions, no running, just us, choosing each other every day." She nods, tears brimming again. Then a sly grin touches her lips. "So, husband," she says, testing the word that sends a thrill through me. "You promised me we'd have some epic honeymoon. But with Ivy, maybe we'll—" I cut in, kissing the corner of her mouth. "Wherever you want," I murmur, half laughing. "We can find a toddler-friendly cabin, or beach, or stay put if that's what you need." She laughs quietly, tangling her fingers in my hair. "We'll figure it out, just as long as we're together." My chest swells with love so fierce it almost hurts. You and me, I whisper, and Ivy, every day. As if on cue, Ivy toddles over, hands reaching for me. Her flower crown slides down over one eye, and the leftover frosted petal from Tay's cake smudges her cheek. "Daddy, frog?" she says, reminding me of that moment she found the frog. She glances around, presumably searching for another amphibian friend. We share a warm laugh, hearts so full we might burst. The night stretches on in a haze of laughter, shared memories, group photos with Tay lifting Ivy on his shoulders, Cam joking that she'll be the unstoppable aunt. Natalie, somewhat shy outside the office, confides that she's excited to help Harper rebrand her channel's security. Even Papa Mac cracks a few jokes about not missing a second chance at being a better grandfather than he was a father. Later, after the crowd disperses and Ivy falls asleep in Cam's arms, Harper and I slip away into a quiet corner of the clearing. The moon hangs high, silvering the pine needles, and the hush of nighttime insects wraps around us. My chest aches with contentment, a bruised, tender feeling that's better than any numbness I've known. We lean against a tall pine, its bark rough against my shoulder, arms looped around each other's waists. Harper's voice is soft. "I'm proud of you," she says, "for stepping away from Heartline, reorganizing it to help trauma survivors. You turned your security empire into something that truly helps people." I shrug, a small smile tugging at my mouth. I realize there's more to life than just being the best at protection. I want to heal what's broken, not just guard the wounds. Her eyes gleam in the moonlight. "And you're healing yourself, too." I brush a kiss over her cheek, savoring the warmth of her skin. "All thanks to you and Ivy." She tilts her head, lips grazing mine. A rush of affection surges, that slow-burning desire that we've nurtured since we found each other in the midst of chaos. We linger in the kiss, letting the forest hush envelop us, breath mingling. My heart thrums with a new kind of promise tonight. We'll curl up in bed, no fear or adrenaline chase. Just a slow, intimate claiming of each other as husband and wife.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 21. Harper. It's barely dawn when I feel the first flutter. I'm seated on our back porch, a wide wraparound deck overlooking the edge of the forest, Gideon and I claimed as our own. 3 years have passed since the day we said our vows amid pines and fairy lights. 3 years of building a life that's both quiet and fiercely alive. Today, the early sky stretches in a pale lavender hue, sunlight tiptoeing through the tall evergreens that stand guard around our home. A mug of decaf tea warms my palms, steam curling into the crisp autumn air. I set it on the low wooden table, resting a protective hand over my belly. I'm 8 months along, give or take a week, my second child. Gideon's second chance at fatherhood from the start. The baby shifts against my palm, an internal swirl that makes my heart flutter with a mix of wonder and nerves. A boy this time. I sip the tea, ignoring the faint ache in my back. The new house is almost complete. 3 bedrooms, a cozy living room, and an expansive porch that Gideon insisted on so we could watch the sunrise. He says it's a vantage point to keep watch, but I know it's his way of giving me a sense of peace. Our old place was safe. But this one is ours, rebuilt with memories and laughter, not the tension of always looking over our shoulders. A scuffle from inside draws my attention. The door slides open, and Ivy tumbles out in her unicorn pajamas, wide-eyed and already brimming with 6-year-old energy. Her big curls bounce around her face, pinned away from her dark brown cheeks by pastel clips. She rubs her eyes, blinking at the gentle light. "Mommy, you're awake," she murmurs in that half-sleep voice that makes my chest squeeze. I open an arm, and she climbs into my lap, pressing her head against my shoulder. "Couldn't sleep," I say softly, stroking her curls. "Your little brother decided to practice his acrobatics." Her eyes dart to my belly, a wry grin forming. "Does he do flips?" she asks, voice hushed with curiosity. I nod, laughter in my chest. "Feels like it. One day he's playing soccer in there." She giggles, pressing a small hand where I just felt a kick. My heart swells at the sight. My daughter's so enthralled by the sibling she hasn't met yet. "I can't wait to meet him," she whispers. I press a soft kiss to her temple, inhaling the warmth of her morning fresh scent. "Me too, baby," I say, voice tight with emotion. "Me too." The door slides open again and Gideon steps out, broad shoulders outlined by the gentle dawn. He's still in sweatpants and a snug t-shirt. The lines of his scar visible through the fabric, the silver in his hair brightening in the early light. My breath catches. The same rush of admiration and love I felt from day one. He offers a slow, contented grin. "You two are up early," he murmurs, crossing the porch. I tilt my head to watch him approach. "Couldn't sleep," I repeat, eyeing the fresh bruise on his forearm. He's been training new recruits at Heartline's trauma-focused wing. The place is no longer just a security firm. It's a center for rehabilitating women and children who faced violence, including ex-soldiers with nowhere to go. He's proud of it, invests all that ex-Delta grit into building something better than protection alone, healing. He steps close, gently sweeping a thumb across my cheek. "What's wrong?" he murmurs, noticing the shine in my eyes. I exhale, pulling Ivy closer on my lap. "Nothing's wrong," I say, clearing the lump in my throat. "Just thinking about how far we've come. And this one," I add, patting my belly, "did a little dance that woke me." Gideon's gaze flicks to my bump, something tender and protective shining in his eyes. He cradles my chin, pressing a light kiss to my lips. Ivy makes a face, 6-year-old squeamishness about grown-up affection. We laugh softly. "Let me take her," he says, nudging Ivy off my lap. "You need to rest that back." I hiss in protest, but he gently lifts Ivy into his arms. She squeals, arms wrapping around his neck. "Dad," she moans in a playful pout. "I'm not a baby." He arches a brow at her, that wry half-smile tugging at his lips. "Oh yeah?" he drawls in his low voice that's equal parts stern and loving. "Fine, then you can help me start breakfast." Ivy perks up, forgetting her complaint. "Pancakes? Banana chocolate chip," he counters, "if you're up to it." She fist pumps. "Yes!" Gideon sets her down on the porch, and she scampers inside, presumably to find her step stool and get the ingredients. Gideon turns back to me, extending a hand. "Come on," he says quietly. "I'll help you up." I nod, letting him guide me upright, one hand braced on my belly. The ache in my lower back flares, and Gideon's mouth sets in a worried line. "You sure you're okay? You've been wincing a lot lately?" I wave him off, though my breath catches with a mild contraction. Not strong enough to be labor, just the typical Braxton Hicks that plague me near the end. "Just the usual," I say, forcing a reassuring smile. He's bigger than Ivy was, I think. His jaw tightens with protective concern, but he nods. "All right, he says gently. Sit with me in the kitchen while we do pancakes, okay? I let him lead me inside. The living room is bright with morning sun now, casting patterns on the hardwood. Pictures line the mantel. Ivy's first day of kindergarten. The day Gideon got his official commendation from the city for halting a trafficking ring, and a snapshot of me in the newly renovated ASMR studio, where I record Heartline Whispers. My channel is bigger than ever, focused on relaxation and empowerment, bridging the quiet hush of sound therapy with gentle conversations on healing. Gideon's the silent co-producer who tests every script, ensuring it's safe enough for the kids, as he puts it. In the open concept kitchen, Ivy's already dragging a stool to the counter, climbing on it. Mommy, look, my pink apron, she says, tugging at the little apron Cam bought her. It has a cartoon cat with big eyes. My chest warms at her excitement. Gideon slides behind her, checking the heat on the stove. Careful, kid. Let me turn this down before you toss in the batter. I sink onto a bar stool, letting out a slow breath, caressing my belly. The baby stirs again, a small jab to my ribs. We're okay, I murmur. Gideon notices my quiet words. He glances over, that protective alertness in his eyes. He's active this morning, huh? I nod, smiling. He must smell pancakes. A laugh from Gideon, low and warm. He cracks a couple of eggs into a bowl, handing them to Ivy, who gleefully stirs with exaggerated flourishes. A small dusting of flour coats her arms, but her grin is unstoppable. My chest squeezes with so much love I can barely breathe. This, our morning routine, normal and precious, feels like a gift I once never thought possible. Mid-stir, Ivy abruptly sets down the whisk. Mommy, can we name him Pancake if he likes them so much? I nearly snort out a laugh. Maybe not, I say, exchanging an amused look with Gideon. We might consider something else. Gideon chuckles. Nice try, kiddo, he teases. Ruffling her curls, she shrugs, adopting a thoughtful expression. Okay, waffles then. We burst into laughter. I gently rub my palm in circles over my belly, leaning forward just enough to plant a playful grin at Ivy. Keep brainstorming, I say, tears threatening from the pure joy of this moment. Pancakes sizzle on the skillet, the sweet aroma of banana and chocolate swirling around us. Gideon plates them expertly, while Ivy chatters about her ideas for baby names. Captain, Marshmallow, Cookie. I watch them. My heart's so full it feels like it might burst. When breakfast is ready, we gather around the small round dining table. Ivy bounces on her seat, diving into the pancakes. Gideon slides a plate my way, then sets his hand on my back, rubbing slow circles as I shift with a mild ache. Let me know if you need a rest, he murmurs, voice low. I nod, resting a hand on his thigh under the table, giving a grateful squeeze. He's so attuned to my pain. I'm good, I say softly. For now. After we eat, Ivy rushes off to the living room to watch a short cartoon about dancing dinosaurs, something that always makes us laugh. Gideon and I move to the sink, cleaning up the sticky plates. We work in companionable silence, shoulders occasionally brushing, until a sudden bolt of discomfort lances my belly. I freeze, breath hitching. Immediately, Gideon notices. Hey, he says, worry spiking in his tone. Is that? I suck in air, pressing a hand to my side. The pain fades quickly, but a faint aftershock lingers. It's okay, I manage, forcing a quick exhale. Just a Braxton Hicks, I think. He narrows his eyes, drying his hands. You sure? You looked like that one was stronger. I swallow, adrenaline flaring. Am I in labor? A few days earlier than expected? My mind whirls, but the pain already ebbs. It's past, I reassure him, though my heart pounds. If it's real, we'll know soon. He exhales, tension lining his jaw. If it is, we have everything ready, right? The hospital bag, Tay's on standby for Ivy, right? I nod, placing a soothing hand on his arm. Yes, we do, don't worry. We'll handle it. He studies me for a moment, then gently leans in, brushing his lips over my forehead. Okay, he murmurs. I trust you. We settle into a cozy day at home. Gideon tinkers with some final touches on the nursery, a small sunlit room with pale green walls. The crib stands in one corner, draped with a mobile of little plush whales that Ivy picked out. I watch him from the doorway, arms folded over my belly, feeling an upwelling of gratitude. This is the father of my kids, the man who overcame so much for us, the man I overcame my own fears to claim. Later, Tay drops by with groceries. He still has that older brother protective vibe, but his once prickly distrust of Gideon has mellowed into camaraderie. They share a brief hug, Tay giving me a sisterly side-eye about not calling him at the first sign of labor. Cam texts every hour with random jokes or frog emojis. Ever since Ivy's flower girl moment at our wedding, frogs have become a family running gag. By late afternoon, the sky darkens with a gentle autumn rain. Ivy naps in her room, pink blankets pulled to her chin. Gideon and I curl on the couch, me half draped across his lap, listening to the patter of raindrops on the roof. My eyelids grow heavy, lulled by the warmth of his body. He's reading some old thriller novel, big hand absently stroking my hair, each motion slow and comforting. A sudden twinge grips my belly, sharper than before, making me inhale sharply. Gideon's hand stills. Harp? He asks, voice tense. I scrunch my face, exhaling carefully as the pressure builds. It lasts longer this time, a wave that forces me upright. My pulse stutters. This is real. I pant through it, wincing, then the wave recedes. Gideon slides an arm around my shoulders, eyes wide with concern. I meet his gaze, heart pounding. I think it's time, I whisper, breath ragged. These contractions are no joke anymore. He sets the book aside in a hurry, supporting me as I stand. Another contraction hits, and I grab his arm, tears of pain springing to my eyes. The memory of Ivy's birth flares. I know this path. Fear and excitement mix, swirling in my chest. Gideon's voice is calm but taut. I'll call the hospital, get Tay to watch Ivy. Let's get you in the car. I nod, heart racing. He helps me down the hall, breathing with me through the contraction. Ivy stirs, peeking from her room, eyes huge. Gideon soothes her with a quiet murmur, reassuring her Tay will come stay soon, that I'm okay. My vision swims with the intensity of each wave, but I cling to Gideon's steady presence. We're doing this together. Within minutes, Tay rushes in, half out of breath. Ivy clings to his hand, looking anxious. I manage a quick kiss to her forehead, promising we'll bring home her little brother. She musters a small smile, though tears glimmer. Gideon scoops up the hospital bag, shoulders it, and supports me out the door. The cool air hits my flushed skin, and the car ride feels like an eternity, each bump jostling my contracting belly. Gideon keeps a firm grip on the wheel, knuckles whitening, glancing at me every few seconds to ensure I'm breathing. At the hospital, the staff recognizes us, some from the Heartline security expansions. They usher me into a delivery room, hooking me up to monitors. Gideon hovers, rubbing my lower back, murmuring encouragement. The hours blur in a haze of pain, panting, and the intense push of life. My nails dig into Gideon's arm at one point, but he just leans in, pressing his forehead to mine, whispering, "You can do this, Harp. I'm here." When the final contraction sweeps through me, I scream, my body seizing with an all-encompassing surge. The next moment, a sharp cry fills the room. A baby's cry, high and piercing. My chest cracks open with relief and ecstasy. The doctor lifts the wriggling bundle, announcing, "It's a boy." Tears flood my eyes as they place him on my chest, wet and warm. He squalls, tiny fists flailing, and I cradle him to my trembling heart, pressing my lips to his damp forehead. Gideon stands beside me, tears streaming, one hand stroking the baby's fuzzy head. "Oh God," he chokes out, voice thick with emotion. "He's perfect." Exhaustion washes over me, but my soul glows with love. I meet Gideon's gaze. He looks stunned, unguarded, as if the world has narrowed to just us. "We did it," I breathe, voice trembling. "He's here." Gideon kisses my forehead, then the baby's crown. "You," he murmurs to me, "are amazing." A nurse gently collects the baby for a quick check, measuring weight, wiping him down. Gideon hovers protectively, and I see that paternal softness in his expression, like his entire world revolves around that tiny form. My heart squeezes so hard I almost forget the ache. When they hand our boy back, Gideon cradles him, awed by every little movement. The baby's cries subside to soft whimpers as Gideon hums a lullaby, voice low and reverent. I watch them, tears spilling freely down my cheeks. All the battles we fought, the terror that haunted us, leading here, to this new life. Later, after we're settled in a recovery room, Tay brings Ivy to meet her baby brother. She tiptoes in, eyes wide with excitement. "Mommy," she whispers, climbing onto the bed's edge. "Can I see him?" I nod, guiding her closer. Gideon supports the baby's head as Ivy peers, her small hand stroking his cheek with infinite gentleness. "He's so little," she breathes, starstruck. I press a hand over my mouth, tears sliding. Gideon stands behind Ivy, resting a steady hand on her shoulder. She glances up, beaming, and says the words that make my heart burst. "Daddy, is he gonna love pancakes too?" Gideon's chest shakes with a soft laugh. "Count on it, kiddo," he replies, ruffling her curls. I exchange a tender look with Gideon, my husband, father to both our children. We overcame our darkest fears, found each other in chaos, and formed a family stronger than any storm. The baby stirs, letting out a tiny squeak, and Ivy giggles, enthralled. I shift, nestling into Gideon's side, letting Ivy cuddle close. Cam and Tay hover at the door, emotional smiles etched on their faces. Natalie will probably arrive soon, flowers in hand. Our circle of found family, the quiet hum of a new beginning. My chest aches with gratitude so profound it's almost painful. As the baby settles, eyes fluttering open, brown eyes from what I can tell, I exhale a shaky breath. Gideon kisses my temple, murmuring, "You okay?" I nod, exhaustion weighing on me, but a brilliant sense of completeness shining through. "I'm perfect," I whisper, brushing a fingertip over the baby's tiny hand. "We all are." Ivy leans in, pressing her cheek to the baby's head. "He's so warm," she says, voice full of awe. "I love him already." My throat tightens. I meet Gideon's gaze, tears forming once more. "We have a real family," I murmur, resting a hand on Ivy's back and a hand on the baby's small form. Gideon's arm slips around me, cradling us all. His eyes glisten, face alight with a gentle pride. "Yeah, Harp," he says softly, voice deep with emotion. "We do." Outside the window, the sun sets behind distant pines, casting an amber glow that fills the room with warmth. In that hush, the final shadows of our old fears fade, replaced by the quiet, steady love we've built, one that holds space for all our wounds and joys, for redemption and new life. As Ivy coos over her new brother, and Gideon murmurs something about teaching him how to fish in the cabin's nearby creek someday, I let a serene smile claim my face. The road here was jagged, but we arrived together. And I know, deep in my bones, that every day forward is a gift we'll embrace with open arms.